you say?
A moment of silence.
Oh, okay.
We would like to have a moment of silence for those affected by the recent tornadoes in Kentucky and several states. Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued blessings upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon those who are present. Continue to bless our leaders, to give them your direction and your strength. We lift up now Mayfield, Kentucky, our county manager's hometown. We ask that you continue to bless those who have lost loved ones. We ask that you bless those states who have lost loved ones and valuables. And we ask now that you lift them up, that you continue to make a way out of no way for them, that you touch the kindness of others' hearts, that they may be a vessel of light in the dark periods of their lives. Bless now all that we have asked in your name. We pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0987, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda to be removed for separate discussion? Any items? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. A motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On the bottom of page 6, recess meeting agenda. 21-1011, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one revision today. On page 7, the 21-1013, presentation of proclamations and certificates. We're adding an award for community service, and that was requested by the district attorney.
I didn't understand what you said.
We're adding an award for community service that will be presented by the DA.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Continue, please.
Okay, we need a motion
Wait a minute.
for the adoption of the recess
Yes.
meeting agenda.
All right, any other additions or any corrections? If not, motion to adopt, the motion to adopt by Commissioner Abdul Rahman and seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1012, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, November 17th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, December 1st, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, December 3rd, 2021.
All right, motion to approve the minutes by Commissioner Hausman. It is seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 21-1013, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Mayor Joe Lockwood Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
we've got any of our mayors in the House, certainly the two mayors we're going to recognize, both come down, and any other mayors here with us, come down and join us as well, or any other elected officials. So. Well, we got two folks we're going to recognize this morning, two of our departing mayors. And our first we're going to recognize is my mayor of my hometown, Mayor Joe Lockwood, who's been the only mayor of the city of Milton. Milton's the ripe age of 15, right? So we're just driving. And Mayor Lockwood, through his steady hand, has been a phenomenal leader and really changed the face of that community and making it a city of some 41,000 right now, and probably one of the best places, I think, the best place to live in America. So without further ado, I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas Mayor Joe Lockwood has served as mayor of the city of Milton since its creation in 2006 as the city's first and only mayor, and has remained loyal to preserving Milton's treasured rural heritage. And whereas Mayor Lockwood was instrumental in the development of the beautiful downtown Crabapple neighborhood of Milton, which serves as a model for revitalization and planning for all of Georgia's cities. And whereas Mayor Lockwood served the Georgia Municipal Association in 2020 as regional president, where he served as the key liaison for 11 North Georgia cities. And whereas Mayor Lockwood has owned J.K. Lockwood Construction Company in downtown Alpharetta since 1989 and a local assisted living facility since 1993. And whereas Mayor Lockwood has become beloved in Milton for lending a helping hand, forging effective partnerships, and for being a patient listener, a solid consensus builder, and a responsive public servant. And whereas Mayor Lockwood left an indelible mark on Milton's community by building an efficient, effective, service-oriented, solution-driven government. And whereas Mayor Lockwood and his wife Dawn raised their 3 children in the area and have consistently exhibited their personal commitment to the community and to the welfare of the citizens of Milton. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Mayor Joe Lockwood for his outstanding leadership as mayor over the past 15 years and his unwavering service to the citizens of Milton and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 1, 2021. That's the date we actually did recognize him. I know this, we're not December 1 today, but we had a little ceremony in Milton, and we recognized him there as Mayor Joe Lockwood, but today can be it as well, right? We'll have 2 days for you. As Mayor Joe Lockwood Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Say a couple words.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Thank you to all the commission and commission chair. Thank you to all Fulton County staff for the support of the last 15 years to not only our city, but to all of our mutual citizens. So I sincerely thank you, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you guys. And I'll cherish our relationship and friendships moving forward. So thank you so much.
Stay up here with Bobby.
Gets no respect.
The clerk going to sound this?
The next proclamation is recognizing Mayor Mike Bodker Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, we have another retiring mayor, one of the 2 original mayors that we are honoring today. Mayor Mike Bodker, my mayor, my hometown, is also retiring after 15 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Johns Creek and entire Fulton County, actually. You have served so well from a regional perspective, from a statewide perspective. really did so much to solidify the future of the newest city in Fulton County at the time, along with the city of Milton. And y'all worked so closely together. That was the beauty of it, to watch that collaboration. And after everything that we had gone through in creating the new cities, bring the entire North Fulton region together to work as a team for the good of the citizens of the region. And so it's just really a bittersweet moment to say goodbye to both of you. Having been on the first city council and worked to create not only the city of Johns Creek, but also Milton, to see the progress, to see the community spirit, to see the dedication you have to making sure that we have such a high quality of life. It is very hard to say goodbye to both of you. I have to say that. But we wish you well. I know Mayor Bodker is going to continue to work with us in Fulton County on our Development Authority Board, and I appreciate that. And we've got to find a spot for you, Mayor Lockwood. So just sit by your phone, okay? Because somebody's going to be calling you. So it's my honor and privilege to read this proclamation honoring Mayor Bodker, my friend, into the record of Fulton County. Whereas Mayor Mike Bodker has served as mayor of the city of Johns Creek since the creation of the city in 2006 as the city's first and only mayor, and whereas Mayor Mike Bodker's commitment to the city of Johns Creek began with the Northeast Fulton Study Committee and chairman of the committee for the city of Johns Creek, which led to the formation of the city in 2006, and whereas the citizens of Johns Creek demonstrated their faith and trust in Mayor Mike Bodker by electing him mayor for 4 consecutive terms in 2006, 2009, 2013, and 2017. And whereas the city of Johns Creek, under the leadership of Mayor Mike Bodker, has become the 10th largest city in Georgia and has received numerous recognitions, such as Georgia's safest large city, number 10 top 50 best cities in America to live, number 10 best suburb in Atlanta metro area, number 1 safest largest city on Georgia, number 6 safest city in the United States of America, number 14 best small city for families in America, and whose Public Works Department in 2020 was awarded the Transportation Project of the Year by the American Public Works Association Georgia chapter. That's a lot in 15 years, Mr. Mayor, to be proud of. Whereas Mayor Mike Bodker spearheaded the formation of the North Fulton Municipal Association, served as chairman of the Metro Atlanta Mayors Association, and served on the board of directors and treasurer of the Atlanta Regional Commission. And whereas in 2015, Mayor Mike Bodker was inaugurated as the president of the Georgia Municipal Association, representing 521 municipal governments across the state, after serving as vice president and past chair of the Revenue and Finance Committee, the Federal Policy Council, and the Legislative Policy Council of GMA. Whereas Mayor Mike Bodker was inducted into the Georgia Municipal Association Hall of Fame in 2016. Whereas during his tenure as mayor of Johns Creek, Mayor Mike Bodker served the residents with honor, distinction, and promoted the spirit of collaboration that has been the hallmark of his career in public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County commends Johns Creek Mayor Mike Bodker for his long-standing service to the citizens of Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 15th as Mayor Mike Bodker Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
I certainly appreciate this. I said at a ceremony that we held a couple of weeks ago that if I had known going out was going to be so much fun, I would have left so much earlier. I will say this, that one of the things that I find so wonderful about being in these offices is the opportunity to work with so many people to create such good. And I count the commissioners as friends and know that I can pick up the phone and call them. And while we may not always agree on things, we have a mutual respect for each other, and that's to the benefit of all of our collective citizens across Fulton County. I look forward to continuing to work both on the DAFC and in other ways if asked, and I really appreciate all of you for everything that you're doing for Fulton County. Joe, it's bittersweet to leave. We've stood shoulder to shoulder these last, and it's actually 16 years as of December 1st, and I want you to know that Johns Creek ran out to get its driver's license immediately, like all good teenagers do when they turn 16. But anyways, it's been wonderful working with you and all the other mayors, and here's the great news. Now we get to come down here and harass the heck out of these folks.
Like you haven't already?
Exactly.
Yeah, but now the public will hear it. Anyways, thank you so much, and I wish you all blessed.
We're gonna get a picture.
The next proclamation is recognizing Sanvi Bajaj Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Was this one?
Tell you, I think we're going to do.
You gotta provide us.
Okay. In my district. Okay. All right. All right. Let me just give you a little background about who all these folks are up here and what we are doing. So every year we have an art calendar contest in which we seek to engage our youth on water resources stewardship. And this year's theme is Our Water, Our Future, highlights the value of water and the importance of protecting our water resources to ensure a clean and healthy water supply for years to come. And we had 242 students representing 34 schools from Fulton County who submitted artwork. And we've got several district winners and some other winners that are here today. And we're going to recognize all of them. Not all of them here, but we've got certainly a great representation of them. And I think we got their art here somewhere too, right? All right. All right, parents have got the art, making sure it doesn't go off anywhere. But this is a special day, and we had an opportunity earlier, and this is one of the more fun days in Fulton County when we get to recognize the great work of our youth. So, and I get the pleasure of reading a proclamation to recognize our grand prize winner, who is from District 2. And I'm gonna read that proclamation right now, and then we're gonna proceed to have the different commissioners present awards to their district winners. Okay, that's what we're gonna do? All right, fantastic. So, where? All right, Sambi, come up. All right, so right here, front and center, right? This is your special day and your special proclamation. All right. Whereas the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County finds that the protection of the environment is vital to the health, welfare, and economic progress of Fulton County and its citizens. And whereas the Water Resources Division of the Department of Public Works seeks to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Fulton County citizens by providing high-quality and cost-efficient services related to the delivery of water, the collection of wastewater, and the conveyance of stormwater, and by complying with federal, state, and county regulatory requirements. And whereas Public Works has successfully promoted environmental awareness and consciousness of water resources, water conservation, water quality, and pollution prevention through school presentations, media campaigns, educational seminars, workshops, festivals, and community outreach programs. And whereas Public Works sponsored the 2022 Art Calendar Contest, which was open to all students, grades K through 12, attending a public, private, charter, or homeschool within Fulton County. Students were asked to create artwork promoting better water quality and water conservation uses and practices, And from the 224 submitted drawings, 22 were selected to be featured in the 2022 Water Art Calendar. Whereas in recognition of her exemplary artwork, Sanvi Bajaj, a fifth grade student at Woodland Elementary Charter School, was selected as the grand prize cover recipient of the 22 Water Art Calendar Contest. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognize the environmental contributions of Sanvi Bajaj and her contribution of promoting environmental stewardship of water resources, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 15, 2021, as Sanvi Bajaj Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give her a great round of applause. All right. Do you want? All right. I'm glad it's that. All right. Do you want to say a little bit of something? Feel comfortable? All right. Come up here. This is your moment. Say a little bit right here for us. So.
It's a really proud moment for me to receive this proclamation, and I'm really happy.
All right. Congratulations. So. All right, let's get one. Can we get one photo, and then we'll slide this back, and we're gonna hand out. All right. All right, so my boss says since I'm up here with the mic, we're gonna do out of order, and we're gonna do District 2 award winners first, and then I guess we'll go back to District 1, so that's for a little bit later. All right. So at this time, it's my pleasure to present the 3 monthly winners and 4 honorable mentions to those in District 2. All right, and let's see, we got these in order. All right, take that, hold that for a minute. All right, so our first award winner from District 2 is Iman Rizvi, a 6th grader at ILM Academy, and that artwork is going to be featured in April. All right. Here, let's just walk up here, and this way you can get in front of this thing. How about that? All right. Our next award winner is Sarah Zia, a 7th grader at ILM Academy, and that artwork's going to be featured in July.
She's not here.
Sarah's not here. Okay. All right. And next winner is Amira Karishi, also a 7th grader at ILM, and that artwork's going to be featured in December. All right. All right, and next, we have Nivi Magesh, a fifth grader at Roswell North Elementary. Here. Oh, yeah. And our next winner is Mariam Fatima Ali, a first grader at ILM Academy.
Yeah, she's as precious, isn't she?
You might get the award for best dress. I don't know. We got a couple of good ones right there in front. The cutest award. So.
By far.
All right. And the next award winner is Anvitha Suram, a senior at Cambridge High School. Is Anvitha here? No? Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, District 1 Commissioner Liz Hausman.
Good morning again. So District 1 is very, very pleased to have so many winners in District 1. Mr. Mayor, I want you to make sure you take note of this as we are trying to create an art center in Johns Creek. The lovely number of art winners and artists we have in our community that we're so proud of. We have 6 monthly winners and 3 honorable mentions to recognize today. A couple of them are not here today, but the ones that are, I'm so pleased that you came all the way downtown to Fulton County so that we could recognize your accomplishments. We're so proud of you. So the first monthly winner that I want to ask to come up is an 8th grade student at Webbridge Middle School. Her artwork will be featured in January. Would Pratusha Soni please come up? And I believe the artwork is on display in the lobby somewhere. Is that true? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so please take a moment when you leave to check out all the artwork because it's really, really outstanding. The second monthly winner that I'd like to have come up and get recognized is Kritik Gatum, a 4th grade student at Finley Oaks Elementary, and her artwork will be in the March, displayed in March, his artwork. All right, the next artist that I'd like to invite to come up is Navarakshana Tirupati Raja. I know I did not say that correct, but I tried. A 2nd grader at Creekview Elementary whose artwork will be displayed in our June offering. And let's see, had 2 winners that were not here. Deborah Zhang, a Northview High School student in the 11th grade, who'll be our May featured artist, and Ethan Zhang, who is in Innovation Academy, will be featured in September. That is the 9th grade. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Well, you know what? I called this name. I called?
No, you called that one.
Okay. My bad. Thank you for correcting me. And finally, the monthly winner for August is from Webbridge Middle School. That is Ruhi Ka Vuram Ridigari. Oh,
With the right name?
yeah, let's get her a new picture. All right, and then we do have 3 honorable mentions. We have Ken Wong, 7th grade student at Webbridge Middle. Alex Elahashav. Thank you. Alex. And the last winner from District 1 is Abby Allen from ILM Academy with an honorable mention.
She had to leave early.
Oh, she had to leave early? Well, I can understand that. Congratulations to all the winners, especially those in District 1.
Hi, Lee Morris, District 3. We have one very special winner from District 3. Historically, Atlanta Public Schools, for some reason, hasn't really participated much, and I'm so proud that we had one this year. My 3 children all were in the Atlanta Public Schools, and we're, as I said this morning, we're all artists, and they never won any of these contests. But William Gillespie, you want to come on up, William? William is a first grader at Morris Brandon, and he is Mr. October in the calendar.
All right.
So we're going to come up and have a picture, William.
All right. This is truly a blessing here on behalf of the winners for District 5. Thank you, Commissioner. And we have 2 winners in District 5. Number 1 is the monthly winner, Kaden Kaylee from the Blackstone Academy.
Oh, there she is.
Come on, let's go up front. And her artwork will be featured for the month of November. She's the monthly winner for November. And we have 1 honorable mention, Sanaya Beckton, 8th grade, Camp Creek Middle School. Congratulations. Now I'll turn it over to Commissioner Khadijah.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Like this morning, I just wanted to repeat what I said to the young people this morning, that where there is no art, where there is no water, there is no life. Where there is water, where there is art, there is life. And so we here at Fulton County are proud of you all. In my particular district, however, the mighty District 6, we have 2 individuals. The first individual we have of 10th grade of Creative Minds Homeschool is Sage Lima Jeffries. Excuse me. And the second one, and I believe this may be the same household. All right. For the 5th grade honorable mention winner of the Creative Minds Homeschool, Jasir Lima Jeffries, 5th grade.
You know, if y'all don't know me, I like to hog the mic. So I want to come back up here one more time. And I got one more person to recognize, and he's been waiting over here very patiently. Michael Abdul Kareem, a 2nd grader from Ison Springs Elementary. Honorable mention.
Are we doing a group picture?
All right, Corletta, what are we doing?
A group picture. Rick,
Group picture.
Rick, can we help us with the group picture? Making sure everybody's seen.
Now on the count of 3, I want you to give us a thumbs up, okay? 1, 2, 3. Hold it up. Thumbs up.
The next proclamation is recognizing Wastewater and Laboratory Services Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Come on down. How fitting is it that we are doing this proclamation at the same time that we just honored our students for recognizing the good work that we do in the area of water treatment. And so I'm glad to be able to do this today. And let me read this into the record. Whereas the Fulton County Department of Public Works demonstrates its commitment to managing resources through systematic planning, construction, maintenance, and operation of the water and wastewater infrastructure in Fulton County in the most sustainable, efficient, and environmentally sound manner. And whereas the United States Environmental Protection Agency, through the Georgia Environmental Protection Division, has developed a capacity management, operation, and maintenance CMOM program that outlines the outgoing process for the management of the wastewater collection systems to reduce sanitary sewer overflows and improve system reliability. And whereas Fulton County entered into a consent agreement with the Georgia EPD to implement a CMOM program, which was approved in 2010 and is managed by Public Works wastewater staff. And whereas the Georgia Association of Water Professionals is a nonprofit educational association for water professionals and serves as an authoritative resource for knowledge, information, and advocacy of sound public policy in water resources and related environmental fields in Georgia and beyond. And whereas on November 19th, 2021, Public Works received the 2021 GAWP Platinum Wastewater Collection System Excellence Award and was featured in the National Municipal Water and Sewer Magazine for its innovative and effective manhole rehabilitation and inflow and infiltration reduction program, on the front page of that publication, by the way. And our team also received the GAWP Laboratory Quality Assurance Gold Award for both drinking water and for wastewater. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes the protection of the environment and is vital to the health, safety, and welfare and economic progress of Fulton County and its citizens, and commends the Department of Public Works for their continued dedication and public service to the county, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 15th as Wastewater and Laboratory Services Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name's Mike Thomas. I'm with the Georgia Association of Water Professionals. We provide training for these fine professionals that are up here with me. These folks work a lot of the time in anonymity out in the field. Some of them are probably out there this morning, right, David? Checking on sewer lines, doing the lab work. I know the lab group does hundreds of tests every week. We all know now during this time of COVID how important lab work is to our public health. These folks are not only water professionals, they're public health professionals, making sure the water you drink is safe, the water they return to the streams is safe. They undergo a pretty comprehensive full-day audit from other volunteers in our association. We represent over 3,000 water professionals in Georgia, all the utilities in Georgia. So it's not a simple process to earn these awards. These people are showing how to do this work and do it well. So you should be proud of what they do and the fact that they're keeping your community safe and healthy. So congratulations from Georgia Association of Water Professionals.
You don't want to say anything about the staff?
I want to thank you very much, Board of Commissioners, for this proclamation. Also want to acknowledge our outgoing Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Anna Roach, who always comes down to our department and gives us inspiring messages. We want to thank you for your ongoing support. Of course, David, our director, and our honorary superintendent, Mr. Dick Anderson, who always comes out in the field and gives us all support. Very grateful this morning. All three of our divisions won awards: our lab, our collection system, and our plants. And we have some of the representatives here. We have a copy of the national magazine that we were featured on this year. And I just want to thank the whole crew, like Mr. Thomas, Mike Thomas from GAWP says, we're out in the rain and the hot and the cold, trying to deliver expert utility services for the citizens of Fulton County. So I just want to thank everyone, and looking forward to an exciting 2022. Oh, my name is Roy Barnes, Deputy Director of Plant Operations and the Wastewater Collection System. Thank you.
And cover star.
And cover star.
The next proclamation is recognizing Anna Roach Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Yeah, come on. Well, I am really proud to be able to read this one. Of course, it's bittersweet that we're saying goodbye to Anna Roach, but the Atlanta Regional Commission and our region is going to be in great hands when she gets over there after her short little rest and vacation. Let me read this proclamation. Whereas Anna Roach has served as the Chief Operating Officer for Fulton County government since 2018, managing all departments within the Public Safety, Health and Human Services, and Infrastructure Services clusters. And whereas Anna is responsible for managing an aggressive customer service improvement agenda across all county functions and oversees hundreds of millions of dollars in capital expenditures. And whereas Anna joined Fulton County in 2013, serving as an assistant county manager and later serving as Fulton County's first chief strategy officer, where she developed, managed, and communicated activities to drive an inclusive strategic planning process that translated board-adopted priorities into an actionable multi-year strategic plan. And whereas Anna earned her bachelor's degree in political science, how about that, from the State University of New York, Cortland, and her Juris Doctorate from St. John's University School of Law. Quite an accomplished, talented lady. And whereas Anna is a devoted wife and mother of 4 who enjoys gardening and is a lifetime member of Zeta Phi Beta sorority. And whereas, after making a tremendous impact on Fulton County operations, Anna will leave Fulton County government to accept an appointment as the Executive Director of the Atlanta Regional Commission, where she will serve as the first woman to lead the ARC in the organization's history. Now, therefore, be it resolved, with some tears, oh, that's not in there, that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and all associated with the County Manager's Office commends the service and strategic vision exhibited by Anna Roach during her tenure with Fulton County government and express our utmost appreciation for her service as a leader, colleague, and friend, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 15, 2021, as Anna Roach Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give this lady a hand.
Well, Anna, much of what I would say is included in this proclamation, but I would say specifically that what you did, in my mind, is without parallel, and it's really on a 3-dimensional basis. It was creating a plan, recruiting what I think is the best team in local government, and then even as the AJC acknowledged, defending the investments necessary, sometimes under fire. I remind you, you're still on the payroll today when we go through the budget. And I just want to say that ability and the way that you did it with grace and intellect and always pushing all of us to be better has served citizens in ways that they'll never know. I mean, the many that come to mind that are not even listed here, but libraries that are at a world-class level, a behavioral health model that didn't exist a few years ago. We've done $1 billion in infrastructure investment, counting T-Splost and the public works area, and another $1 billion now teed up in both. So again, I don't think that we can express as a team our thanks adequately, but I'm very proud that the ARC has selected you for this position. And when I received a call from Carrie Armstrong, who was apologizing, of course, for disrupting our whole plan here, but I said, just call us back in 5 years, and that's when we're looking for the thank you. And the thank you will be that the Atlanta region, in the same way, will be impacted as Fulton County has been with your leadership. You're a colleague, a professional, and sometimes even a little sister that I never had. So I'm going to miss you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much. The ARC, the Atlanta Regional Commission, is an organization that has a very strong reputation of serving as the central planning agency for over 70 years in this region. And I could not be more proud to have the confidence of the selection committee and the board at the ARC, which includes the chairman of our county, to take the helm and serve in this role as the chief executive for that organization. I'm very proud, and could not happen at a better time when, from leadership at the federal government level, we have the opportunity to have the most significant investment in both human infrastructure, possibly, and physical infrastructure coming down to this region and across the United States. I just, quite frankly, could not be more proud. I know the chairman is probably very anxious because we've had a long time with proclamations, but I just want to close out by saying, Mr. Chairman, our statesman, thank you for being my mentor and a dear friend. Commissioner Houseman, thank you for the very unlikely but very welcome friendship over the years. I appreciate that very much. And to the rest of this board, thank you so much for having the confidence in me, letting me break things over the years and try to put them back together for the betterment of our Fulton County constituents. The last thing I'd like to say is I could not have worked with a better team. The leadership team, Alton, Pamela, Ellis, when he was here, all of the directors of Fulton County, and most importantly, our frontline employees that do the hard work that we happen to get credit for sometimes. Every greatness, everything that we've ever enjoyed in terms of accolades as a county are as a consequence of those frontline employees. So I salute you this morning and look forward to continuing to work with you in this role as executive director. And because we all need composure to make it through the rest of this meeting, I'm not gonna share a lot about my thoughts on Dick Anderson, who has served as my mentor and friend, and in the absence of my dear mother that I lost several years ago, my biggest cheerleader. Thank you, Dick, for your leadership. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And lastly, an award presented by District Attorney Willis. She don't even know.
May I ask my leadership team to come to the front?
We kept it a good secret, too. Stand right here. Right here. Commissioner. Christopher, is Latara here? Wow. Yeah, he was in on it. She's here? Okay.
Well, first of all, I want to just thank Mr. Anderson and the commissioners for allowing me to be here today. Let me say, Ms. Roach, you will be missed by the district attorney's office, And that's a real bad suit you got on, so I'm gonna have to talk to you. But you look beautiful, and their gain is definitely Fulton County's loss. But today I'm here. We had a really grand festive ceremony to celebrate excellence in Fulton County on Friday night, and there was one beautiful young lady that could not be with us, and so I wanted to make sure that we give people their flowers while they are alive. I have been the district attorney since January the 1st of 2021, and I was able to convince a very important businessman in our community, Mr. Tyler Perry, that it was time that the district attorney and the business community recognized excellence. And so we wanted to recognize excellence in law enforcement. We wanted to recognize excellence in our nonprofit. And we wanted to recognize excellence in our county partners that most people don't even know are doing great and excellent work. And so I am really excited to say I serve a county of over 1 million, but there were only 30 plus people that we decided had just been above and beyond and great. And so the district attorney's office awarded to only 5 people what we call our Platinum Service Award. The Platinum Service Award is given to Fulton County employees who go above and beyond in serving citizens to show exemplary partnership with law enforcement and making sure that we have the tools we need to fight crime. If you'll just let me tell you, this young lady, most of the time when the DA gets a call, it's because someone is in trouble, or they are angry, or they want something from us. This young lady has repeatedly called to support my office, to walk us through when we didn't know what the heck we were doing. She has shown patience, and she has just shown excellence. And for that reason, she has been awarded the Platinum Service Award in our inaugural year. This is on behalf of the district attorney and Tyler Perry. Thank you for your partnership with my office. And if I wasn't scared of Commissioner Harrell, I'd be stealing her, but she's safe. Thank you.
I'm so embarrassed. My sister, they got my sister here.
Thank you for sharing her with us.
Did you want to say anything?
Yes, please.
Yes, please say something. Oh, no. I'm so embarrassed, guys. This was unexpected. It looks like Commissioner Hall and the Madam DA here even got my sister here borrowed from the sheriff. Madam DA, thank you for this recognition. It certainly was a shock when I received the email from you. You know, we don't expect to be recognized for the work we do. We just do the work we do because it needs to be done, right? And Commissioner Hall always says the work we do is not hard work, it's hard work. And I'm happy to be able to support Commissioner Hall and supporting your office and the many other offices here in Fulton County. And I look forward to working with you further in your time here as our DA. So thank you. Thank you. This is beautiful. Thank you. No, she said these are. Okay, thank you.
On page 7, public hearings, 21-1014, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have 8 speakers. Will the first 4 speakers please come down? Jonathan Gutsy, Amy Uphughes, Candy Muldowney, and Lucia Frazier.
All right, before you begin, sir, as always, when you have 15 minutes, strike that. 15 seconds left, I would simply say 15 seconds, and that will be your clue to conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Gussy. I'm Director of Development with Soccer in the Streets. We are a sport-based youth development organization that works with about close to 1,000 kids right now across Metro Atlanta. The sport part of that comes from us providing soccer for kids in communities that wouldn't normally have it. The youth development portion of that comes from us working hard to develop the youth's social and emotional learning capacities and providing them pathways to leadership so that they can impact their communities. I'm here today to talk to you about our award-winning station soccer project, which is building mini pitches in and around MARTA stations and then connecting them via transit. The fully built-out network of 10 stations will connect 2,000 kids around the Metro Atlanta area. It's a unique public-private partnership. The founding partners were the City of Atlanta, the Atlanta United Foundation, and MARTA. Our West End location, we have 4 locations open. 7 of the ultimate 10 locations are going to be within Fulton County. Our West End location in particular is going to be the site of our pilot learning center, which is going to be a space for us to double down on our leadership curriculum and teaching leadership skills, and also a space where local community will be able to design and decide how they want to use it. I'm here today to tell you that we have $100,000 of investment ready to go with the Learning Center right now, and we're asking Fulton County to come on board and match that with another $100,000. And with my last couple seconds, I would
15
just say
seconds.
we are by far not the only organization that's doing great heart work in youth development, and in as much as you can find it to support organizations like ours, please do. The kids in the area really, really need it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amy Uphughes, and I would like to personally thank Chairman Pitts for the generous invitation to come to his office and meet and speak with us for more than 2 minutes. I greatly appreciate the time you took to listen to our many concerns that we have regarding the Fulton County elections and how they're run. And we're working on our list of suggestions to help you with election integrity. We would like to get a copy of that picture we took. You seem very sincere and willing to do the right thing to ensure voter integrity. However, the very week David Perdue filed a lawsuit, the very next week, David Perdue filed a lawsuit to inspect Fulton County ballots, and you said, and I quote, "Stay the hell out of Fulton County. My advice to him would be to concentrate on his upcoming election and leave Fulton County alone." Chairman Pitts, why would you say this? You can't just say, "Trust me, it was fair." You must trust but verify. Show us the absentee ballots. Prove there was no fraud. If Biden, Warnock, and Ossoff truly won legitimately, an audit will show that. Show us the evidence. Truthful people have nothing to hide, plain and simple. This board must support a full forensic audit of the 2020 election of the entire ballot. There is just way too many reports that indicate a very serious need for a forensic audit. And my visit here today would not be complete unless I stated my opposition to the renewing of the Happy Faces contract. Our election workers should be local stakeholders in the community where the elections are held, not a paid temp agency with a candidate on the ballot, with ties to a candidate on the ballot. For instance, at a bank, one person has keys and another has a combo to the vault, not because they think someone will steal money, but to prevent even the possibility, the temptation, or even the appearance of impropriety.
15
This is what
seconds.
Fulton County needs. Have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. We'll see you next year.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Candy Muldowney. My comment today is regarding registration and elections, number 21-1029. Happy Faces has ties to Stacey Abrams, and she has a financial interest through her Now account. Ms. Abrams will be on the gubernatorial ballot, and this is a clear conflict of interest, as well as extremely partisan. The 2 Fulton County elections workers that were fired for shredding ballots were previously Happy Faces employees. Carter Jones's report says temp employees were sloppy, poorly trained, and don't care. Happy Faces is currently named in a lawsuit for illegally processing absentee ballots by rescanning them multiple times. Why not hire seasonal workers from the community? I think you will find many who are civic-minded and willing to work in our elections. Fulton County should be given first priority as far as hiring poll workers and watchers. They already have a base of trained people who are willing to work each election cycle. I understand Liz Hausman requested an audit of Happy Faces. Has that audit been completed? Happy Faces must not be approved. It is a clear conflict of interest. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Lucia Frazier. I've learned a ton this year about how our elections are run. I appreciate you reaching out to us for recommendations. So I'm going to focus on the staffing process for today. We don't need layers of agencies between us and our elections. We really need farm to table. It's healthier, i.e. integrity, less handling, cleaner, more efficient transfer of nutrients, cheaper, and it tastes better. So the citizens will applaud you. So $7 million was already spent on Happy Faces, and they themselves hired their own agencies. So strike one, they're not even capable of doing the job they're paid for. Strike two, I know they were hiring people up until the day of, and then those people didn't even get training. And you mentioned it's hard to get workers, but I applied and I never heard. So I'll try again. And then third, conflict of interest, as you just heard. And so $7 million, I think that's more than enough for our elections department to reach out to get poll workers, register them, do payroll. The precincts can be filled first with people from the zip code of that precinct, and that will give a very high retention rate. And then you'll have less work every time to go find workers. So I and several others are already volunteering our time to be finding people. There are 28 zip codes in Fulton County about, so 100 people from each zip code would cover the 254 election day precincts. And then for early voting, you only need like 6 people from each zip code, and if you got 18, you could have 3 teams, and they only need to each work 1 week.
15 seconds.
So that's an even higher retention rate. So please do not vote for using Happy Faces. Vote for farm to table. Thank you.
The next 4 speakers, please come down. Jan Johnston, Julie Adams, Sandra Burkhart, and Maggie Goldman.
Hello, my name is Julie Adams. I, like many others, would like to see transparency in our elections. Many times this group has been asked to run our elections by pushing residents of our cities to run them. But today you are again voting on Happy Faces staffing. They have funding through Now Account or Now Corp, a Stacey Abrams company. Last time you voted on allowing $7.7 million for Happy Faces to run our elections, almost 70 citizens showed up here to speak out against that. Now Stacey Abrams is running for governor, and she will have a large hand in running our elections? I haven't heard any of the follow-up on Commissioner Hausman's request for an audit of Happy Faces, but I understand there's many temporaries that were paid late and many through their vendor TDC that still have not been paid for working in the elections. Also on the agenda is funding for our ballots that still haven't provided an invoice for our past elections. The amounts have changed since the last meeting. The amounts are based on more voters than we have, and this appeared after the elections were over. This doesn't make sense. Has anyone asked if there are any smaller invoices that have already been paid for these ballots? The State Board of Elections is doing a panel review of our elections. Governor Kemp says our audits were seriously flawed and wants that reviewed. And there are 2 active lawsuits to inspect Fulton County ballots. Chairman Pitts, everyone is asking for transparency.
15 seconds.
And it seems that no one agrees with staying the hell out of Fulton County elections. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. Thank you for your time. We've heard wonderful things about people doing great things for our water system, for our country, for our cities. But I want to challenge you as commissioners to do something about our elections. They are very important. In order to fix them, we must first admit that there has been and continues to be a problem. I live in Fulton County, and I have seen many people discouraged by what we have seen and what we have heard. I'd like to see more emphasis on recruiting people to work for the county, for our elections that are local, and not simply farming it out to another agency that is not accountable to the citizens and has nothing invested. I appreciate you doing some efforts also on the voter rolls and how disheveled they are. So I would appreciate your patience and your pursuing some solutions as commissioners. Thank you for your time.
Maggie Goldman, Johns Creek, District 1. On the Fulton County Governance page, the very first listed responsibility is establishing policies for the health and welfare of county residents. We need to focus on the welfare of residents that we may not have a legal obligation to, but certainly a moral one. A 2019 report from North Fulton Improvement Network details that 24,340 North Fulton households earn less than $35,000 annually, and an additional 36,112 households have an annual income between $35,000 and $75,000 annually. This group may be able to afford a place to live, but they might be financially vulnerable, meaning one unexpected expense could create a domino effect into homelessness. North Fulton Community Charities serves about 10,000 families per year, and they aren't even able to help with extended stay hotel funds. There's only one organization in North Fulton offering extended stay hotel funds. I'm still finding out how long they offer the funding for. There are great emergency housing programs in North Fulton, but they have a rather limited capacity compared to the demonstrated need. It can take many months for any openings to become available. I recently learned of a single mother and child living in an extended stay hotel who said she'd been living there for months waiting for an opening at the programs in North Fulton. We promote the emergency housing programs, but what do we say to the families that are waiting months, hoping for slots to open up? There are no emergency day-to-day shelters in North Fulton and limited affordable housing. Sorry, but homelessness and prevention and services are only worth about a few $1 million in a $1 billion budget. I'm not expecting Fulton County to completely solve this problem, but we need to take greater initiative and really commit to forging more public-private partnerships.
Next, we'll have the Zoom speakers.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have 5 who wish to speak. The first is Bridget Thorne.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Bridget Thorne. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Pitts for taking the time to have a two-way conversation with me. I really appreciate that. My main concern in that meeting was that our community is not involved in crucial aspects of counting and handling our elections. I saw firsthand the sloppiness of the handling of the early voting ballots from State Farm Arena by temp workers in the warehouse before the November 2020 election. We threw away ballots because we could not tell if they were real or text. Our elections should not rely on happy faces. Barron said he didn't know who they hire or how they hire. We need to know. Free and fair elections are the foundation of our democracy. Barron sent you an email with a USA Today fact check that Stacey Abrams doesn't own happy faces. Well, she doesn't, but she has a financial relationship through her company Now account. Now account is designed to pay companies quickly and take 3% on a $7.7 million contract that is more than $230,000. This financial relationship, whether past or present, is a direct conflict of interest. This erodes the trust in our election process. It appears Fulton County is addicted to happy faces. Time to wean them off. With an annual budget of $7.7 million, Fulton Elections needs to hire an in-house human resource person that works directly with the elections trainer to run our elections. It'll probably be much cheaper in the long run. You'd have better trained employees, employees that care, and a better retention rate. Most of all, we would have better run elections. So cut the strings, no more happy faces.
15 seconds.
And I hope you all have a great holiday. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Mac Rowanzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here today to speak to you again about item 21-0960 regarding the payment of absentee ballots from the most recent municipal elections. To summarize, there's been no progress on this item in terms of transparency and legitimacy. The only thing that changed with this item is the dollar amount. So how did one know to change the amount from $89,000 to $64,000? Because there is no invoice. The supporting document is the same estimate riddled with errors from our last meeting. Where is the actual invoice? Lastly, in the agenda, it asks for the ability to renew this item up to 2 times. So does this mean that we're actually talking about over $190,000? There should be no renewals. It should be a simple one-time payment if services have already been rendered. This item should not be voted on today or approved until sufficient information is provided and complete clarity is provided. I still have the same question. Where is the invoice? And second item, as it relates to 21-1029 for the renewal of happy faces, for the sake of time, I can just tell you from my personal experience, I have a long list of issues. This organization is deficient and is proven consistently that it's not competent. And so we no longer need to do business with happy faces. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and special greetings to you citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. About the Commission on Elder Affairs, somebody owes somebody some answers. Why can't new members of the Commission on Elder Affairs be given an information binder that contains at least mission statement, bylaws, minutes, and a list of the committees? Why did Senior Affairs Administrators not inform Commission on Elder Affairs members about Commissioner Rob Pitt's supper with seniors before there were only 14 vacant seats left for that event? Why didn't the Council on Aging Executive Director take a Zoom minute to say goodbye? And why didn't the new Council on Aging Executive Director take a Zoom minute to say hello? Why are Council on Aging board seats being kept vacant? Why no accreditation for Fulton County senior multi-purpose facilities as in DeKalb County? Why is it that only 15 people in the whole county are given motivation to attend Commission on Elder Affairs meetings once a month? Somebody owes somebody some answers. So if we must play 20 questions in 2022, let's play.
The next person to speak is Nia Corsten.
Good morning, Commissioners. On December 31st of this year, the Happy Faces contract is scheduled to expire. Considering a long list of evidence discrediting their qualifications, the question begging to be answered is, why is the Fulton County Board of Commissioners voting to renew their contract? Here are just a few examples of their proven incompetence. The Carter-Jones report found that Happy Faces temp workers, quote, were sloppy, poorly trained, poorly motivated, possessed little care in the work they were performing, and that Fulton County should stop relying on them to run their elections. 2 recently fired Fulton County employees were formerly employed by Happy Faces for illegal shredding voter registration files, a clear example and/or violation that should automatically eliminate them from any further consideration. Fulton County has no idea or if Happy Face vets their prospective employees. Many of you know or should at least know who Ruby Freeman is, the most infamous Happy Faces employee. There is a clear video evidence of her and others pulling ballots from under the skirted table, scanning and rescanning the very same ballots. A financial audit and report of Happy Faces is currently being conducted. Where is that audit? Why is their contract being renewed without the completion of the report and discussion of their performance? Operating at more than a 200% budget overage can no longer be endorsed. Furthermore, Happy Faces is unable to even source our elections within their own agency. They rely on outsourcing to TDC, furthering a lack of SOP in training, compliance, and transparency. Finally, and most poignant, Now Account finances Happy Faces. By merely conducting a UCC search on the Secretary of State site, Now Account is listed as a primary securing party. Stacey Abrams owns 16% of that company. With her on the ballot, this presents a direct conflict of interest. It is imperative that Fulton County hire citizens within their communities to run their own precinct elections. Stop kicking the can to an unreliable, underqualified, out-of-county company to run our elections. I implore you to do the right thing and not renew Happy Faces contracts. Thank you for your time and Merry Christmas.
The next person to speak is Sheila Louder. Sheila Louder, you have permission to speak.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My concern today is the budget that was presented at the commission meeting. I'd like to know, why is it that there will not be an open public forum for citizens to inquire about the proposed budget? There are enormous salary increases and concerns about the budget, and I'd like to see something done about an open forum being presented for citizens to ask questions. Second, I'd like to know, why is there no oversight committee for the Fulton County Jail and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office? Thank you for all that you have done for us as commissioners, but there are grave issues that are still unanswered and need to be addressed as you move forward into 2022. Thank you.
And this concludes our Zoom public comment.
We have 7 email comments. The first is from the mayor of City of College Park, Bianca Motley Broom. It is in regards to action item 21-1055, proposed ground lease agreement between Fulton County and Pro Player Holdings, LLC, for the purpose of leasing approximately 19 acres of real estate at Camp Truett. Dear Chairman Pitts and Commissioners, the City of College Park has enjoyed a strong relationship with Fulton County over the years. We appreciate the efforts of the county to work in partnership with our city as we continue to build the community we deserve. Development of Camp Truett, which is owned by Fulton County but sits within the city of College Park, is an opportunity to extend this partnership and continue fruitful discussions regarding the growth of our city. To date, however, a formal presentation about the proposed Pro Player Holdings LLC project at Camp Truett has not been presented to our City Council or the residents of College Park. Therefore, I am requesting the Board of Commissioners table the discussion of this matter at their meeting tomorrow. A development of this magnitude should not go forward without input from the public. Members of our City Council have several questions about this project and its impact on the quality of life for our residents. None of their concerns regarding traffic congestion, public safety, potential environmental impacts have been addressed. To our knowledge, there have been no studies on any of these key areas, which are usually commonplace for property developments of this scope. Furthermore, our city has sustained losses in excess of $18 million due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Most of the lost revenue has been from the Georgia International Convention Center and the Gateway Center Arena at College Park. Prior to the pandemic, we hosted amateur sporting events at those venues with other options less than 2 miles away. The potential impact to the city's bottom line is troubling. In reviewing the agenda packet for tomorrow's meeting, the terms of the agreement and the scope of the project are unclear. Without certainty of these points, I would again encourage the Board of Commissioners to table discussions of this matter. On page 2, line 27, packet page 938 of the resolution, the yearly rent of the 19 acres is noted to be $27,200 per year. However, page 13, packet page 953 of the participating ground lease agreement states the annual rent is $27,200 per acre per year. Since the land in question is 19 acres, this is rather a large discrepancy. The ability for 4-H to receive less than $30,000 per year versus over $500,000 annually if this deal were to come to fruition is far from a minor detail and deserves careful consideration. The project is characterized at various points as a sports facility, medical center, technology hub, and an education center. Our community deserves an opportunity to gain a greater understanding of these vague and ambiguous descriptions of Pro Player Holdings plans. We question whether $20 million is a reasonable estimate of the real cost to construct such a facility. Unfortunately, there is no construction budget attached to Exhibit B for us to examine, leaving us with additional questions and no answers. It is in the best interest of the public to do more vetting of this project. Please give our city and our residents a chance to learn more about this proposal and provide the county with College Park's input before you cast a final decision. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Bianca Motley Broom, Mayor, City of College Park. Our next comment is from LaRonda N. Marks in support of Camp Truett. I am a resident of Fulton County. The sports facility ground lease agreement at Camp Truett will bring many opportunities to the students in Fulton County and would allow students to have a place to bring opportunities that they normally would not be exposed to. As a Fulton County resident, I truly believe that bringing this facility to Fulton County would build and support our students and community tremendously. Also in support of this is Audrey Wilson. Chairman Pitts and Commissioners, greetings. I am a 20-year-plus citizen of College Park, and I am submitting this public comment in support of the land lease at Camp Truett for the purpose of an athletic facility for youth. To have such an amenity in that area would afford our youngest citizens an opportunity to develop their leadership skills, as well as experience the joys of team sports. It would be a safe haven for youth in our city and the surrounding areas. These young people are critical to our county's growth, prosperity, and quality of life. This facility would help nurture them to be a part of our future leadership. The time for you and yours is to consider this and approve the lease. Thank you. Public comment from Sheila Hamilton. Greetings, Commissioners. First, I wish to ask Commissioner Pitts why he did not allow my public comment to be read by the clerk at the last meeting. When my name was called as a Zoom speaker, I asked that my comments be read. There were 3 comments sent via email, of which mine was one of 3. The clerk stated Ms. Hamilton asked that her comment be read during the reading period of comments. Commissioner Pitts stated 30 minutes up. Let's move on. For this information, 30 minutes were not up. There was 3 minutes left for comments. My comments would have been 2 minutes. What's up with the other commissioners allowing this type of control by Commissioner Pitts? About other concerns, where is the money coming from for the huge salary increases for top-tier Fulton County employees as proposed in the last commission meeting? Arthur Ferdinand definitely should not be getting a raise since he makes $463,000 already. I say Mr. Ferdinand should share his salary with his staff since he made an appeal for them to receive a raise at the last meeting. Concerning 21-0981, the sheriff jail food contract, and 21-0955, the sheriff medical service contract for physical and mental health, I ask that these contracts meet the basic human needs for the detainees. The food at the jail has no nutritious fresh fruits, lack proteins, and 1 vegetable per day. Why do detainees eat different meals from the staff? About the mental health contract, what mental health is provided? Last check, none to be very least. Lastly, how can citizens get access to the 300 jobs in the DA's office? As a District 6 citizen for 47 years, I expect some answers for my concerns.
15 seconds.
The next comment is by George Gary regarding the animal shelter. I believe the premise Lifeline is found on is wonderful. To have a facility where abandoned or abused dogs and cats may have a second chance certainly garners my support. Unfortunately, I have heard from volunteers and employees about dysfunction at Lifeline for a while. They seem to have trouble with employee retention, and they seem to send the dogs out to unsuitable homes, and those traumatized dogs have to be brought back, and the cycle gets worse. It is my understanding that Lifeline gets funds for each dog rehomed, but they don't seem to have great success. Perhaps they are not investigating the fosters or adoptees well. Some return dogs have been euthanized even after employees suggest the dogs can be rehabilitated and or that certain dogs are not ready to leave, but the head trainer and will not seemingly accept suggestions on different techniques. I have been told that folks are fired too often for missteps rather than working with the individuals to make the situations better. I believe the facility should be made to meet certain criteria and have professional trainers involved to coach the employees and volunteers. It can't be easy dealing with all of these animals again. I thank you for your efforts. Additional comments regarding the animal shelter by Kay Stevenson. I would like to urge all commissioners to continue to support building a new state-of-the-art animal shelter for Fulton County. The arguments for why this facility is needed have been well documented and have seen strong support from county residents. The longer we wait, the more expensive the projects become. Let's start now. I would also like to urge all commissioners to continue support for Lifeline, to continue operation of Fulton County Animal Services. The improvement of these services.
Thank you. Time is up.
Yes, sir.
Next speaker. Is that it? Are there others?
Yes, sir. There were. I was finishing that one. There are 2 others. This one is in response for Marta. It is from Stella Herring. Why are you allowing Marta to take away people are able to get work in the AM, and why are they not trying to retain the bus operators that have been there since the beginning of the pandemic until now? They are offering a signing bonus of $3,000. What about the drivers that have been there? I'm pretty sure if they were pay the drivers, then they would be coming back if there are jobs left. Why is Marta also able to do whatever they want with public transportation and scheduling of the buses and trains? Marta is causing people to lose their jobs. Everyone does not have money for Uber or Lyft. The next public comment is in regards to Happy Faces. Is from Susan Ortiz Villas, and I live in Alpharetta. I'm here to encourage you to not renew your contract with Happy Faces and take a look at another county to take away some best practices for Fulton County elections. I was a poll worker in Forsyth County and recently in Fulton County. In Fulton County, it was difficult for me to get a simple poll worker job. For early voting, there is not even anything on on your website stating that one has to go through Happy Faces Personnel Agency. I found this out through word of mouth. Then I was shocked to see the 17-step process that Happy Faces requires, including uploading driver's license, resumes, references. Even after preserving through it all, I was not called. I had to call them to get the job, fill out another 13 pages, and commit to working 10 to 11-hour days, 19 days straight, except for the word of mouth again. I found out that no one could ask for fewer days. Forsyth County, on the other hand, holds meet and greets, which they invite you to after simply giving you their contract information through the website. These meets and greets get local people interested in becoming a poll worker to come out and hear what is involved and sign up right then and there. Forsyth County, through Sign Up Genius for early voting, allowed part-time and half-day work. By using their approach, you will more likely to find citizens who will set up to do the civic duty in their neighborhood without undue burdens, which through Happy Faces includes a 45-minute to 1-hour drive to the warehouse for very poor training. Fulton County had much better training for election day work, by the way, and in several different locations. You can do this without Happy Faces. Please consider taking a look at another county and how they run their elections successfully without personnel agencies. You have time to act now. And our final comment in regards to the homeless project is from Angeline Payne. What is the difference between revamp housing and the homeless project? Why does money need to be shifted and funding for housing has not been released to residents and landlords to prevent more homelessness? These concludes our email comments.
Anything else? Thank you. Continue.
Continuing on page 7, 21-1015, MARTA Quarterly Briefing.
Mr. Parker?
Good morning, Chairman Pitts. I believe there's a presentation. Good morning to the chairman and members of the Fulton County Commission. I'd like to thank the members of the MARTA board who are in attendance virtually, including our chairwoman, Rita Scott, as well as the Fulton County board members, Frida Heritage, Alpon, and Stacy Blakely. Don't believe this is there's a PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to, as we're trying to find that, I'm going to cover topics including an operational update, and then talk about our MARTA 2040 capital expansion program. As we're finding the presentation, I will move forward to our the slide that would be entitled Workforce Challenges. Like many industries, MARTA is facing workforce shortages, which are particularly difficult with our bus operators. To increase reliability and make sure that our patrons are able to access buses timely and on time, we are moving to a Saturday schedule for Monday through Friday, beginning next week on December 18th. Our team is working proactively to make sure that our customers understand the service changes. We're getting this information out at our rail stations where most of our buses stop, on our buses, and through a variety of other public information campaigns. One of the impacts that we know, and was mentioned by one of the public commenters, is our early morning service. The Saturday service does not begin as early as it does on weekdays. So we will be offering through our MARTA Connect program, something that we've used successfully, vouchers on Uber and Lyft between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. so that individuals can get from their locations to a MARTA rail station and make their connections. Not quite sure why we don't have the presentation. I apologize. Another really innovative thing that we're doing is we're moving to a pilot program where we will be defining some areas for on-demand service. This is an important piece of our service that we want to pilot. And one of the areas on the west side of Fulton County, we've defined an area largely around the the west side of our rail service. We'll be working with Commissioners Hall and Commissioner Abdu-Rahman to really define and make sure that we have a great way of interacting with the customers. This one service area will both serve Fulton County as well as the city of Atlanta. It's a partnership with Georgia Tech. We have a grant from the National Science Foundation, and this pilot program will begin in Q1 of 2022, so not too far away. Another area that I've provided updates in the past, and I want to provide an update, is our bus network redesign. We've begun public engagement early in the month of December. We've defined sort of two extreme ends of our service, one to elicit ridership, the other to elicit coverage. We're beginning a public process that will really be aimed at where MARTA service should land in between those two spectrums of ridership and coverage. We have a survey that's online at marta2040nextgenbus.com. I'm on page 6 right now, if you could just move ahead to that. So this is a timeline of our public engagement and around our bus network redesign. So we will be bringing jurisdictional briefings in the third quarter of our fiscal year once we get the feedback around the extreme ends of our service. And we look to finalize the decision, bring it to the board so that sometime over the summer or fall of 2022, we'll be making implementing these service changes. Next slide, please. Going to give an update on our 2040 capital expansion program. Next slide. We continue to make a lot of progress on our commitment to deliver bus shelters throughout our jurisdictions, including here in Fulton County. Yesterday, you would have received an email that summarizes all of the locations, but just to give you a sense of what we're doing, Fulton County will receive 50 amenities this fiscal year. 18 of them are in permitting, 22 are under design. We've installed 57 of these amenities so far, and you can see the dots where these are being installed throughout the county. And by the end of fiscal year 22, Fulton County will have received 131 amenities. So we're well underway of implementing this commitment that we've made through the 15th Amendment. Next slide. This just gives a great example of one of the new shelters that we've installed fairly recently along Route 181 in the southern part of Fulton County. We have about 55 boardings a day, so we're glad to see that both we have a great shelter, but also accessible with sidewalks. Next slide, please. Short walk from here, 5 Point Station. We are beginning efforts to design the rehabilitation of both the underground portion of the station, bring it up to a better state of presentation for our customers, as well as making some dramatic improvements that will allow us to ultimately deliver a TOD around 5 Point Station as all the private development that's happening around this area continues to get invested in. So wanted to show you some of the renderings of what we're thinking about. We're in the very early phases of design. We've engaged next slide, a world-renowned designer, Skidmore, Owens, and Merrill. They've done projects all over the United States, some really iconic ones, the Penn Station Gateway Center that was fairly recently opened, Union Station in Denver, just to name a few, Brightline in Miami, Florida. So we think we have a world-class designer, and we look forward to engaging you all in the improvements that we make and the design effort that we're going through around this key station. Next slide. Making a lot of good progress on advancing our BRT networks. And one of the important projects, both the Fulton County and the cities along 285 is to make sure that we are advancing the concepts to deliver a BRT system along GDOT's managed lane program. We're working to sign an intergovernmental agreement between MARTA, the Atlanta Regional Transit Link, the ATL, that the chairman sits on the board of, as well as the counties that serve, including DeKalb and Fulton County. This concept advancement and early design work is a commitment that we've made through our 15th Amendment. So the funding of the design within Fulton and DeKalb County will be done through the existing 1-cent MARTA sales tax. Gwinnett and Cobb County, as well as the ATL, will be, through this agreement, will be bringing some funds to make sure that they're paying for their fair share of the development of the station concepts within their jurisdictions. And we have also, in this agreement, defined a policy working group that will be made up of elected officials. There'll be one elected officials from each of the counties, as well as the cities along the corridor. We'll have a technical working group where we'll work with Dick's staff on appointing some people so that we have a clear technical group and make sure that we're advancing the concepts so that this project can be prepared for GDOT going into construction to build these managed lanes, and we can make sure we install transit along there as well. Next slide, please. We also know that we have some turnover of mayors and city council members, so just, we will be reaching out to our partners, our newly elected officials, to make sure that we're connecting with them and bring them up to date on many of the important projects and really that are tied to the work that this body did with the Fulton County Transit Plan. So we'll be making sure that we let the county through Dick's office know about that communications that we have, and we look forward to providing briefings on all the things that we're doing for the county. And next slide, I conclude my presentation and turn it back over to you, Chairman Pitts. Thank you.
Okay. Are there questions for Mr. Parker? Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Mr. Parker, I just want to openly take this opportunity to thank you and MARTA. You were very inclusive. I had an opportunity to fully talk with the actual shelters when you were putting them in place, and more importantly, the proactive as opposed to reactive. I did explain that I wanted as much information as I could so I could get out to my constituents. I think what happens a lot of times, especially with my constituents, they don't get the information in a timely manner. And so thank you for what I consider to be above and beyond the call of duty to make sure the information get out to the community and to let the elected officials know what you were trying to do. So I just, a lot of times we have to say, the things that we get the calls about that are not so great. But I want to take this time and this opportunity to thank you for what I've seen as a very open and inclusive relationship, especially with me in my district, in order to let my constituents know. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And, we do recognize that you and all of the elected officials here in Fulton County are really that best avenue for us to get to the citizens. So we'll continue to work with you and the rest of the commission members to make sure we do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Hausman?
Good morning.
Morning.
So you mentioned meeting with all the new elected officials, and I really agree that that's key. We've got a huge sea change in leadership in our county happening in January. We meet monthly with the mayors, and I understand that it benefits all of us for you to have individual meetings, but perhaps it would make sense to just do an overview of the transit plan to the group at one of our upcoming monthly meetings, just so that others can, hear what each of them are saying, as we've learned that that's key to us moving forward. Because we do have some big decisions to make this year, perhaps with the area funding. I have a lot of questions, and it's all about the money. I mean, we've planned till, you know, we don't need to plan anymore, really. It's just how to implement the plans. And you didn't really go into what the IIJA provides. And I know there's some other funding sources that are also under consideration. So I think it would help us to have an idea of what realistically you're seeing out there with the way of federal funding and what would be required of us to take advantage of that. I'm not necessarily expecting you to have a whole litany of answers right now, but if you have something brief.
Yeah, let me just give you some brief thoughts, and we can talk some more about this later. You know, the bottom line is that there are significantly more, about double the size of investment that the federal government intends to make on their capital improvement grant program. These are the programs for the corridor projects that are important to us, that are in your Fulton County Transit Plan. And in order to access those, the bottom line is we need local skin in the game. We need local match money. These are typically going to be funded somewhere between 50, maybe 60, 80% is the statutory limit. I don't think that we're likely going to get a lot of projects funded that high. So we, you know, as we've talked about a lot, and both publicly and, you know, one-on-one conversations, we need to continue to find those, you know, local funding sources so that we can advance these projects and leverage the federal dollars. We will be receiving additional grants. The formula grant program will be expanded, and we'll be receiving about 30% more funds, but that's largely to maintain the existing system that we have, and really isn't sizable in the way of building the important corridor projects that we have here in Fulton County and the region. So we need to continue to focus on local funding.
Well, that leads me to my next questions. It's exciting to see the partnership along the top end.
Right.
You know, we've identified that as one of our priorities as well. I'm curious, what is your timeline or estimated timeline for this piece of our puzzle?
Yeah, you know, it's the timeline will be driven by making sure that we are getting the technical design work into GDOT's hands so that when they're prepared to advertise that project, and you know, hopefully we'll have the local funding sources and be able to access the federal fundings to actually build transit within that corridor. Those projects are, you know, the whole corridor, I don't think gets built out until 2030. You know, we do have an earlier deadline on an equally important project, up 400, that we will be advancing the 30% design. And I wouldn't want to leave out, you know, the investment that we have in advancing the designs around South Fulton Parkway and Roosevelt Highway. We're advancing those as well. So we're really trying to balance the investment between North and South Fulton, and make sure that we can come up with the local funding sources to put those projects in construction.
Okay, so that's really the nexus of my question, because you know, we've got two major projects that we've been talking about for 3 years now, right? And we don't really have the funding lined up for those two projects.
Correct.
One north and one south, and the one in south is actually expanded to cover 2 corridors versus the initial 1 corridor for, you know, balance reasons, which we all agree to. But now we've got this in the mix too, and I was very pleased to hear that out of the existing penny, you can do design work. That's wonderful news, because to get anything out of the existing penny for the 400 in South Fulton operations, you know, was quite a challenge back in the day. So obviously your financial house is in good shape, or you wouldn't be able to do that. But we haven't even done design of what the other 2 projects are. So can you just speak a little bit about, you know, is this taking precedence? Is it taking resources over the other 2? How are you balancing that?
No. So we have committed, when we agreed to and executed the 15th Amendment, to make sure that we were advancing the concept and getting us to the point where we could begin the environmental clearance phase on all three of these projects. Our commitment was to do the early conceptual design work of the Fulton County Transit Master Plan. And so this is just executing that. We've staffed our department. We're leaning on consultants to do this work as well. So we're able to do that. But the real issue is making sure that we have the funds to execute the project. Now, we are going through internally our annual budget process. Our fiscal year begins July 1, and we're going to go through a process with the Board of Directors and work with the jurisdictions to see if there's any additional work that we could do to advance the aspirational projects that we have within the jurisdictions. Obviously, we need to balance that across all of the jurisdictions, including Fulton County. So we want to basically see, because we have this great opportunity with the additional funding, is there any additional monies that we can leverage to do some of these many important projects? And we're going to continue to have that conversation so that when the MARTA board approves our budget, we have a clear plan of how we can maximize the federal participation even within our existing 1 cent sales tax. I don't want anyone to walk away from that comment as saying we've got enough money to do everything we want to do. We don't, and I think you all recognize this, but this is an opportunity to let's make sure there isn't any spare change under the couch that we're not accounting for, and be aggressive and make sure that we can do things.
Right, but I do want to make sure that we acknowledge the fact that you're doing everything you can to maximize what you can do with the current penny.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
because that is a different outlook than 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
That certainly wasn't even an option or anything that was on the table. So that's very positive. And as we consider how we're going to come up with the matching money, I think that tells a good story about making a further investment with MARTA. So I think we need to all acknowledge that the financial house is in really good shape at MARTA. And so that puts us in a position to be able to talk about these major projects. But that being said, where are we, for example, with 400? I know that the contractor wasn't approved to do the managed lanes, so there's some not stalling, but regrouping perhaps would be a better word. Can you give us any information on what's happening there?
Off the top of my head, I don't know that, I know GDOT is intending on re-advertising that project. They're kind of repackaging it. And the commitment that I've made to Russell and MARTA has made to GDOT is let's get the 30% design of the elements of the corridor that are, within the right-of-way, the inline stations as we call them, and, the access to those inline stations done, so that if there is an opportunity to have the funding to advance the project, he can put that into the contractor's packages and advance it, which would be the best way, as we've all talked about seemingly endlessly, trying to advance that project. So Manjeet and his team are working on getting those designs done. We'll obviously building off of the work that we've done with Fulton County and the cities along that corridor, and we'll continue to review that with Fulton County elected officials and staff as well as the cities.
Yeah, again, I'll let some other people talk, but again, I think for the benefit of the public, the original plan virtually was 10 years of construction.
Right.
Do the managed lanes and then come back later when we thought we might have some money to do the BRT component. So while, this hiccup, if you will, is not ideal, maybe it will shorten the pain in the construction timeline if they can be done, together.
That's the hope.
So that's what I'm hearing you say
Yes.
that you're all working towards.
We're going to be prepared to do that. And, we're still committed to working with the county and the cities to to come up definitively with the funding sources to actually build that, as well as the state.
All right, well, and this is my final comment. I know the last time you were here, when we didn't know if a bill was going to pass or
Right.
what sort of options there might be or opportunities, we talked about what some options would be for us to come up with local match. And I hope you're working with our staff to try and determine, you know, A, B, and C options. You know, the one to
We
go
are.
back to the voters is not the first choice of a lot of folks. And you know that. So are y'all working on,
Yes,
you know,
and
those
we're
scenarios?
gonna, you know, we're gonna continue to work on that collaboratively between the ATL, MARTA, the cities in the corridor, as well as Fulton County staff, Dick and his staff. And, you know, we now have a advocate at the ARC for this project, or we will in the middle of February, so we'll be leaning heavy on that relationship as well.
Well, you know, you mentioned a lot of players here, and we all have to work together, we know that. But
Absolutely.
ultimately, the funding comes from this body. So we
Yes.
have to figure that out.
Yes.
So while we want to get everybody on the same page, we have to figure out how we're going to come up with a match right here. So just want to make sure you are aware of that piece.
Yes,
All
thank you
right,
for
thank
saying
you.
that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hausman. Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Parker, I certainly don't want to be trying to tell you all what to do. Appreciate all the hard work that you guys have been doing. I know we're going through some similar issues now with employee retention and things like that, but it sounds like I heard some good options that may be available for
Yes.
you all today in regards to addressing some of the absenteeism issues and making some of that money available for those people that have been around, not just for new hires. And so we're looking at doing something similar even with our COLA and may have to reevaluate what we were offering on our COLA. So not trying to tell you what to do, but sounds like I heard some good ideas this morning.
Yeah, you know, the comments or the comment that you're referencing, you know, we have a shortage of bus operators, as I talked about. We need to have a hiring bonus. We've implemented that. We have, I believe we've been very fair, I'm not going to say generous, but fair with our employees around bonuses around those working during COVID, and we paid substantial amount of money, as Fulton County has, and we're going to continue to do those things. You know, employee retention is key for government bodies as well as private businesses, and we've got to work hard to retain our important employees, but also attract them. You know, the good news is right now we have about 400 bus operators, potential hires in the pipeline. We've been working hard to build that, and so this Saturday service hopefully won't go too long, and we'll be able to restore the service that we know our customers deserve.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for always thinking of the community and having a commitment to serve. Your civic engagement level is just outstanding, so I want to commend you on that. You know, we have worked together for some years, starting back with Commissioner Garner and moving forward since I have been commissioner, and I've asked for so much from you, from trash receptacles to lighting and security, and you have met all those needs, and I want to commend you on that. I am looking forward to the 5-point station platform rehabilitation and transformation design and the bus stop amenities and everything. So I just want to congratulate you on all the hard work that you've done successfully, and I'm looking forward to the future hard work that I know you will get done successfully as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just, I want to go back and maybe you can help sort of put a little bit more in layman's terms around these additional federal funding. And this is kind of what I heard you say, right? And I just want to see if I'm accurate in portraying this. Direct funding without any match, really the only thing in this infrastructure package that's going to come to transit systems is basically just to allow them to continue to operate.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So level set that. any level of expansion, new stuff, in order for any of the funds to come out of that, you're saying local governments are going to have to come up with probably in excess of 50% match.
50%'s the high number. So I was probably kind of, the federal government will probably at a low number give us a 50% match.
Right.
And on the best project in the country, and I don't want to say we have the best project in the country, we could get an 80% of the federal government paying for that project. So,
Okay,
so
somewhere
20,
between
20
and 50.
20-50.
Right, but it's,
We're thinking in the 60% range is what the
Okay.
federal would match, 40% coming from the
Okay.
local share.
So the reality of transit expansion is going to be involved, probably coming up with a fairly significant source of matching funds that does not exist. So, I mean, that's just sort of the level setting thing that the general public needs to understand. To contrast that, and you may not know the answer to this, but for other types of infrastructure investments, roads, whatever, whatnot, that local match requirement generally is significantly lower.
20%.
20%.
Is the typical, federal highway program is
Right,
typically
it's
a
20%.
20%.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Commissioner Morris.
Just a quick question, Mr. Parker, whether you can give us and the public any kind of update on when the Beltline transit might occur and where we stand with that project.
Yeah, we are advancing into design, what we're calling the streetcar extension east. That would extend the streetcar to the Beltline and then onto the Beltline up to Ponce City Market. That project, I believe, we're in 30% design now. We have funding for that project. We're actually going to do that as a locally funded project. We're worried that it just wouldn't be as competitive as other projects we have. So that is, well underway, and I think off the top of my head about a 2026 timeframe. We'll get you the exact date. And then we're just completing a study that looks at, if you think of the northeast quadrant of the Beltline, I know you're very familiar with it, going from Ponce City Market up to Lindbergh, and then from where Krog Market is down to Bill Kennedy Way. We've done a study to really look at the technical impacts of that. We're kind of digesting it. We want to sit down with the new mayor, and we just had a meeting with the Beltline staff yesterday about this and really trying to wrap our arms around some real technical challenges just to make sure that the Beltline can connect to our rail system, because building transit just on the Beltline and not connecting to heavy rail is not, I don't believe, a worthy investment, so.
Right. Well, thank you. And I think most folks are on the same page. It doesn't do any good to just have a couple of miles back and forth around part of the arc. But the concept of the spokes, the streetcar spokes that will connect up with the MARTA stations has been one of the really the exciting aspects of this thing, and where people can get somewhere other than that.
Right.
In those quadrants.
One of those spokes in the long run will be the Campbellton Road corridor, and that is a project we're probably in the first half of FY22 going to get into the federal pipeline to get federal funding for that project. So, we are, that's one of the City of Atlanta projects, and we're advancing that.
Thank you. Other comments at this time? Other questions? Any other questions for Mr. Parker? If not, so this morning, Mr. Parker, I, along with the manager, had a conversation with Cobb County Commission Chair Cupid. There were representatives on the line from Cherokee and 2 or 3 other counties regarding the top end in particular, and that signing that I will have to be a signer of that document. But I have to get permission from this body first in order to do so, but I'm looking forward to it in the spirit of cooperation. So, Mr. Manager, you want to
Yes, sir, and we will we'll prepare an agenda item for the next meeting that will give you that authority. And obviously, from this conversation, there's agreement and support for that. The other thing that worth mentioning, kind of going back to Commissioner Ellis's question around funding, it does appear from being at a Greta board meeting this week that there is substantial opportunity, though, nonetheless, with these funds. I mean, that is an example. For both transit and federal highways, it ranges from 30 to 50% more funding over the next several years with no local match. So there are additional funds coming, even though it may be operational in nature, that's still going to enhance what the state of Georgia can do. And then the second piece that I thought was very interesting, kind of goes to the opportunity, is that they showed us the ranking of Georgia in receiving highway funds, transit funds, and then what they call competitive funds, meaning ones that you have to go and make a proposal to the government, have the local match, and compete with others. And in federal highway funds, we get the 8th highest in the nation because it's determined by population. We're the 8th largest state, so it follows. In transit funds, we get the 12th highest because of the size of our transit system. And in competitive funds, we're 35th. So our good friend sitting next to me, I told her that is one goal, if nothing else, is to get our game up where on a competitive basis, our plans are more compelling, because I think you said that, Jeff. And then certainly we've got to solve this issue on the other side, which is how is the local match funded? The last thing I would say that Jeff didn't mention that I think is an opportunity that the public should be aware of, and that is as GDOT rebids some of these projects, and we'll see what the market responds with, but one interesting idea is to include the transit component in the bid. So if that were to occur, the funding mechanism then is vis-a-vis the pricing of the managed lanes and the tolling of those lanes, because that's what compensates the provider for the overall development of the lanes, which would now include not only transit stations, but could include transit operations. So there's, I think, a lot of new elements, I guess, in the environment. But I think Jeff is absolutely right. It will take us all working together to figure this out, and it's not a simple equation. But I mean, I'm more encouraged than I have ever been as it relates to this.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any other questions? None. All right, thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you,
and your
Chairman.
board members.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Likewise. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 7, County Manager's renewal items under Open and Responsible Government. 21-1016, Finance, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide health care benefit consulting services.
Any questions or comments here? If not, there's motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, a second by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 21-1017, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide cleaning services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 21-1018, Behavioral Health and Development Disabilities, request approval to renew existing contract for the provision of adult behavioral health services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by, excuse me, Vice Chair Hall. Vice Chair Hall has a question.
Hello. Good morning. I'm going directly to your, it's titled Contractors Performance Report, Professional Services. And when I was reading this, I noticed that some of the scoring is low. number twos. And even some of the scoring that is higher than a 2 has some things that are a little bit concerning. And I just want to speak with you and hear from you on, are these things being resolved? Number 1 was the quality of goods, services. It has a 2. And what I highlighted was that you stated there was an instability on the MMC teams. And I'm just for the purposes of the viewing and listening audience who may not know the acronym, that's the, isn't that the mental health side of the organization?
Yes, Commissioner Hall, Latrina Foster, Director of the Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health. MMC represents the Misdemeanor Mental Health Court.
Yes, and you stated that there's instability on the MMC team's part has led to key programmatic services not being offered. The court provided training to 2 team members in order for thinking for a change to be offered as a part of group service. However, once one trained staff member left, the vacancy resulted in the team having a void in a clinician position, as well as the team unable to implement thinking for a change. Has that situation been resolved? Because I know everyone is having hiring issues. And can you speak to that situation?
Yes, Commissioner. So in response to that, the struggle in that particular area is that once someone is trained, we have to wait until the state opens up an additional training for someone else to be trained. We do have the staff in place. We are vacant 1 position. However, I just met with Judge Kirk yesterday and Judge Porter. They feel like the team is very cohesive, working well together, and we are able to move forward with the programmatic deliverables that meet the standards for MMC.
Thank you. And then even on timeliness of performance, you gave them a 4, but there's one thing that stuck out to me, and it said, thus far, 1,569 unique clients were served in the core outpatient behavioral health program, and it's unlikely that the 3,000 benchmark will be met by the end of year. And that stuck out because they're like halfway there, and we are already in December, so we know for certain that they're not going to meet that 3,000 benchmark. But how can or how will that be addressed for next year?
So the 3,000 benchmark, just realized that that is an aspirational goal that we set for this provider. Our overall RFP called for us to serve 3,000 unique individuals throughout Fulton County. However, when we actually selected a provider, we selected 2 providers. Therefore, it should have been 1,500 per provider. However, we still set an aspirational goal for our adult provider to serve 3,000 individuals and an aspirational goal for our child and adolescent provider to serve 2,000. So with that said, they have done an excellent job with providing services to the 1,500 unique providers by the end of the 3rd quarter. They will not meet the 3,000 benchmark. However, we look at the total visits, they are able to retain the 1,500 that they are serving on a daily basis. So we do work on corrective action plans, marketing to see how we can get more individuals through our front door by offering open access to our services where no appointment is needed.
And are we actually working with those other organizations out across Fulton County that have clientele that would need this type of service?
So we do meet with other community providers, those that are in need of behavioral health services. So for instance, say if there's a provider that offers transitional housing, they feel like they need behavioral health supports, we try to coordinate with those entities to let them know where our services are located. And we try to also implement a seamless referral process for those agencies to be able to get the individuals they serve through our front door.
Great, thank you. And just a couple other items. You gave them a 4 on customer satisfaction, but it says it is highly recommended that customer satisfaction surveys are migrated to an electronic version to increase the opportunity for honest feedback from the clients across all programs and to ensure opportunities for transparency. Has that been worked on?
So we are working on a corrective action plan to transition to electronic customer satisfaction surveys. Currently, however, we are still in the process where they make the phone call to complete the survey with individuals.
Okay, what's hindering you and this organization from being able to do that?
It's just setting up a system where we can automatically generate an email to the individual that received the service. So just working with their IT department to see how we can make that a smooth transition.
Oh, that's good, okay. And then you gave them a 2 on contractors' key personnel. And I know, like I said, we have this great, what they call the Great Resignation, and we have a lot of hiring issues across the United States. It's not just this organization or Fulton County. And you said that that the agency held a successful hiring event during the 3rd quarter within Fulton County and has made concerted efforts toward improving their recruitment and retention process. And you went on to say the organization has been unable to staff a psychiatrist at the North Fulton Service Center and has resulted in clients assessing psychiatrist services outside of their service area and a high no-show rate. You even mentioned the DUI team and the MMC team continue to experience issues due to staffing shortages. And due to those staffing patterns, mainly the certified addiction counselor staff was unable to provide groups as requested by the courts. And so my first thought was, is there an opportunity to work with WorkSource Fulton maybe to help? Because they do a great job of, doing hiring events and reaching out to the community, and they have the mobile units and everything. So have we worked with them on this?
We have not worked with them on this particular project. However, I will say, for one, I am a hard scorer. 2, they did make a concerted effort during the 3rd quarter. They hired a new HR director who has developed an action plan focused on Fulton County. I think where the area of struggle was when they would recruit new staff, the staff had to drive to Macon for orientation. So if I apply for a position, and I'm assuming I'm applying for a position in Fulton County, and then I'm told I have to drive to Macon, that may cause me a little pause.
Yes, I agree with that. Well, thank you so much for your responses, and I'm good with this.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, the motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1019, request approval to renew an existing contract for the provision of child, adolescent, and emerging adult services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Commissioner Hausman. Any questions?
Just one
I'm
quick
sorry,
question.
Commissioner Ellis.
Hey, Ms. Foster, thanks for the update on the other and all the detail. Similar sort of question on this, really maybe not a question, but just if you've got some insight, that's fine. If not, I just hope it's something that, just wanted to go on record that we monitor. Certainly staffing in this space, is always going to be challenging, and, it's especially challenging right now. And I was really glad to hear kind of what you talked about with River Edge, and I think maybe some of those staffing challenges may hit them earlier than Chris 180, but are they starting to see some of the same stuff, and are we putting some processes in place to monitor that?
So Chris 180 has made many changes on the leadership level, which has not directly impacted us because they have replaced some of their key personnel. However, they have made a complete structural change when it comes to their leadership, executive leadership. When it comes to the clinicians and psychiatrists and nurses that provide the services on our behalf, we are not seeing an impact. They are having some of the same challenges as other agencies with recruitment and retention. However, they have come up with a strategic plan on offering sign-on bonuses. They're offering retention bonuses. So they are taking immediate action to ensure that they're able to successfully recruit and retain the staff that they currently have.
Okay, thanks for that background. I just, I think this issue that we're talking about here is probably, the most critical piece for us being able to deliver services. I mean, we know the challenges, we go back in our own history, right, with staffing. And so I'm glad to hear that, you're asking those questions, and then our vendors are also kind of routinely going through this process and, continue to revisit it. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1020, Public Works. Request approval to renew existing contracts to provide standby miscellaneous construction services.
Our motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Any questions? None, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, under Justice and Safety, 21-1021, County Manager requests approval to renew existing contract to provide technical consultant services for the Court Backlog Project.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Question from the gentleman from the first, Commissioner Ellis. Second, sorry. I sit corrected. I stand.
Just a quick question. The source of funding for this contract, are we using ARPA funds for this? Okay, thanks.
All right, the question has been answered. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1022, Emergency Management requests approval to renew existing contracts to provide animal control services.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, a second by Vice Chair Hall. Question from the lady from the first.
Well, how nice of you to characterize it that way. We've had a lot of comment on this, and we all know how difficult this job is for any provider and how difficult it's been for us to find a no-kill provider that we currently have. And we also understand that we're in a transition period between a terrible facility and a fabulous facility. And we're going to break ground on it this week. But I think for the benefit of the public, if you could just give us an idea of what's happening here and what you're seeing, and perhaps answer a few of the questions that have been out there about lack of this, that, or the other thing with regard to this service, I think it'd be a benefit.
In specific questions I don't have in front of me, but I can assure you that Lifeline has been an incredible partner in this process. We have a save rate that's well in the mid to high 90s at this facility, which we did not have before any of the previous partners that we had at this location. It is a 1978 facility built in 1978. It could be at times a frustration to manage a no-kill process in a facility that was never built for adoptions. It was built for collecting an animal that was lost in the community. If you did not, it was euthanized at the end of the week. So I believe that they have done an incredible job of that. I look forward to seeing what the new facility will be able to provide us and what we can continue to do for the community. We are answering any open records requests that are coming through in the regard of people that want to know information about how the funding works and where the money is going, where the dollars are going. I can assure you that the company is taking a couple $100,000 loss in operating within our jurisdiction, and they're filling that through philanthropic donations. So they are giving more than what we're giving them to actually go ahead and operate this program. I believe per capita, we are actually paying a lot less than what DeKalb County is, which is currently also using Lifeline as an individual to go ahead and run their shelter in their jurisdiction. So I believe we're getting a great value with this partnership. We will be putting it out to bid next year. It'll be something that we will have to look at based on the new shelter and what the requirements are going to be. There will be a cost increase. There's no ways around that. 2 ways around that, excuse me. But the cost of actually operating and the minimum wage going up, or the minimum wage that businesses are offering, excuse me, in the metro area is becoming very difficult to go ahead and hire folks to actually perform the work in an animal shelter. So the hourly rates will go up, and of course, we'll go ahead and most likely see an increase when that new contract is put out. So just some things for the road ahead, but working into this last year, we're doing everything within our power to make it as good of an experience for the animals, as well as the people that work there and for the citizens that come to their shelter to adopt animals.
Thank you, Mr. Kalmauer, for that. And I also don't know that people really understand how this is set up in the first place, that we partner with the cities, that the formula is based on their needs, number of calls and those kind of things that are factored in. So what I'm hearing you say is that that formula is going to go under a review next year to change it based on what we've seen the last couple of years?
We'd like to look at if there's a way to do a different model of distributing the cost to the cities. So right now it's based upon a call volume. If someone, a citizen calls, it's logged in the system similar to a 911 call from a police fire department or EMS or fire service. And then from there, that is how the cost is distributed to the partners that participate in the program. We'd like to maybe look at another model with where intakes come from. So if we get more animals from one particular jurisdiction than another, we can go ahead and do an intake type of a cost distribution. We're looking at that right now to see if we have enough data to properly do that in the year 2023. And hopefully we'll be able to give you guys more updates as 2022 progresses.
All right, and I'm sure you're going to engage our animal control board in all this?
Yes, ma'am. You'll actually see them tomorrow at the groundbreaking.
All right, thank
They all
you.
have been invited.
All right.
All right, Vice Chair, the lady from the fourth.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am absolutely looking forward to tomorrow's groundbreaking ceremony. It has been a long time coming, and for this new Fulton County Animal Shelter. And I just had one question. The District 4 office has received many reports of loose dogs, and even our county manager has gotten in his car and driven the neighborhoods such as Mosley Park, Howell Station, Knight Park, Dixie Hills, and others. But are there any plans to maybe increase the field officers in their patrol?
So what we did last time when we went through this process, we put forth to all the mayors a good, better, best proposal, and a decision was made at that time to stick with the better instead of the best. The best included more animal control officers, field operation officers in the jurisdiction. The mayors at the time that were making that decision chose not to go to that level of service. So we do currently have the 18 to 19 individuals that are working there. We would love to see an increase. We think that the best model, if we're looking across the country, would have more officers. I don't have the particular number in front of me, but yes, I think it would benefit. But once again, because of the way this relationship is with the jurisdictions, ultimately they're going to have to figure out where they would like to land when it comes to the cost and the contract going forward.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Arrington from the fifth.
I'm just, I don't know, I guess worried about our overall oversight of this contract and some of the things that happen. I'm getting reports about animals being taken from Fulton County over to Lifeline and DeKalb County. I mean, and I don't know the answer, but I'm worried about our oversight with Lifeline and how they perform on the contract. And, you know, I would like to get quarterly reports.
Okay.
Marta comes and gives us quarterly reports.
No problem. We can make that happen.
Why can't Lifeline CEO come down here and give us quarterly reports?
Has never been asked, sir. We actually get quarterly reports from them. I'll be more than happy to share that with your office if you would like. And if you would like to have a verbal brief, we can do that as well.
I think the public wants to know. I think people want to know. I mean, what's going on? They want to hear from these people.
No problem.
Particularly if they got a $3.6 million contract, people want to hear from them and know exactly what's going on and be able to ask them questions.
I think they would welcome the opportunity.
Were you asking for for a representative from Lifeline, not Mr. Kalmar, correct?
Yeah, I'm asking for the CEO, just like Mr. Parker comes down here from MARTA. I don't just want a representative. I want the person in charge to come down here and
Ms. Rebecca
report.
Gwynn would love to do
One
that.
supporter.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, you'll notify her. All right. Other comments or questions? Now, the motion before us is to approve, the motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. It was seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Continuing on page 9, under Open and Responsible Government, 21-1023, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
All right, Mr. Manager, it's 12, what is that, 12:38? You have 12:38 for one, it's what?
12:40. As has become the custom, we have submitted to you the COVID-19 response update. It is very straightforward today. I'll give a few comments up front and then we'll answer any questions. The trends have turned back in the wrong direction. The cases at 123 are up 31%. The positivity rate at 4.5% is up 33%, and deaths are also gone in the wrong direction. All our cities have shown a marked increase, so all of these trends put us in the high transmission category per CDC guidelines. But because those have moved back and forth, we're not recommending any significant changes in our current posture. So we will certainly encourage masking, but not require it. New signs have been developed and will be distributed this week by Jessica Corbett, and certainly it makes a lot of sense during this flu season, as well as due to the spike with the current COVID cases. Vaccines remain the focus, now having delivered 532,000 through our own sites, 40,000 of those through mobile units. Commissioner, I want to provide you an update on the incentives. We provided $100 incentives to over 2,700 folks now. That's over $220,000, and that has, I think, set a standard for expectations and increased the demand for vaccines. The new news on that is we are going to enable an ability to provide those vaccination incentives through any outlet that we have, and I'll describe those outlets in just a moment in terms of going into 2022. So it will not just be at our fixed sites, but also mobile sites. With 640,000 folks in Fulton County, or 62% of the population having at least one shot, we certainly have more work to do in front of us. Our goal is to vaccinate about 108,000 more, which would reach 75% of the population. We have reviewed and approved internally the vaccination plans for the first quarter, and those are included in your plan, and you may want to inquire about some of those details, but fundamentally it really plays to the Board of Health strengths, emphasizing their 6 clinics where vaccinations will be available, as well as a very aggressive community outreach program that is funded by a health equity grant that the Board of Health has received. This would go all the way up to someone individually being able to schedule an appointment with a mobile unit that would go to their home. So it's kind of the ultimate, Commissioner, that you've been talking about, a manifestation of targeting underserved communities. On the Fulton County side, we will continue to partner with CORE and operate our fixed sites as we have been, but with a twist that will have it staffed by a mobile unit. So if demand does not materialize at our fixed sites, that unit can also then become mobile. So we'll have the flexibility of maintaining our fixed sites, but then going mobile if necessary. And as I've already said, all of those outlets will have access to incentives because they'll be electronic rather than card-based. We will continue with our targeted messaging, which is, again, very much customized to underserved communities. But also, you may notice that DPH is now doing broad-based advertising. I saw one on one of the NFL games last week that's very compelling. So I think both of those messaging approaches are effective. Now, at the employee level, as you know, we've been, I think, quite successful with our Vax or Test program. We have now effectively reached 80% vaccinated in the employee base. We've also used incentives effectively there. In fact, we recognized 70 employees yesterday for winning incentives during that process, as well as a few that won some grand prizes. So I think that has served us well. In addition to that, we closely monitor and have managed thus far to have only a handful of employees face employment termination, and we ensure that we communicate with them individually and they know and understand what their responsibilities are before that occurs. Ken Herman can answer any questions on that, but it's less than 1% of the workforce remains non-compliant with our requirements. ERAP has continued as we await Treasury approval. Anna was sharing with me this morning some of the communications she's been having with the DCA commissioner. He's still very positive that that $25 million will be reallocated to us from the state, and there at this point is no new news on mortgage assistance. We continue the planning for other significant COVID response related matters. The Behavioral Health Crisis Center that, of course, you're aware of. We have visited now Oak Hill with state DBH, gotten very favorable feedback from them on Oak Hill, as well as we are in the process of visiting 2 other sites, one in Gainesville, which was accomplished last week, and then one in Macon. Again, seeking input from the state as well as looking to see what others have done with these types of centers. We're fleshing out our pandemic proofing plans for the buildings, and remember that targets 50% of our employees not returning to work in offices, at least on a day-to-day basis. So this will result in a significant restructuring of our offices and major changes in office layout and use of technology, as well as the what I think will be a tremendous benefit, the movement of the tax assessor back to 141 prior. Enabling all of that work, of course, is the 2022 budget submission. I'll have some more comments on that when we get to that part of the meeting. But I want you to know, again, we very much appreciate the flexibility and the support that you've given us to allow us to have this type of COVID response plan, which I think has been quite effective. So we're here to answer, Mr. Chairman, any questions that the board does have.
All right, do y'all want to add anything to what the manager said quickly?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I know time is short. Just wanted to make sure that folks, the milestone did occur. It was a morbid milestone, but it's one that we still need to make sure everyone's aware of. Over 800,000 individuals have passed away from COVID in the United States as of yesterday. That was when that total has actually occurred. To bring that into something that we can actually wrap our minds around, 700,000 Americans have died from AIDS-related illnesses in the last 40 years. It's also higher than the total number of troops who have fallen in battle since 1900. So since the last 121 years, we have more people that have passed away from COVID than we have lost in war. Omicron is actually increased sevenfold. The county manager told you all they're seeing an increase. So last week we saw the prevalence of 0.4% within our country. This year has actually increased to, this week, has actually increased to 3% of the total amount of new cases in the United States. So that's something we'll keep our eye on, and that's something that we're actually looking very closely at what's happening in Europe. As the county manager said, we want to make sure that we get folks to understand the importance of a booster shot as well as the importance of wearing proper PPE. Boosters are now recommended for all individuals over the age of 16, and that is found in page 9 in your packet, as well as page 8 in your packet where we do the scorecard. You'll see that we're now back in the yellow for 2 categories, cases as well as hospitalization, and we'll continue to monitor those as well. A good note, and it's continuing to go up, 29% of all fully vaccinated individuals have received their booster shot within our jurisdiction, and that's going up every day. We have actually, one of our locations are completely full of all of our booster appointments for the remainder of the calendar year. We're trying to squeeze more into those locations, but they are coming to us, these individuals within the community, because they're unable to find those booster shots in the private sector, whether it be the supermarkets or the drugstores. So we are trying to go ahead and fill that void the best that we possibly can. And we've seen that increase triple in the last 2 weeks at our sites. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and pause for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm referring to page 22, the COVID positive employees, page 22. COVID positive employees. Are we testing to know if people who are positive at this point have the Delta or the Omicron variant? Because, most recently, the Georgia Department of Health identified that we do have a case that a Georgia woman tested positive for the Omicron variant. And there are just so many health organizations that are reporting in the news that vaccinated people are catching the Omicron variant faster than unvaccinated. And so can you speak to all of that, please?
So we don't do that actual particular test in-house. That's done by the State Department of Public Health at the state lab. They do take cases and they're looking at it to go ahead and determine what it is. Predominantly still is the Delta variant, but we're starting to see an increase in the Omicron variant at this time. We have used past waves to go ahead and see how things are occurring in our European countries that then go ahead and tell us what we can actually see here in the continental United States. We're seeing a 7-fold plus increase where Denmark in some locations every day is seeing exponential increases among individuals that are becoming infected with Omicron. So I know that at least in the state of Georgia, they're paying close attention to that, as well as the CDC, which is also tracking that and sharing that information as well. And we'll continue to inform you all as best we know.
The current test kits that we use do detect Omicron, so it's just, they check it at the labs, but there's no change. So it is available to be checked.
It is available, okay. And there was, I can't remember which country it was, but there was a report that there has been the first death of an individual who had the Omicron variant. And are we keeping track of that as well?
The fatalities, we have not heard of any in the state of Georgia that is due to the Omicron variant. We actually did have the youngest patient that passed away, an infant in the state of Georgia in the last couple of days, and that information has been shared by the State Department of Public Health. We work closely with our medical examiner's office. They do take swabs for unidentified situations, or if they do know that individual was COVID positive and they pass that on for additional processing. When we get that information, we definitely report that.
Thank you.
The early data does say the best way for protection against Omicron is to get the booster. Both Pfizer and Moderna have said that it does add protection, so we need to promote the booster.
Yes, I'm glad you said that because I keep reading that even if you've had the 2 shots that your protection has declined, and so you need the booster to try to boost that back up, but it's still not at 100%. Is that correct?
No, you're absolutely right. If you're 6 months past your second dose in either Pfizer or Moderna, you need to go back and get a booster shot. If you're Johnson & Johnson, if it's 2 months after your first shot, you need to go ahead and get your second booster shot as well. So once again, 6 months for Pfizer and Moderna, 2 months for Johnson & Johnson. Please take advantage. Please get a booster before we get into the winter months to go ahead and increase your immunity is the message we would like for you all to amplify for us.
Thank you. And I heard our county manager mention that we do need to wear our masks. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. County Manager, thank you again. The incentives, especially the $100 incentives, are working as I'm going in the community to HOA meetings, community meetings. The first thing they talk about is the incentive. So I do appreciate that, and I do feel the concerted effort to reach communities of color. And so I wanted to go on record thanking you all for that because I do see the results of it. I do see the communities getting more trust. I see the communities listening more to us, even with this new variant. I have explained to them that if you have gotten the vaccination and you've gotten the booster, if you actually get it, the chances of you dying or getting very ill are low. And I think they don't know that. I think maybe if there's an area that we may need to work more on is letting them know, hey, if you've got it, I'd rather for you to have it than not have it, because the studies do show that if you contract it, there's the chance that the effects of it will be milder. And I think that's where we may need to have more information out. Also, I wanted to commend you all on the evening I'm getting very good response from the community, those that are having to work, those that have other responsibilities, and now we're having evening hours. So I really do commend you all for that, because these are ways that we have to think outside of the box and make sure we get to communities of color. Now, the only thing that I would like to know at this point, what can we do collectively to have those parking lots of cars that DeKalb County seems to have every time they give out their $100 cars? I don't know if we've got more locations, maybe we can't get those parking lots, but every time they have those parking lots of cars when they are giving out cards, I get it screenshot to me, Commissioner, we should be doing more, because look at DeKalb County. They've got all these cars for miles and miles waiting. So I try to manage the expectation, because I say we are all around as opposed to one location. So that is the difference. So I just wanted to kind of go on record saying, yeah, we've gotten better. Yes, I appreciate the great work that you all are doing. Anytime I come to you with questions or concerns, I always want to equally come to you when you're doing a good job, and you are doing a good job, and I want you to know that. But I'm just wondering, can we get those parking lots that DeKalb County has, or is it unfair to assume that because we're doing it everywhere instead of one time, maybe that's why it's not being perceived?
I mean, I think that is, you've answered your own question. And in fact, there was an article in this week's paper about DeKalb. And the net, though, is we have more citizens vaccinated than they do as a percent. So always keep that in mind.
Okay, I thought so.
But you just answered your own question. Okay. We have done it, and we thought about doing a mega event. In fact, thought of doing it across all counties. That becomes a huge logistical challenge, and we haven't taken that on yet, but I think that's still out there potentially. But I've thought the same thing.
Yeah, I think I guess what I wanted to openly say that I've been saying to people that's been calling my office is what you're seeing is one mega event instead of all of the mobile and all of the locations we have. So it doesn't look as big, but we're doing more vaccinations. So I'm glad to see that I'm giving the correct information.
And the other thing, Commissioner, if you think about it, we had the mother of all mega events, which was Mercedes-Benz Stadium, when we were doing 10,000 a day.
Exactly.
So to some degree, it's just two different approaches.
Okay.
Two things. We're going to continue the evening hours through the first quarter, at least.
Thank you.
At all locations. And then secondly, in the last mega event they had, they incentivized boosters, which people are getting boosters anyway. So that's why their parking lots were so full in the last picture. So compared to what we do, we're incentivizing first and second doses, because that's really where you're going to make a difference right now.
Thank you.
If I may, one other thing, December 23rd is actually a state holiday, so the Board of Health will not be operating the fixed sites. What we're doing is pulling our mobile units into those locations so we can still offer vaccinations and boosters. So we will still operate even though the state offices will be closed that day, and our Board of Health partners will be observing a holiday on their side of the house. So just want to make sure that everyone's aware that we will still be making sure there are vaccines available, for our citizens.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just one question on the booster stuff, and I think we talked about this last time. It's going in state databases, right? But we don't have any idea about.
Page 10 in your packet, sir. On the bottom right-hand side, you'll see a 29% mark. That's the 29% of the people that have been.
What page is that on?
Page 10 in your packet, sir. It has a Fulton County cut out in the middle with two blue boxes on either side of the document, sir.
Okay.
The bottom right-hand corner. You'll see 29%.
Are they giving us demographic data with that, or is it just sort of percentage data? I mean, or age data, I guess I should say.
It's more broad data. We're still trying to get additional. It was a eureka moment for us when we were able to go ahead and start capturing that. We'll continue to go ahead and ask for additional support and documentation.
I guess compared to kind of our proportion, does it look like more people are going, I mean, relative to the people that came and got first and second doses at our facilities, does it look like proportionally more people are going sort of elsewhere to get second doses, and are we doing sort of a similar type level, if you will? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So the private sector has taken up a little bit of the slack, so with first and second doses, but now the private sector is full, and so we're starting to see more of it come our way, so.
So they were doing more, now it's floating back. Okay, gotcha.
And the pediatric data gets updated every 6 weeks, so I would assume by the next BOC meeting, we'll be able to include pediatric data in your all's presentation or your all's packet.
But this, I guess on this 29%, I mean, it's still the first group that was, we're still sort of in that first, second, I guess we're hitting that mark where the third, fourth, you know, kind of everybody's eligible now, right? But this original batch probably still heavily weighted towards over 60, over 65.
It'll be the medical community, the first responders, the people in the 55 and older category, 65, then quickly we went to the 55 plus. And you'll start seeing in December, January, the other eligible population will be coming in and taking advantage of it.
All right, thanks.
All right, other comments? All right, Mr. Adams? Is that right? I'm sorry, did I skip? We didn't skip Madam ARC.
You want to jump right into?
Mr. Adams will take over for the ORCA update, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. If we can go to page, I'm not sure what page it would be. 27, please. Great, thank you. Next page, please. So the goal today is to give you a very quick update on the status of Project Orca, and really focus on the new things, which is really the what we're pleased to announce is the tracking and reporting that will be actually it's live now, I believe, that talks to the status of where we are and will be used as an ongoing way of tracking and reporting our progress. The next page. It's just a quick reminder of what this project is and how we've defined it moving forward. As you may remember, we had defined December 6th as the official starting point for the actual execution phase of this project. The previous 5 months has been a ramp-up phase where we have hired individuals, refurbished courtrooms, deployed technology and the like, but the official date in terms of when we start counting the progress towards the backlog for a number of purposes, was December 6th. The next slide is a quick update on our hiring progress. We are at 206 of the 318. As I mentioned in the last update, we are going to continue to morph a bit as we hire people and lose people. If you take into account or take out of the numbers the marshal and the sheriff, we are at 86% of the targeted hires that we wanted to have when we kicked off this project. Pleased to announce that the marshal, in fact, has gotten a number of applications. She sent me a note yesterday saying that they have 8 individuals who they're in the process of interviewing and hiring, ideally. In the case of the sheriff, as I mentioned the last time, what we are seeing is a microcosm of what's happening in his department, all sheriff's departments. And we are working on a comprehensive approach to attracting and retaining Fulton County deputies, and we'll be coming back to you with the sheriff with that recommendation in early January. Next page, please. This is a screenshot of the tracking progress, or the screenshot of the actual format that is live as we speak. And this represents the overall case count that is the official number of cases that we are addressing as part of Project Orca and using ARPA funds for. As you may remember, in early May, we presented the expected or projected number at 207,000 cases. The difference between that 207 and the 149,000 today is a combination of things, but primarily it's driven by the fact that the agencies have been working through this process and have disposed of more cases that have been added, particularly in the magistrate court area. And so today, our official number is 149,000, which is the left-hand box. That was as of December 6th, which was the official date. Since that date, we've disposed of 2,100 cases, or 2,103 cases, which leaves us approximately 147,000 cases to go as part of Project Orca. So in addition to this overall chart, we actually have divided it into 5 big components, or big buckets, so to speak, this 149,000. That reflects the way the system works. So for example, as you'll see on the next page, we have a measure for Superior Court. This represents a number of cases that in fact that are part of the Superior Court bucket. And it shows here again on the left-hand side, the number of disposed cases and the remaining cases. Now, in addition to Superior Court, we have the District Attorney, we have State Court, we have the Solicitor, and we have Magistrate Court. And as the DA indicts cases, they will move to the Superior Court, right? And then the Superior Court will dispose of those, and you'll see those numbers change throughout the system on a regular basis. So on the next slide, for example, we have the District Attorney. So today, the District Attorney has 16,000 cases that she is in the process of indicting or disposing in some other way. The next slide shows State Court. It shows the number of cases that State Court has in their bucket. And the next slide shows the Solicitor. And so the Solicitor, as he either dismisses cases or charges cases, those will then move to State Court for the judges to in fact hear. And then finally, the last slide shows Magistrate Court, 39,000 cases. In the case of Magistrate Court, over the last week, they've disposed of some 1,300 cases with 38,000 to go. So this is the overall, as well as the agency by agency dashboards that will be available to the public as of today. The other remaining dashboards are twofold. One is we will in fact have judge-level data when I provide my update in the recess meeting in January, and we will be going live with that information at that point in time. We're in the process of vetting some of the details and making sure everything is ticked and tied. The other thing we'll be showing is other sort of performance data for the judges, clearance rates, for example, for both State Court and for Superior Court beginning in January. Next slide, please. In addition to adding capacity and gearing up our resources, the courts are also working on a number of process enhancements. This is just a couple. This is just a handful of examples. But the point is that in addition to adding capacity, we continue to be focused on improving our processes so that we in fact have faster and more efficient throughput. So for example, we will continue to leverage technology for virtual jury selection for Superior and State courts. In a discussion yesterday, Judge Brasher indicated that we continue to be, as far as he knows, the only court system in the state that's using Zoom technology for jury selection as part of the way to kind of reopen the court system. We'll continue to work to use different ways of triaging our cases. And simply what that means is we're going to be a bit smarter about how we assign them and how we move them through the system. So we're going to take away some of the randomness in some ways of how our cases are lined up as we move them through the process. And then finally, the District Attorney and the Solicitor continue to be very focused on diverting cases where, in fact, going through the court process may not be the right avenue for those individuals. And then finally, in terms of where we are in overall progress, next slide, please. And quick summary of where we are. I would say we've made significant progress toward recruiting, particularly given the environment that we're in when it comes to hiring and retaining individuals. We have completed the renovations on the courtrooms that were in mothballs across the street, and they in fact are being calendared and will be in use very shortly. We have a space courtroom utilization plan that's designed to optimize the current courtroom footprint that we have across the street so that we in fact make more efficient use of the courtrooms that we already have in place. And so that will be deployed in January. Our new employee onboarding and technology deployment is working well. When an individual is hired and they show up for their first day of work, they have a computer and if necessary, they have a phone. And then finally, we are in fact using this case triage methods to calendar cases in both State and Superior Court as we speak. So that's a quick summary. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. It is 1:07. Any questions for Mr. Adams? Thank you. Madam COO, rental and mortgage.
We don't have a ton to report out and update on rental assistance or mortgage assistance. Just to reiterate what the manager said, we are in communication with the DCA commissioner and are very hopeful that we will close the loop on the $25 million reallocation sometime this week or next.
All right. And are we completely used up our allocation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Madam CFO, anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, I would just say that page 47 of the presentation shares with the board the changes that we've made to the resource allocation since the last meeting. We did change the format for commitments. Those would be items that we have issued purchase orders and contracts against. And then the second column from the far right, change in budget previous period, I just wanted to point out that we are now reflecting the change that the board approved at the last meeting for us to identify the additional $4 million for bridge funding for the ERAP program. And that was all I wanted to point out today.
All right. Any questions for the manager or for anyone on this? Anything at all? Not 1:08, I will entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session. We'll be discussing real estate, personnel, and possible litigation. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. We have, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Would you like to do executive session? Did we have anything?
There will be, she's not here yet. Where is she? Madam County Attorney, you ready with executive session?
Back there.
Let's go. Madam County Attorney, you ready?
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in item number 1 of the executive session agenda if the county attorney determines that representation is warranted under the plan of defense?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please. Madam Clerk.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And that's the last item.
Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 9, 21-1024, Purchasing and Contract Compliance, request approval of a resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. It is seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Questions or comments? If not, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1025, Finance, discussion of the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget.
Okay, Madam CFO, you ready? So let me try to put this in perspective as we get started here. We are to approve the next year's budget no later than the second meeting in January. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so where we are right now, as I understand it, because it keeps coming up about the budget process. We changed the budget process, I think was back in 2018 when we changed it. There was a budget commission. There no longer is a budget commission. I was a member of that budget commission along with the manager and the CFO. It was my feeling that if the presence of a commissioner on that commission would prejudice department heads when they would come and make their presentation. So I asked to be removed from it, and that was when and what precipitated that change back in 2018. And so as a result of that, what we've been doing since then, the manager has come to us with a balanced budget for us to review, et cetera, and to approve a final budget no later than the second meeting in January of the following year, in this case, 2022. Consistent with that, then, so far this year, what was presented to us has been a balanced budget by the manager and his people. And there are a couple of parameters I think we need to be mindful of to how we got to where we are. That balanced budget is based upon a 9.33 millage rate and a 16.67 fund balance. those, and that the fund balance is set by, that was set by this board, and the 9.33 millage rate, those two things combined, plus I think it's 96% collection rate that gets us to where we are now. The other thing that I say is that back in, I also believe it was 2018, we voted, those of us who were here at the time, voted on a, what would we call a multi-year budget, which meant 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, and 2022. And we followed that since that time, and there were, if I recall correctly, 4 votes for that, 3 against it. I voted for it, Hall voted for it, Arrington voted for it, and Darnell voted for it. And that has really served us well. And in most of those years, though, we have been under what? What did you say? I don't think you were here. No, you were here, you just didn't vote for it. What was it? It was that multi-year year budget approach. We outlined 5 years starting in 2018, what the millage rate, something positive. It's not a bad thing, I'm just saying, I'm just stating the facts here now. So that's where we are today. And at the last meeting, I recommended that if we were going to make enhancements or adjustments in any way, that it would be fair to the manager and the CFO, more importantly to the CFO, if we're going to make them, that we would identify where adjustments should be made. And so following that, there are a couple that I think hopefully we can agree upon. And whatever we decide today gives them some clearer direction as to what to have in January. And I'd like to get this budget approved at that first meeting in January, but obviously by law, no later than the second meeting in January. So there are 2 or 3 things. As an example, from my perspective, our Office of Sustainability, if we're serious about that, and I think that we are, we're all happy today with the water report and the citations and the calendars and all of that, but if we're serious about that office, there's only one person in that office, and we need, that office rather needs some assistance, and they have come up with some $500,000 that they need, including a couple of people and supplies and so forth. Again, if which office is that? Sustainability. And if we do that, my direction would be to the CFO. Sustainability, Office of Sustainability is within DREAM. I've looked at DREAM's budget, and there's some flexibility in DREAM's budget to fund that. So that will be the source of funding, Madam CFO, and I'm assuming y'all are going to be taking notes on the things that we talk about today. The second one is, this is a big one. I've been reading and watching Wall Street and others, and Mr. Manager, you and your people, I think, did a good job in putting this together. The 3% COLA that we talked about, if we remain at 3%, we will be on the lower end of where other governments are, and I don't think that's right. I think that, 6%, 7%, I want us to lead, and I think that that can be done within the context. I think you have about $24 or $25 million set aside for employee enhancements, if you will, which includes the what's that called? ICS?
Yes, ICS.
ICS. All of that's in there. So it's my thought that if we were to go from the 3% to 6% or 7%, that could be adjusted within what you already have budgeted. And my conclusion, my analysis is that that would be better for the employees than the way it's currently outlined. So that would be the source of that. The last item, and I'll be quiet, we spent $250,000 about a year and a half ago matching the state's $250,000 for a study of a Grammy Hall of Fame museum. And that study is done, and I'm going to ask them to come and make a presentation at our next meeting, first meeting in January, because they're requesting now some additional funding from us, from the city of Atlanta, and from the state. I just got a call this morning that the city did not participate initially, but now Mayor Bottoms has indicated in her, she's there for another couple of weeks, that the city will be and is willing to sign a letter of commitment of some form. I have not seen it, have no idea what the dollar amount is, but that is going to be something that I think that we'll need to talk about, not in this year's budget, but certainly I think that at some point next year, in mid-year, is probably the time where we can talk about a lot of the things that we're going to hear today. So those are my opening comments, but we got parameters here. We got the 9.33, and I haven't heard anyone yet say that they want to increase the millage rate, nor have heard anyone say that they want to decrease the fund balance percentage. So in the absence of those two things, the numbers are what they are. It's just simple math.
I voted against a millage rate decrease every year.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I voted against it every year.
Okay, so Madam CFO, you want to make some preliminary comments and we'll go to commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that you summarized the basic assumptions for the development of the 2022 proposed budget very well, and we're here today. We are prepared. Hakeem has his spreadsheet built out, so we are prepared to track the changes and the effect on fund balance for any changes that the board takes official action on. Other than that, we're here to hear the board's proposed amendments to the budget, and we'll be ready to come back in January with final results and to reflect any changes that we know we need to make to the proposed budget based on final year-end results this year on both the revenue and the expenditure side. So we're ready to hear your thoughts.
Okay, well, you've heard mine. Sustainability, take it out of DREAM, and the 6 or 7% COLA out of the 24 or 25 million that you have already set aside for just rearranging that. And there's no impact yet for the Grammys within the 2022 budget yet. Madam Vice Chair, followed by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to start off by saying thank you for your comments, as well as the things that you just named just happened to be on my budget enhancements request. The office of my new director of communications and administration literally just talked to me about environmental issues and what is my take on addressing sustainability, and we had a full-blown discussion about this, and so about the fact that they only have one employee in our Office of Sustainability, and I was explaining how at the city, not only is Ted Turner's grandson one of the, I think he's like a director of sustainability or something like that, but he also came and spoke to us at one of our BOC meetings about sustainability. So it's a very important issue. And as we all know, they have the plant that's kind of it's on the Cobb County side, but kind of near the edge of my district, that was emitting the, I think it's called ethylene oxide gas that was, that's very detrimental to the health of our constituents. So sustainability is key. I agree with you on that. And the COLA, I've consistently said at these BOC meetings that we need to pay our employees the same as what inflation is showing. And I recently saw a spreadsheet about just locally the increases that other municipalities are offering their employees, and these municipalities don't even match us. They're nowhere close to being as grand and as sufficient as we are as a county, being the largest county in the state of Georgia. But they are offering their employees some very large, and I think I saw one that was even up to 9%. Mr. Herman, can you help me on that? Did you saw that spreadsheet, right?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Yes, I have the spreadsheet here with me.
So can you just share with everyone, especially our listening and watching audience, the percentages that other municipalities are providing to their employees because of inflation?
Commissioner, based on the information my team gathered, so we typically survey the same counties and cities that we benchmark ourselves against when we're doing salary survey information. Cobb County schools, they're contemplating an 8.6% COLA. Gwinnett County, an 8% COLA. Henry County, 6%. Clayton County Water Authority, 5%. Miami-Dade, which is, of course, in Florida, 8%. Cobb County Schools, 6%. And more importantly, we also benchmark against the Social Security Administration as well. And this is the historic height that I've seen in the Social Security Administration. They're at 5.9% for the Social Security Administration as to a COLA for their Social Security recipients. Cobb, DeKalb, and Atlanta are currently not contemplating any COLAs at this time, but I'm sure once we take action, they might also take action as well.
And that's historic too, that once Fulton County does something, everybody else wants to do it. But thank you for that information, because it just goes to show that there are other municipalities smaller than Fulton County who don't have underruns to the tune of $80 million, who don't have extra tax collections to exceed over $100 million, who don't have a lot of extra money, but they are looking out for their employees. And I believe that we should do the same. And whatever the maximum, 7%, Mr. Chair, you mentioned that, I would go with 7% for our employees. And I think that even with the situation of the great resignation happening, that this would address some of that as it relates to our employees as well, because it would show them that we really do care about them, and we really do. Every commissioner on this Board of Commissioners is a caring commissioner. Every commissioner on this Board of Commissioners is a compassionate commissioner. And oh boy, every commissioner on this Board of Commissioners, it really cares about their districts. So we need to do something like that. And the Grammy Museum, I just met with Brad Olecki, who oversees that project for the development of the Grammy Museum in Fulton County, and it is an outstanding project. I mean, just the information that he provided alone is going to support our communities and our youth and our children with so many outstanding programs and services, and that's exactly what all of us on this Board of Commissioners wants for the residents of our districts and their youth. We want those type of programs. So, I'm in support of whatever their need is to do that, because they are really focusing on serving. I do have to go into a little more of the things on the list, because they are of concern to me. And I took my list from the original spreadsheet that was provided by our finance director, because it showed the departments that had asked that were funded and those that were not funded. And so I asked the question, of those department heads and the electeds of the offices that submitted requests that were not funded, what were they asking for in detail? And I think I want to start with what was at the top of that list. The district attorney had asked for legal assistance, grade 12, which is not a very significant, it's above a living wage, but it's not such a salary that it's something that we could not meet, but asking for legal assistance, and that was on the not funded list. And I think we need to definitely fund the district attorney to do the work that she told us she needed to do when she came and presented before us. As well as senior services. The seniors are back in full effect. They are not letting COVID keep them down anymore. They need the services they need, and senior services had quite a few things on the unfunded list that I believe should be funded, like the increase in the alternative senior transportation services. We know due to COVID, we're not packing people on our transportation like we used to. We are trying to keep everyone safe, and it's causing, beyond the normal weights, it's causing additional weights, and we do need to increase that alternative transportation, as well as funding to cover the in-home repairs. This past Sunday, I had a cleanup. I have 84 neighborhoods in my district, and we spread out across my district to clean the streets, but not only the streets, to clean the senior citizen residents' yards who cannot get out of the house, who cannot just get out there and just rake their own yard and clean up the debris. And so many of them talked about the need for in-home repairs, and I saw this on the list as unfunded. I believe that should be funded. And there's so many other things, just a system for them to track and maintain their client files. That's $15,000. I mean, really, we could find $15,000. And my list encompasses so many more senior services that they really need for our seniors across the county. This is not just in my district, this is across the county. And then a couple other things. Behavioral health, we have all, and pre-arrest diversion, we've all sat right here at the previous Board of Commissioners meeting and talked about the needs in the behavioral health and developmental disabilities area and pre-arrest diversion. And so I was shocked to see so many items unfunded on the budget. And so I put those on my budget enhancement request list, such as temporary housing. We know we need temporary housing, barrier reduction, transportation, things like MARTA cards. These people need a way to get around, and everyone knows MARTA cards are so helpful in this area. They need supportive housing. We know emergency housing. These things were asked by Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities Department, and I think we need to pay attention and fund those things. Moving on. And then, of course, the Muni Code for the clerk to the BOC. Oh, yeah, and by the way, the last time we had a discussion about this Muni Code, Madam CFO said that it wasn't approved because you were waiting for Tanya to respond to an email that you sent her. Was that ever resolved, Tanya?
It was. I was able to speak with finance, and we got everything resolved.
Okay, so the email, you found the email?
Not the one she was speaking of, but we resolved it.
Oh, okay. All right. Great to hear that it got resolved. And then, of course, everyone knows I do my youth conferences, CEOs of Tomorrow, which stands for Careers, Opportunity, Entrepreneurships, and Opportunities. And I do my Empowering Young Men to Excel youth conferences every year. But unfortunately, last year, due to COVID, I was unable to do that. But there has been an outcry from Atlanta Public Schools and Fulton County Schools. I've been running into principals and the superintendent and the parents and everyone, and they keep asking me, when are you going to do these youth conferences? So, Dick, let's get ready to rumble. And of course, again, 2022 we'll do the Joan Garner Walk in Health Fair, which was outstanding work from all the departments that participated. And Dick, you were the highlight of the Walk in Health Fair, and we appreciated your attendance. A couple of things that I did not put on my list because I felt like I shouldn't have to, because these are things that should normally be addressed as capital improvements and operational costs. Things like the sheriff needing tough books and cellular phones for his vehicles. Those are operational things that I think just need to be addressed overall. I'm from the IT background where we literally met with our departments in Fulton County, and we said, okay, what are your needs, your technology needs? And we work with every department and every office to ensure that we had an overall picture of the technology needs for the county, because everybody has to work together. And if there's any weak link in that chain link fence, then we're not operating at capacity and at the success that we all need. So the sheriff's computer, tough books and cellular phones for his vehicles, the district attorney's computers, these are things that actually should be addressed when we're onboarding our employees. They're just things that every employee is going to need, and that needs to be a part of the process of identifying the computer needs and phones and things like that. And then, of course, the biggest thing was I saw the sheriff on the list of unfunded items for his tasers and his body cameras. Now, the significance of this need just played out in the paper. In the AJC, there was just an article, this was printed today about 14 hours ago, and the headline said, arraignment set for 6 Fulton deputies charged with murder in 2018 inmate death. I believe that's enough proof that the sheriff needs his tasers and his body cameras, because what he wants to do is cover all of his employees so that they have body cameras. And so not only would we be addressing the outcry from the citizens from back during the riots when, unfortunately, there were those rogue law enforcement people who were harming and killing citizens. But now, moving forward, he would be addressing, even in his jail, the need for body cameras to keep track of what's going on and to keep people safe. So I think that that's another item that we need to ensure gets funded. Let me make sure I covered the COLA, the cost of living, and oh, and I do want to also support, where is it? Oh, I don't see that list. I wanted to ask about the renovations, because I saw renovations on here as unfunded. Like, for instance, the sheriff's 9th floor and the district attorney has a building at 475 Fairburn Avenue, which belonged to the previous DA, and the district attorney that we have now, Fonnie Willis, is actually trying to use that place, but it needs just minor renovations. And then I've asked for this in previous years, as well as we've had a large constituency that came to one of the meetings about 2 years ago, and what outcry was the West End Art Center needs some renovations. They had people, literally employees, sitting in the restroom trying to work because they didn't have adequate office space. And so would you want to actually sit in the bathroom and have your office there and work? I would love for you to look at that on the capital improvements, adding that to help these employees get out of the restroom, and to help our citizens on the west side, which we have a large artist population in West End and on the west side who would love to see that West End Art Center renovated. And I think that was it. I feel like I'm missing a renovation. If I find anything else, I want to yield to my colleagues. If I find anything else, I'll circle back around. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So let me just ask one question, then
Yes,
we'll
sir.
proceed. So you have, in addition to the sustainability, the COLA, and the Grammys, which I've identified where that should come from, do you have any thoughts that we can give them as to where these 10 areas?
Well, Mr. Chair, what I learned from obtaining my county commissioner certification through the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia is that the county manager recommends a balanced budget to us. The chief financial officer is responsible for finding the funding when we make the request, because our responsibility as Board of Commissioners is to ultimately approve a budget that we recommend, that we approve. So it is, Sharon has been here, I don't know how many years, like 40 years or something. She started when she was like 10. And one of the things that I remember for so many years was Commissioner Darnell always pointing out that Sharon has been with us so long because she understands exactly what her job is, and she carries out the responsibilities and duties of her job, and she does it very well. And so I yield to Sharon to do her job to identify the funding. We have $80 million in underruns. We have over $100 million more taxes. I mean, they have presented to us so much extra money that we have on the books. And so I know that she's very capable of doing that job. We stopped the Board of Commissioners meeting one time, remember? And they went into the executive session room and figured it out in just a matter of minutes. So I have all the confidence in our executive team.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Vice Chair, I'm so glad to know that all of the commissioners here are caring, compassionate, and are fighters. And I'm so happy about that. When I leave here, I'm sweeping the streets of Mighty Six from one end to the other. So thank you for letting me know that. County Manager, I want to ask you a question. The 7%, is that feasible? Are we able to do that? Would that be in line with your recommendation?
You're talking about on the COLA?
For the COLA.
Well, we modeled it yesterday at 6, so 6 for sure is doable.
Okay.
I've forgotten what's 1%, Sharon? Do you recall?
Or maybe Sharon, if you need to answer. I'm just trying to find out because I see your recommendation, I think, from my notes was 6.79. And so the chairman and the vice chair was 7%, which I do want to support, Chair. And so, but I wanted, in supporting what the chair and the vice chair brought up, I wanted to make sure with you as the county manager and the CFO that that was doable at the 7%.
So really, we have 3 parts that are in employee compensation of $24 million that we brought forward in the overall budget. One is a COLA, one is the implementation of ICS, and then one is treating those positions that we've had a particularly difficult time retaining or recruiting. And if you recall, when Dr. Ferdinand came down and talked about his clerks, because take that as a good example. If all you do for his clerks is grant a COLA, that's inadequate, right? Okay. So what we are trying to do is find a subset of employees in terms of job titles where we have that most difficult time retaining or recruiting. So the short answer to your question is 6 or 7% is in the range of doability on a COLA. Because as you do that, rather than 3%, then ICS actually costs less because you've already advanced people closer to their ICS targets. What you may start to eat into then is the ability of addressing those key classifications, which also include the elected officials that came forward in that decision that was made. So it's kind of all of them play together. So the simple answer is yes, but they all play together. So if you over-index on one, then we may under on another one.
Okay, so Madam CFO, is that in line with, did you want to add?
Yeah, I would agree with what the manager said, and I guess I would have said it, that it would affect the timing on the implementation of key classification and elected officials' pay changes, as we try to make the 7% fit into the $24 million that we have available to spend.
Well, Chairman, since you said 7%, Vice Chair said 7%, and the CFO and the county manager, from what I understand, the 7%, I know we still going to have discussion about this, but can we move, or I would like to move that we give the ability to have the 7% that you all stated to align with what is coming out of the county manager's office?
Okay. I'll second it.
And the good news in that, if you choose to make that decision today, is we could get this programmed for the first check in January, right, Sharon?
We can, for the first actual paycheck in January, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So we've had a move and second, so.
Let me preside.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
And one more just caveat to that, and took serious your questions about resolutions. We did draft a resolution that you can now modify today to reflect what you just said. So I think it includes all the appropriate language. It just needs to have the number changed from a minimum of 3 to the number that you just proposed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Yeah. All right, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Abdul Rahman that was seconded by Vice Chair Hall to implement a COLA. Did we say up to 7% or 7%? Whatever.
7%.
7%. All right, discussion. Commissioner Arrington, you want to talk about that or not on this motion?
My comments were more about the general budget than.
Okay, let's dispose of this motion then. So Commissioner Hausman, and then Commissioner Morris.
Well, I've got some comments on the general budget also, but I'll go ahead and talk about this.
Okay.
You know, I certainly recognize the need for doing a COLA. Some of the things that were stated, though, about what other jurisdictions are doing, we're not really comparing on just COLA. Some of these did include normal step increases and longevity pay and extra money for certain categories of employees that were lumped into the final number. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that. And there was a memo that went out today from Mr. Herman on that. So if you just want to take a look at that memo. And attached to it was the resolution for the COLA. And it does not include 100% of our employees. There is an exception for staff of commissioners and some other employees. And I would just like to say, if we're going to do this, we should do it for all employees across the board and not exclude anyone.
And this will all be, now, this is just direction from them, even with this motion, hopefully it'll pass, direction for them, and we've identified the source of this 7%. But I totally agree that it should include all employees. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly I recognize this great resignation in this problem, and generally in support of increasing our employees' pay as much as possible, given that there's no every action has consequences, and the consequences can be on the taxpayers, some of whom obviously aren't getting raises and are to some extent suffering to pay their taxes. But I'm hesitant to vote for this because I'm worried about what else is coming along in the way of amendments to the budget. I'd much rather look at the entire thing. So I don't think I'm going to be able to support this particular motion, although if when we're done with all the other changes to the proposed budget, that things look good, I'm sure I'll be supportive of the budget overall.
Yeah, that's fair, Commissioner, because what's going to happen, I mean, they'll take this into consideration in their work between now and January, so the final action will take place in January. But we did identify, though, at least I did, where this would come from, and this is in the proposed budget that was submitted by the manager. Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard now?
Sure. Just so I understand from the manager correctly then, so this 7% figure that you're referring to, that's being referred to, you are comfortable with that as a recommendation, and that fits with this overall the other dynamics that you're talking about. So that's,
Yes, sir.
but above that, you feel like it's sort of a tipping point where you begin to sort of change the dynamics potentially too much?
No, I think this is a good, solid, consistent with what others are doing. Also in the commercial world, this 6 or 7% is in alignment. And it fits within the 24 million that we're talking about to finish ICS, as well as address key job classifications.
Okay, yeah. I'm somewhere probably in between where other folks are and Commissioner Morris is in terms of just is it necessary to necessarily just ratify this at the moment, but if we do, I'm generally supportive of this whole concept. You know, I would sort of, I know we like to compare things and I know there are relevancy to stuff, but a one-year comparison of what somebody's doing right now also maybe not necessarily is a fair comparison of what we've done over time relative to those other organizations. So just, you know, that doesn't change how I feel about this, but I do want to put it on the table. It's not like, you know, we've been sitting on our laurels when it comes to employee compensation. We have been proactively seeking to address this, whereas and I would venture to say probably more proactively than some of those other entities we just compared ourselves to. So I just would throw that out there as just sort of a point of caution when we bring these things forward. We do these in, you know, more of a total view. So, so that's, I mean, I got other comments related to compensation, but I just want to make sure that I was hearing you correctly, that you feel like this is sort of a fair marker in the right tipping point. And, you know, if you do, then I'm supportive of this particular approach on the, as respects to COLA.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington, then back to Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah, just briefly, I'll just say, yeah, I am, you know, in support of increasing the amount of COLA from the COLA that we already approved, right? And so I am certainly supportive of that. I did see where the inflation, I think the inflation rate was at 5.9%, and I think that's how Social Security Administration came up with their 5.9% COLA. So I'm definitely in support of a COLA that is more in line with inflation. But I think I'm like Commissioner Morris. I would like to see it more as part of the overall budget, but I know we've got room for it, so I don't think it's a problem. But I guess just wanted to let you all know I'm certainly in support of increasing the COLA from where we talked about increasing it already.
All right, Vice Chair, then Commissioner Houseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to remind everybody, we discussed increasing contract for services, and I thought we took a vote on increasing it because if I recall, the amount was around $2.1 million to increase the contract for services grant program. And I did see that on one of the spreadsheets, but I think it was on the spreadsheet as unfunded, so I was a little confused about that because we had literally a very long discussion about it at one of our BLC meetings. Also, I do want to address the fact that, Commissioner Ellis, you are correct. Consistently, we have addressed the salary situation with our employees, and especially those employees who were making below a living wage. And I don't even like to use that phrase, living wage, because it's really not a living wage. If an employee is making anywhere in the 30,000s, they're still not at a living wage. They can literally qualify for public assistance. They can literally qualify for WIC and housing assistance and so many other things. And by the time you just inch them up a little bit, close to 40,000, they lose those benefits, and then now they have to fend for themselves and pay for those things out of pocket, which puts them back at a disadvantage, and they are back in a bad situation with no assistance. So, you know, the living wage is fine and for a moment, but it doesn't fix their situation. And we should not have not one employee that's employed by Fulton County government that's making below $40,000. That is just, and now, even more than that, if you look at inflation, I just read an article the other day that said that if you look at the food and supplies that we normally use on a day-to-day basis in our households, the prices for those things that we just use day-to-day have gone up over 100%. And who can afford that? You're talking about our employees. And then let's just be honest. When I came back to this county in 2011, I was told at that point by many employees that they hadn't had a raise in 7 years or something crazy. So the things that we have literally done over the years have been to go back and correct some things that needed to be done before that. So we're just catching up. And now is the time to really secure the future of our employees and their families. And this 7% would really be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, just for clarity, I wanted to make a friendly amendment that it doesn't cover all of our employees, and I was just going to ask the maker of the motion if they would accept that friendly amendment.
You said what? It doesn't what?
That it includes all employees.
Yes.
Well, I just want to make sure, because the resolution states differently, and it's in there multiple times, so just want to make sure.
Absolutely. All employees. Yes, yes, thank you, Commissioner
Throw
Hausman.
those slow and play out.
Sorry.
All right. Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard again?
Mr. Herman, you about to say something?
Yes, Commissioner Ellis. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The exclusions in the resolution as drafted excludes the typical individuals that we exclude: elected officials. We've historically excluded elected officials and constitutional officers. What we've done, similar to what we've done when we did the performance bonus, we said, understanding the new dynamic, of personnel staff, that we will ask each elected official and who has a personal staff member, we would ask your permission to address the compensation of your personal staff member in keeping with our common practice right now, which again allows you to have full control over the salaries of your personal staff members. Outside of that, the only other group of employees that were excluded were the time-limited employees, which were that small population of individuals that were hired for a specific project. They have there's a specific dollar amount associated with that project. And we've already, on the front end, adjusted their compensation to be above what we would typically pay for that classification of employee. So we felt that we didn't want to further burden that project group by increasing the cost on that project and then thereby faster eating in that finite resource that they have. But for personal staff of your staff members, you will have the option, and I will send you the same email that I sent you in times past, that you could tell me who to include, who to exclude, and we will follow the directive of the respective elected official on that point.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. I mean, I'm not, I'm not in support of it being deemed for all employees. I do, think the way that you structured it is a proper way. So, I mean, I understand maybe the intent of wanting to add that language, but I think the unintended consequences are why you have it that way, and we should stay that way. Just personal view.
All right, any other comments on the motion? It's on the, what? That's fine. All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote, please. As amended or? As amended. No, with that, he excluded our employees. What are we voting on? As amended was all employees. Including constitutional officers. Including constitutional officers? Includes election officials, everybody? No. Let's don't complicate that now.
I accepted the amendment that you stated, but it does not include constitutional officers, does it?
No.
Why would it not?
Okay, I accept the amendment. I accept the amendment.
All right, we're complicating this now, so. We just gave them a raise like a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were just going through talking about budget. I didn't know we were getting ready to go through and start voting on individual items or individual line items.
Okay, Chairman, since I am the maker of the motion, just for clarification, it was for the 7% COLA, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so it looks like that we are running into a problem. So since we're running into the problem, I'm going to not accept Commissioner Houseman's friendly amendment. Thank you.
Were you, Commissioner House, were you trying to say something? Okay.
So who does it apply to then?
It applies to,
You want me to read
Yes,
the
read it.
document? I'll just jump straight to the whereas clauses where we started the exclusions.
Wait, what are you reading from?
The copy of the resolution that was forwarded to the Board of Commissioners yesterday afternoon.
there's a draft resolution that everyone should have. And it
Is
addresses.
a draft resolution for what?
For this very issue. But it had 3% in it. And
No,
there
that was
some-
a 3% that we already approved at the last meeting.
No. No.
Okay. Okay, so what's the language?
It says, be it further resolved that the 2022 COLA shall not apply to constitutional officers and elected positions. Be it further resolved that the 2022 COLA shall not apply to personal staff of elected officials unless such elected official adopts the 2022 COLA in writing for their personal staff. Be it further resolved that the 2022 COLA shall not apply to individuals employed or paid salaries by the state of Georgia or who receive a supplemental pay by the county. Oh, and sorry, be it further resolved, notwithstanding any other clause herein, the COLA for employees is intended for employees in all position categories except time-limited, whose positions are assigned to a job listed in a position classification plan adopted by the Board of Commissioners or the Fulton County Courts as of the effective date of the COLA. Those are the only exceptions, time-limited, constitutional officers and elected officials, and personal staff if the elected official does not allow those individuals to receive the COLA.
So is there a reason that elected officials are exempted from COLA? I know that in the past, we've gotten COLAs, right, as elected officials?
We look back, and the COLA that is typically received by the elected official is the COLA that is provided to you from the state. Every time the Board of Commissioners has issued a COLA in 2019 and I think in 2017, no elected official has received that COLA. We have specifically excluded elected officials and constitutional officers.
And so you said we got elected officials get a COLA when the state does a COLA?
Yeah, you know, following the ACCG guide with the 2% and follow those calculations that happen in January typically, that's when elected officials typically get their adjustments, correct?
Wait, so is there a legislative body that does that, or it just happens, you're saying it happens automatically?
In recent history, the General Assembly did adopt some COLA adjustments for elected officials and constitutional officers, and we implemented that, I think, in June of either last year or this year.
All right,
we're good. All right, anything else? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, next item.
Okay, I was still in
And I
the
think,
queue
were you,
for
hold,
discussion.
were
on the
you
budget.
finished, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman? Okay, Commissioner Arrington.
Okay. All right, so yes, for the budget, I do want us to consider again, I've done this for the last couple of years, I want us to consider adding $2 million for our veterans. I think our veterans deserve it in Fulton County. DeKalb County has had a veterans department for over 20 years, and they service their veterans. I would love to see, Mr. Manager, us have a program like we do for CSP that allows different organizations that service veterans to apply for the $2 million. We have now a Veterans Commission, which probably can make some recommendations, or maybe a good group like we use our Arts Council to decide who gets that money. But I think we certainly should make sure that we are providing the resources that our veterans deserve and need. I do want to see the extra $2 million for the arts awards. I want to see the $500,000 for Fulton Films, the $2 million for the East Point Library. We agreed to give Roswell Library additional $2 million, and I asked for $2 million for East Point Library at that time. That may not come out of the budget, that may come out of the bond funds or wherever, but I would like to see that in there, and I'd like to know that we're working with the city of East Point as they are redoing their city hall to make sure that that is being incorporated in. And I think those are the main things that I wanted to make sure that we got in there. I got some other smaller things, but those are the main things that I wanted.
You mentioned that Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there's the HBCU museum. There's $250K. I believe QLS. I'd like to see us treat QLS the same way we treat our other senior centers. I don't understand why we don't pay for all of their salaries. It's our building. They're providing the service, they're providing the service for the community, for our seniors. They serve more people out of one place than we do all our centers combined. So why would we not provide the resources for them? So I think we need to do that as well. And I think that's all that I have for now. And I would look to, like Commissioner Hall or Vice Chair Hall, I would look for
source of funding.
Yeah, I would look for the staff to provide at least a recommendation on where they would want to see it come from. They might not like where I pull it from. So it might be better for them to decide where they want to pull it from themselves or recommend it.
All right, you mentioned 6 items, and the one that you did identify a possible source of funding was the East Point Library, possibly from the bond funds. The others, leaving it up to the CFO to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
May I ask if that was another 2 million for arts or up to 2 million?
Up to 2 million, somewhere in there. I wanted to make sure that we provide more resources in that regard. And I think that was the number that I heard. I could be off a little.
Okay. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My list is fairly short, although Commissioner Arrington, your suggestion about supporting veterans is something that I would also like to investigate. I think that we have woefully not served that community historically like we should, and I know their needs are great. And so I think that's a worthy effort from the largest county in the state. It's a glaring omission, in my opinion, that we are not doing anything to support our veterans. I I mentioned last meeting the need for increasing the library print materials. You all got a memo yesterday regarding the funding source that has been identified to do that would be through the Beltline TAD proceeds. That a few years ago, I guess we authorized that to be a funding source for libraries. So anyway, I hope you saw that memo and that thank you to the staff for identifying where that money can come from. I also want to make sure that we have on the list the $150,000 to do the Rogers Bridge Art Project, public art project in conjunction with the city of Johns Creek to preserve that historic structure in some way that benefits the community. And then I have a really, really small item. You know, every year we have a program to honor our high school graduates, our VALs and SALs and STAR students. That money has been cobbled together out of various sources for years. I'd like for us to have a definite line item to support that program. $12,000 would be enough to do that.
Okay, the veterans, the library would come from the Beltline TAD, the bridge. What about the bridge? You have a source?
Can come out of the $2 million that Commissioner Arrington just mentioned for supporting the arts. And I think we can come up with that. I think it's something that we can't not do, actually. I'm going to ask
All right.
our finance officer to help me come up with a proper source for that
Okay.
project.
So we've heard from Houseman, heard from Abdul Rahman, have not heard from Commissioner Morris. Typically doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I've got a list of 0.
Right. Commissioner Hall, we've heard from her. Commissioner Ellis, heard from Commissioner Ellis.
I had spoken on that one issue, but just a couple of other comments on the other stuff I do, and I'm going to reiterate what I said at the last meeting. I do think some of the stuff that was mentioned here, some of the stuff I generally may be in agree with, and some of the stuff on here I think is, to borrow your term, sort of very loosey-goosey sort of thrown out, not very well vetted, and things I wouldn't support in terms of that we should directly allocate money to, because I don't think it's very well formed out, in all due respect. But regardless of that, I think all these items are noted, so I'd sort of note two things. Number one, I think several of these things, probably that were mentioned, particularly stuff on the smaller side, were things that you all had vetted. They are addressed. You have addressed them with staff, just like we learned with comment there from our clerk with some of the smaller stuff. And or, they're going to effectively be addressed in folks' operating budget through underruns and that sort of stuff. Not, given the budget we had, you got no idea why we're discussing, $12,000 enhancements and that kind of thing. It doesn't make any sense for us to be up here talking about that. And then my second comment related to this is, I think all these things we got a significant source of funding that we do need to spend. I understand there's certain obligations around it. But I think in this next year in particular, we need to more aggressively look at how we are spending those funds. And I think some of these items which have been discussed up here do fit and will fit for use of the ARPA money. And, I would say in particular, these enhancement items should be weighed against eligibility for that. Because I think you presented us this whole budget, so you feel pretty good about what's in it, that it should be general fund. You've excluded these other things that have been talked about, so they may not necessarily have been vetted in terms of that context. So that's really my comments on the budget. I'm probably a net zero like Commissioner Morris, unless y'all want me to start throwing some negative numbers out, and I'll be glad to do that, but y'all probably don't want to start listening to that tomorrow. I'll save that for the first meeting in January. No.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry. I wanted to ask the county manager, or maybe this may be for the CFO. Did we include at least a minimum of $50K for food insecurity in the budget? And also, did we provide funding, or are we going to provide funding for the managerial IT position for the clerk?
We did provide funding for one technical position in the clerk's office. She had originally asked for two. We funded one, and one was not funded. So there is a technical position funded for the clerk. With regard to food insecurity, we have funds planned in each of the next 3 years out of ARPA to cover food insecurity. In addition to that, I do think we have the base budget amount for the Fulton Fresh program included in the budget as well. That's what I was actually looking for, to give you that amount.
Chairman, or this may be to the vice chair, I know this year we had struggles with food insecurity. We had people that were living in hotels, and we had students that were really, really hit hard with food insecurity. And so I just wanted to make sure, while I am a steward of our dollars, food insecurity is a real problem. And so if we're able to, it sounds like to me that we have Fulton Fresh funded, but do we have anything funded beyond that, Madam CFO? Or the ability, I guess that's the question.
Yes, ma'am. We do have a significant amount of funds for food insecurity planned out of our ARPA allocation.
Okay.
I believe it's like $1.3 million.
Okay, thank you.
Each year.
That answers
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much for this input. Now, Madam CFO, you have your marching orders.
Chairman, I'm so sorry. I'm looking at my notes. Please forgive me.
No, go ahead. You have
Madam Clerk, that one position, is that going to be sufficient for what you need done?
Well, I would prefer two, but if one is all I can have. But it will be a managerial position with both of those job duties put into one.
That's
why
not,
it would have to be a manager position.
because you need an IT person, if I'm not correct. Please, because I don't want to put words in your mouth and I don't want to assume. So explain to me, what are the two positions you need and the one that is funded?
Well, I was asking for, we put them all together, which made the title, I think, that we came up with HR, was a technical innovation and support manager. I had in the beginning needed two. One for innovation to come in and help the clerk's office to move forward with technology. The second one would be more of an administrative support position. But without having them both, I had to put them together.
Chairman, if you just indulge me, because I know we get into a lengthy discussion. This is the problem I have, Madam Clerk. For what you need sufficiently done, I'm not of the premise that just take what you get. First of all, let me be crystal clear about that. Because this is Fulton County, we need to do what we need to do. Now, I'm going to turn it back over and ask the county manager or maybe the CFO, because now that I'm hearing that, are we able to fund an additional position? And if we are, can we?
We'll put that on your list, Madam CFO. Okay.
I have that noted.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair.
I'm sorry, I need to ask a quick question because I didn't know you actually asked for two positions. So the administrative one, is that a backup to the technology innovations manager for the clerk's office?
It would be, yes.
Excellent, because, I believe just from coming from the IT field that you need to have redundancy, you need to have a backup. You should not have a single point of failure. And my IT colleagues out there, you know exactly what I mean. So I would definitely want you to have a backup for your IT person, because I know me and my office, we put a strain on an IT person. And Glenn, he's probably shaking his head somewhere like, So thank you.
Okay, Madam CFO. Hello?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm over here taking notes.
Okay, yeah, so am I. But you have your marching orders from the board now. Again, two constraints, 9.33 millage rate and the no increase in the millage rate, and then no decrease in the fund balance percentage. Those are your parameters. And a lot of what we've heard, I also think can be handled at mid-year, so let's keep that in mind as well.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 9, 21-1026, Finance, request approval of the fiscal year 2022 water and sewer budget.
All right, the motion here is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Are there any questions here? All right, now let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1027, Finance, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide unemployment claims administrative services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 21-1028, Finance, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide financial advisory services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0960, Registration and Elections, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide ballot printing services. And this is as amended. The amended amount of $64,816.39.
All right, is there a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman? Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Discussion from Commissioner Morris, Houseman, and Hall.
Yeah, we received some comments about this, and there was some confusion about it last time, and I'm still not sure. I totally understand the dollars involved, and this is something that we've already incurred. And so is there anybody that can explain this to us a little bit?
And Commissioner Felicia Strong Whitaker, purchasing.
The perfect choice. Go ahead.
I provided the documentation. So once we received the invoices from the department, we had already issued the solicitation as documented. We had issued a purchase order for $48,100. Once the invoices came in, the first invoice from the November 2nd election was $72,141.88. The second invoice from the November 30th general runoff was $40,774.51. If you subtract the $48,100, it leaves a balance of $64,816.39. We had to come back to the board for the additional spending authority because it exceeds the $49,999 that I can approve.
Okay.
And this service is a service that is needed for ballot printing services. So a solicitation was issued back in September for the service.
Okay, I think I understood what you were saying, and I do see this two-page.
Yes.
Two-page?
Yes, it's 2 pages.
Two-page memo that I sort of glanced at, and I see your numbers here now. Again, in the caption, I'm not sure why the caption says 89,320 and 64,816.
The way the clerk corrected it, because it was on the last agenda and it was held, they struck through it and put the 64,816.39.
So while it's on our screen, the 89,320 was struck on our printed stuff, but
It
it's
should
not
be
struck
struck through.
on the screen.
Yes.
Okay.
So the amount that we're requesting is the 64,816.39.
Okay. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, okay, so I think that part of the confusion by the public on this particular item is just understanding why we have to do this in the first place. And in your memo, it's really not that clear, and it's not that clear on how many are printed, how you determine how many to print, and that kind of information. So thank you for being here today. If you could just give us a brief explanation of the need and what we're doing here.
Yes, ma'am. Patrick Eskridge, Deputy Director for Registration and Elections. Commissioner, we are required to have a certain amount of ballots available for voting on election day as well as in absentee. That's based upon state law and Georgia code, based upon the amount of registered and eligible voters. So that number of ballots is based upon all of those Fulton County voters that are eligible to vote. We have to have a certain amount to cover, to be able to cover if they so choose to utilize that ballot for voting.
So when you say a certain amount, that number is determined by Georgia law?
Yes, ma'am.
How is that determined?
So the overall number of registered voters through the county, there has to be a percentage of ballots that we have to have available to, again, in preparation and have available for those voters.
Well, I don't know how many different ballot styles there are in Fulton County, but there's a lot of different ballot styles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that percentage takes that into consideration? Is that why there's so many that have to be printed?
No, it's not based upon the ballot style. It's based upon, again, all those people that are eligible to vote. So we have to prepare regardless of participation in the past, but based upon who is, again, eligible to vote. So if there are X amount of voters within the county, we have to have X amount of ballots ready and available for them.
The ballot I use is different than the ballot that my colleague here uses. So how do you determine how many of each to print?
So it's going to be based upon that precinct and the amount of voters for that precinct. So for instance, if there are 5,000 in that precinct, we will have a certain amount for each ballot that is available or ready for that voter. If they choose to show up, we will have that ballot available for them.
Does that number change at all based on turnout, or it's just based on the number of registered voters?
Yes, no, it does not change
Okay.
based upon turnout.
No, that's what people don't understand. Okay, that's why I'm asking you these questions. And so then, after the fact, if they're not used, they're destroyed, correct?
Yes, ma'am, they are securely destroyed.
Securely destroyed. So that's also one of those misnomers that people think something nefarious is going on when we're shredding ballots that were not used, that we were legally required to have on hand in case they were needed.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Hall?
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on, this is for an extension for 6 months because we have a May and a June election that we have to do in 2022. Is that correct?
I believe you're speaking about the next item, but
Oh, that's the next item? Okay, I'm focused, I'm so ahead. Sorry about that.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
I'm still a little, I read this a couple of times, I'm still somewhat confused too. So, all right. We've already paid for, well, I guess we haven't paid, we've already been billed for ballot printing in these past elections, correct? The amount we've been billed is $64,816?
No, the amount we have been billed is the 112,916.39. The two invoices, there were two invoices, Commissioner. The first one, if you look on the second page, the first one was $72,141.88. That was for the November 2nd general election. The November 30th runoff, general election, was $40,774.51.
I would say, so the 72,000 was previously approved or no?
It was not approved.
So we've never ever approved a contract from these folks?
No, Commissioner,
Okay.
we did a solicitation.
Okay.
I can issue up to $49,999. We issued a PO for $48,100. The invoice came in that exceeded that amount. So anything that exceeds, that has to come back to the board for additional spending authority approval.
Okay. Now, so why would we have undershot this versus in the past? I don't remember us having some back-end thing like this.
I'm not sure, Commissioner, when the invoices came in, we were notified that it exceeded the purchase order amount.
Okay.
And so with transparency, we have to come to the board
Right.
for the additional spending approval.
Okay. So you had all you knew is you had a purchase order amount of, what was the number?
$48,100.
48,000.
Yes.
And then, it turned out we were
70,000, 72,000.
72,000, and then another 40,000 for just runoff.
Correct.
Or limited runoffs that we had. You say there are state requirements about how much it needs to be printed, and these are just printing of absentee ballots?
No, sir, that also includes provisional for election day.
Okay. Maybe we ought to say that in the description, since it just says printing for absentee voting. I'm gonna tell y'all, eventually we're gonna get this right, and we're gonna realize that this is hyper scrutiny. So the more we can be clear about this, so we don't continuously have to have repeat questions, and people come down here and raise these questions, then the better off we're all gonna be. Or else it's gonna continue to be Groundhog Day and continue to frustrate the heck out of everybody. So we gotta get this right. I mean, just be clear. I mean, have somebody read it 6 times. Go share it to 7 people. Do you understand what's on this piece of paper? We brought this up at the last meeting. I don't know when we get this memo, I think yesterday. So this is gonna get questioned. And I'm still struggling to understand it even as I ask these questions right now. So this is for absentees and provisionals?
Correct.
All right, and the state makes a requirement to print so many ballots.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so we got 862,000 voters. Give me, how many ballots did we print for $112,000? What's that number? I mean, give me a sense of that. And are we printing more than what we needed? Or are we printing just what we're required to?
So if you would allow me, I can send over those exact numbers because I did not bring them for me.
But that'd be useful to have and understand. I mean, because I'm kind of baffled that we put in a purchase order of a certain amount. If we knew what we were going to have to print to begin with, and then we had sort of what their rates were, then why would we have something that's whatever, half the amount that we thought we needed? Anyway. All right, so we're paying for this, and then we're also asking for a renewal of this at the same time?
Actually, Commissioner, when I forwarded the agenda item, I took out the renewals because we're going to reissue to make sure the new solicitation is crystal clear about everything, as you just mentioned.
Okay.
So I did have a conversation with the department, so we are not asking for the renewals because we can't give you a dollar amount at this time.
Is that reflected on our agenda?
It's not here, but it should be reflected that if we could remove the renewal options.
Okay, because the printed agenda says effected upon BOC approval with 2 renewal options. At least the one I'm looking at, unless we didn't have any modifications to the agenda, correct? Madam Clerk? On this particular agenda item, 210960, the last sentence says effective upon BOC approval through December 31, 2021 with 2 renewal options. And what I'm hearing from our purchasing director is that last statement's not applicable.
Correct. It should end at effective upon BOC approval through
Okay.
December 31st, 2021.
Okay. All right. So can we so note that for the record that if we, as we're voting to approve this, that last statement does not apply?
Correct.
So essentially what we're approving is to basically pay for what we already bought. Okay,
Yes,
thanks.
Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Houseman, you still want to be heard?
Yes. I just have to say, I see how defensive you are standing there, and, you know, I think that we're all on the defense here, okay? And we're all trying to make sure that we are clear with our public who looks at this stuff and scrutinizes every single word of it, trying to figure out what's really happening because they can't understand it, so they think that there's something else going on. So what Commissioner Ellis just suggested, that we make sure that whatever we publish is very clear and very direct and people can understand it, it's going to help all of us, okay? We're not your enemy here. We're trying to work together to make sure that our public doesn't come here and challenge every single thing we do. So that's the purpose of us asking these questions today, okay? Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman? No?
No, thank you, Chairman. I want to speak. I'm just letting it go through the gates that it need to go through before I say it. I don't see you as being defensive. Let me say that first of all. I see you as wanting to make sure that you answer the question, and so you may be deliberate in trying to listen and say it correctly. What I do want to say publicly here, we got to do a better job as communication. And the reason why I'm so glad that you brought it up today, that by law, you have to have a certain amount printed, because I didn't know that. And the calls that I receive and the emails that I receive, because keep in mind, everybody calls Commissioner Khadija, is that we got these ton of ballots that were printed that shouldn't have been printed, and there's something nefarious going on, and we need to stop doing that. There was no fraud in Fulton County elections. I think that's the 110th time I have said that. Now, on saying that, do we need to communicate things better? Do I commend my colleagues for making sure that every T is crossed and I is dotted? Yes. However, let's communicate in what we get, that by law, we have to have a certain amount printed and that is securely destroyed afterwards. Because if you're not careful, Chairman, once again, we're giving an air as though we did something or trying to do something fraudulently, and we are not. But the communication, to Bob Ellis, Commissioner Ellis's point, it got to be clear, because you won't have these questions, you won't have things being repeated, and then this thing of being defensive and all this other stuff won't come into play because nobody stole the election. I know people want to say that. Nobody stole the election. But am I a little concerned that I'm not getting all the information clearly? Communication is the key. Please communicate. And some things, Ms. Whitaker, some things I know may not be communicated, and it's not your fault. It's just when it comes over, somebody sees that as an opportunity to trounce on something to make it look like something that it isn't. However, the responsibility to communicate clearly is still there. So all I'm saying, in the future, please communicate clearly what we're looking at, what the invoice entails, and why it's the amount that it is. And as a sitting commissioner, I'm asking that for myself, because it would help me to be able to answer the questions that I get, and the emails and the calls and all the other stuff I get about possible fraud. I don't see any fraud here. What I see is a gross miscommunication. So I'm just asking if we can make sure we're clear in the future. I think it'll be better for everyone involved. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hall?
You know, I gotta say this because we just saw these different verdicts and stuff as it relates to Black men and people's perception of them. And I have to say this because, sir, you were not defensive. What I see is a man who unfortunately is new. You have not been here that long, and you are unfortunately, second in command. Is that not correct? You're the deputy, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. New and the deputy, and you are unfortunately enduring the leftover residual of a lot of negative situations that have occurred under the Department of Registrations and Elections. And so unfortunately, you are left to receive whatever is coming from that. And we have to be very careful. We had a whole discussion about decorum, and we even passed a decorum policy. So we have to be very careful about perception. And, one person's perception of another person can be so wrong, and we don't want to do that. What I see is a man who's standing before us nervous because you're new. Yes, I see your smile. Nervous, new, and who wants to ensure that he is responding to our questions effectively and efficiently. And I just want to let you know that I don't see you as being defensive. And I want to make everyone aware that there have been many discussions about the threats, the unfortunate threats that the Registrations and Elections employees, team, department have endured because of the election since November 2020. And so you have every right to be nervous, but please don't be. We just want the questions answered, and you've been doing a great job, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Is this time sensitive?
Commissioner, we do need to pay the vendor for the services that were rendered.
All right, I guess I'm just confused. Can we get the caption right before we pay the vendor? I mean, I don't understand why we couldn't even get the caption right before today.
I think part of the problem is that there was cutting and pasting done of the caption, sir, and I think that was part of the problem. But if you would like for us to fix the agenda and then bring it back before the end of the meeting.
I mean, because that was part of the problem last time as well, right?
Yes, the last time it was the amount, because they provided me with the invoices, and the amount that we needed additionally was not the $84,000.
All right, I mean, let's get it right. I mean,
The
I
amount
don't
is,
mind paying the bill, but I mean,
the dollar amount is correct. We are not going to renew this at that amount because they need to give us more definitive information so we can have it right when we bring it back to the board the next time with the quantities correct for each type of ballot.
all right, this is not a sole source vendor, right? We can get.
No, sir, it's
We
not.
can get paper anywhere, right?
No, you cannot get paper anywhere. It has to be on Dominion secure voting paper.
Okay. So, but you said they're not a sole source vendor.
They are not a sole source, but all vendors have to provide the county with a certificate that they are using the secure paper provided by Dominion. So this is more complicated than it's just printing.
All right, I'm done.
Commissioner Ellis?
I mean, I don't necessarily speak, I mean, I don't know if you
Oh,
want
okay, I thought you wanted to be.
Well, I will say, I mean, I was about to say something, but I don't know if you want him just to read into the record what the caption is supposed to be. So we've got it on record.
I think that would be beneficial.
We can
Could
get
you do
that.
that?
All right, can you do that right quick, please?
Yes.
This is a $64,000 expenditure. We passed a $6 million one in 2 minutes. And we've
Yes,
been
sir.
on this in 35 minutes.
I will get it straight.
That was, you're right. Can you read it into the record, please, so we can vote? How should it read?
Okay, I can read it into the record. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder, registration and elections for printing ballots for absentee voted in an amount not to exceed $64,816.39 with Tatnall Journal, Inc., doing business as Tatnall Ballot Solutions, Reidsville, Georgia, to provide ballot printing services for the November 2nd municipal election and November 30th runoff election, effective upon BOC approval through December 31, 2021.
Okay, the record will so reflect that. The motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay,
Thank you.
It's 4:01. We have a ways to go.
21-1029, registration election, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide temporary staffing services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. No questions or comments? Well, I have a couple. Commissioner Ellis, go ahead.
I was going to ask, is this particularly time sensitive, and could we not wait until we have the completion of our audit back on this, as well as some recommendations about how staffing may occur for the next election cycle?
Is it time sensitive, which is going to be my question, because I have several questions about this Happy Faces again. And we had some internal conversations about using county staff to staff the polls.
We're not having an election in January.
What? No, hear me out now. I have the floor. Using county staff, other agencies as well. So I don't see how this would be time sensitive. If y'all could answer some of those questions between now and at a minimum, our meeting in January.
The current contract,
Well,
the current spending authority as it appears right now, Commissioner, does expire as of December 31st, 2021.
okay,
They have
but
some
even if it expires, isn't this a state contract?
It's a statewide contract, which the county has a cover contract that goes with the contract, and you all approved it for a certain time.
But if it expires December 31st, we can reinstitute it come January, correct?
Yes, you can at the January 5th meeting.
All right, so I don't see how it would impact the May elections if we were to wait for a couple of weeks. But I do think we need to have a staffing discussion. One of the things that came out of those meetings that I had, because I haven't read this yet, but there's a provision where a number of poll workers should come from the communities in which the polls are located. I've not seen that. That's on my to-do list. But if that's correct, then we need to follow the law. So I have some questions about how we're staffing and the Happy Faces. Is Happy Faces the only contract, only staffing agency that can provide people when we need? I think not. So there are some questions that need to be answered, and I'd make a substitute motion to hold at a minimum to our first meeting in January. All right, seconded by, seconded by Commissioner Houseman.
I mean, I brought up holding, so I'm in support of it, but I do want to hear from our staff, just to understand, kind of your perspective on that.
Thank you, sir. So we, from the department standpoint, feel it is a time-sensitive matter in proper planning and preparation for the upcoming 2022 year. We wanted to adequately be in a position to bring back staff after the new year. So that was the reason for the extension, to utilize the funds that we were approved for previously, to be able to, again, have proper preparation. Just some key dates, of course, the primary is May the 24th. Absentee begins acceptance of those in March, the beginning of March. So as you all know, a lot of preparation goes into leading up to, and again, from a planning standpoint, we were hoping to have the resource to bring back staff after the turn of the new year.
With those statements being made, in a normal cycle, at what point in time would we be, we're coming into an election cycle, right? You referenced the dates when the election is going to be and when absentee and all that sort of stuff would potentially start. At what point in time are we actually hiring and bringing on temporary staff?
So depending upon the cycle and what's available to us, it varies from cycle to cycle.
I mean, are we having people start working on January 2nd? I mean, or is it more like you're, more likely that if you're going to bring people in, they're coming in February and that kind of stuff to start doing, prep work?
So if we were allowed and had the resources available, yes, sir, we would return staff on the 3rd of January.
And what type of functions would these staff be doing in January?
Preparation for, again, absentee, building up to absentee, the warehouse operations as far as equipment and just overall preparation, again, for the May election.
Okay. But if it were held to the first meeting in January and this were passed or some alternative were passed for temporary personnel, it's not necessarily a material setback or what?
From my standpoint, again, sir,
Sure.
We wanted to avoid a position where we encountered earlier where we were unsure about staffing. And so, again, in being proactive and planning properly, we are hoping to, that's why we brought this item.
Okay. No, I appreciate the perspective on that. And I mean, in this, this statement's not directed at you. I'd really more directed at, the overall planning of kind of our election cycles and all that sort of stuff. I mean, the staffing issue is a known concern, and then to roll right into the next section and say we're going to do it the same way, it is going to invite a lot of the same, and we had some concerns expressed, right? And you're aware of that, so that's nothing new. And some of that maybe not necessarily even having to do with this particular firm, and maybe just the way that we're, managing the personnel that are coming in. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not certainly looking to put you all continue to sort of be behind, but I'm not comfortable with, kind of the feedback we've gotten relative to, staffing. And I realize a lot of the stuff we're talking about staffing really related more to staffing around, the actual early voting and election day as opposed to some of these other activities that are going on. I don't know, Mr. Chairman. If you were to leave it on the floor to hold, I'm going to support it. But if we weren't going to hold it, I would say the time period for extension should be narrowed down, considerably. So we've got some time to talk about these other elements of staffing, if you follow me.
Commissioners, can I add something, please? If we do not extend this, we will have to notify Happy Faces that they will need to terminate everyone as of December 31st.
Mm-hmm. So what does everyone mean?
Any staff they have currently working as temporary staffing services.
And how many people are we talking about?
How many people?
The exact number, sir, I don't have, but
Is it 50 or
no, it's
500?
over, correct, and closer to 500. If I can add this, Commissioner Ellis.
Wait a minute, hold it.
Yes, sir.
What would what would 500 people be doing in registration elections beginning January 1st or 2nd with the election in May?
So I'm speaking in terms of preparation for an election. It is closer to that number. At this very point, it is not at that high. We have already released as we've made it through the election.
Let's say it's 50. What would 50 people be doing in preparation for the May primary on January 1st or 2nd?
So after the election, there are many closeout tasks that they would be working on to, again, then overturn, or basically turn around and begin to prepare for the May election. For instance, voter registration, after a certain point, we are unable to process those, but they still are, I guess, collect or the number of applications still continues to come in. So in this time, we will be processing those applications. The closeout for the November 30th runoff, again, those tasks will be handled by that staff and so on and so forth.
Well, who's being paid now? I mean, and how much money? Do we know? Are we paying Happy Faces? It doesn't have to be Happy Faces, whoever the firm is, or whatever. Ms. Strong-Whitaker, do you know?
I would have to get with the department to find out what staff is still, administrative staff is still working.
Well, do we pay Happy Faces on a monthly basis? Or do we pay the state on a monthly basis?
We pay the invoices on a monthly basis.
Do you have any idea what that amount is?
I do not know. It's based on the number of people that are working. It ebbs up and it ebbs down. I can tell you from the $7.7 million, we still have available about $4.1 million available, which is why they were asking for the extension, because the $7.7 million that was requested was based on 12 months. It was not approved until July. Usually it's approved for usually a 12-month period. We did not start until July, which is why we have the additional funds. Usually the department comes in December to ask for spending authority for the next fiscal year. This year they're not doing that because they have the additional funds that they have not expended. And also because they know they have to look at a different model.
So, and Mr. Manager, we had talked about utilizing county staff to assist with elections, as poll workers in particular, and that would be probably a third of, I would guess, third of the number that would be required on any election day. And the balance could be filled by, volunteers or people from the areas and/or a staffing agency. So I just think there's some discussion that needs to be internally, that we need to have some discussion. You know whether, has BRE discussed this issue?
Yes, sir. So again, what I was trying to include, we have already been in discussion and planned to sit with Mr. Herman's team, HR, to after the new year, to again come up with another model that is more in line with the preferences and suggestions of this board.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to get a handle on how much we're spending. At full capacity, we're spending, and how many, on the November 30th, we had what, 2,000, right under 3,000 poll workers, if I remember correctly.
Correct, yes,
But
sir.
we certainly wouldn't have that many people working. These are primarily Happy Faces people. Certainly wouldn't have that many on January 1 or January 2. So then to me, what we will be invoiced should be a heck of a lot less. And you're saying we have some $4 million that we haven't even spent. Did I hear you say that correctly?
Yes, sir. Out of the 7.7, the 7.7 million that the board approved was for a 12-month period. However, the board did not approve the agenda item until July 14th of 2021. So between July 14th up until this point, I think we've expended, or they've expended approximately $3.6 million, which leaves $4.1 million.
All right, I'll yield to Commissioner Ellis, but this is not a good presentation here, Madam Strong-Whitaker. I'm not even sure. I mean, we need.
All right, well, I mean, you answered my questions, no. I mean, I guess y'all let the discussions continue, whether it's a hold or whether it's an extension, whether it's a extension for 1 month or, or whatever. So I'll continue to hear the discussion.
But can we, let me ask you, can we extend for a month?
Yes, sir.
And what would that do? Would that hurt you until we have a chance to sort through some of the questions that are being raised today? 2 months?
Definitely, I think 2 months would definitely put us in a detrimental situation. Again, from our standpoint, we're trying to avoid any position where we are uncertain about our staffing coming up. So it's hard to answer that, Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Hausman, Vice Chair Hall, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
So, Ms. Whitaker, did I hear you say that because we didn't approve it until July 31st, that's part of the reason we have so much left over?
Yes.
So what was the time we started talking about it before we approved it? 6 weeks or so?
Yeah, my memo says we started in May. It was actually entered in the Legistar on March 12th. It appeared on the agenda May 19th, June 2nd, June 16th, and it was finally approved on July 14th.
So for 2 months?
Yes.
It didn't get approved, and we still managed to have a successful election even though we didn't have those employees for 2 months? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, we already had them approved up to a certain point through different emergencies for the prior elections. Not for the prior elections.
Okay, so that's just added to my confusion. Mr. Chairman, I mean, I appreciate very much your willingness to take into consideration what the community has brought forward that they would like to see us do with staffing our polls.
Repeat that.
I said, I appreciate your consideration of what the community has brought forward with regard to who and how we staff our polls with community members. And the fact that part of that is written into, I guess, the new law. I personally feel like waiting a month is not going to negatively impact our elections as we sort this out. I wish that we could just take a pause as we have been talking, because we still have more questions, I think, than we have answers after we've had this conversation. Nobody wants to put any election in jeopardy. Well, you know, hopefully that's not the impression given here, but I think if we take this up in January after we've had some time to really get a handle on the direction we're going in, would be in the best interest of all of us. So I would like for us to vote on the motion to hold as it's in there and, you know, get some answers to some of these questions and have a clear understanding of what direction we're going to go in. To hear there's 500 people in January is, maybe that's not accurate?
No, ma'am. So again, that was in preparation for an election, is around that's the number closer to what is utilized going into an election. At this point in time, it's not near that 500 number, no, ma'am.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder what we're paying for right now, you know? I mean, I'm not comfortable with making a decision on something. I mean, we've got $4 million left. That in and of itself is troubling. Based on the estimates we were given, we made a decision and there's $4 million left. So I'm not sure how to process that. I think we need to take some serious looks at what we're really going to do for the next cycle and just hold this until we can figure it out. That's what I'd like to see.
All right, I said January 5th at our next meeting. Vice Chair Hall? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 weeks is not bad, but 2 months, I think that we will be putting the BRE, the Department of Registrations and Elections at a disadvantage. One thing, I forgot all about the audit that you requested. I'd like to see a copy of that. You haven't got anything yet?
I saw Mr. Nix earlier. Is he still here?
Oh, there he is. Mr. Nix, can you speak to the audit?
Anthony Nix, County Auditor. Commissioner, we are in the fieldwork aspect of that audit. We are finishing that up. After that fieldwork is completed, we'll be writing a report and then meeting with the department to discuss the things that concern us and giving them an opportunity to either supply us with something that refutes what we found or, accepting the fact that we will be putting this in our report. So we were very hopeful that we would be able to finish the report by the 30th of November. Unfortunately, I've had some deaths of some staff members that are kind of pushing that back, but we're working hard to get that completed for you.
And so, Mr. Nix, based on your expertise, around when do you expect that you would have that ready for us?
I am pretty confident that we'll have something before the end of the year. Again, we're working diligently to get that information.
Well, at least before the next BLC meeting, which is on January 5th?
Yes, we're certainly trying to get something. We will have a draft that we can certainly discuss. Maybe not released to the public, but certainly a draft that we can discuss.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I just, I don't really understand. I haven't really heard the process explained clearly for how the number of workers and what's the process to get them in place and get them ready for those elections. Because for me, if you really watch me, I'm a very process-oriented person. I'm old school. My mind works like the old flow charts. If then else, if no this, if yes that, and if those things don't, if the process doesn't make sense to me, then I'm going to start questioning you. So I think we definitely need to hold this because there's just too much information missing in this process. And I don't think waiting until January 5th is really going to hurt anything. But we do want to be careful not to put our Department of Registrations and Elections at a disadvantage. We have had enough issues and problems, and we need to make sure that we're helping you to be successful. So please speak up if we are doing anything that may cause a disruption to what you need to get done in that department. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Vice Chair Hall, I echo those sentiments because I hear two different conversations going on here. Ms. Whitaker, you said if we do not do this, then you may, and I just want to make sure I have an understanding about having to end December 30th. Could you explain that again so I can, I have an assumption about it, but I want you to explain it.
Yes, Commissioner. When the board approved the agenda item on July 14th, it was through December 31st, 2021, which means the contract ends. Henceforth is the reason we are coming with the request for an extension, no additional funding because they have enough funding. But when it was approved by the board on July 14th, it was from July 14th, 2021 through December 31st, 2021. So usually the registration and elections has staff working starting January 1st of that year through December 31st of that year. I can't speak to their staffing levels or anything like that. The user department will have to speak to that. I can just tell you how purchasing usually works. So their approval is usually for them to have spending authority for that fiscal year, beginning January 1st of that year and ending December 31st. So the current contract that we have would end December 31st, 2021, which means we would have to notify Happy Faces they cannot bill us after December 31st, 2021, and they would have to release the employees that are working for the county.
Okay, so that's what I got from what you said, but I wanted to make sure. What she just said, how will that impact your department?
Commissioner, may I add one thing?
Go ahead.
So, but we extend contracts all the time. And what I'm suggesting is that we extend this contract by just 1 month. And nobody is displaced or fired. And it currently ends December 31st, according to Ms. Strong Whitaker. If we were to extend it through January 31st, 2022, everything remains as is. We meet on January 5th, and that gives us a lot of time to answer some of these questions between now and without impacting their work, I think. I may be wrong, but that's just how I see it.
Chairman, with all due respect, I hear what you're saying. This is what I have a problem with what we're doing. SB 202. If we say one thing, do another, do one thing, say another, change it, that is reason enough for a state takeover. And so my clear point in support of what you're saying, I'm listening to Vice Chair Hall, and I'm also listening to Commissioner Ellis, because if as a board, we have an action today that puts us in any situation that may be detrimental, that they release these employees, or it can be perceived that we don't know what we're doing. We are giving fuel to the fire. Now, I'm taking this personal, and so I'm not angry with anyone, but when we're talking about SB 202, we must do what we need to do, and if we need to do something to make sure that our registration and elections department runs smoothly, we need to do that. I hear you, Chairman, and it's no disrespect, but what we're doing is we're playing with fire right here today. So, sir, what I need to hear from you is, based on what she just said, is that detrimental to your department?
Yes, so what we were trying to avoid is going into preparation for an election, not having a contract in place that we would be able to recruit staff and have staff available. And so at the conclusion of December 31st, moving into 2022, if we're not extended, there would be a period where there was no contract in place to be able to staff. And so we were trying to proactively avoid that situation.
So, sir, what I'm getting from you is, if we do not, and Ms. Whitaker, feel free to opine, if we do not do this today or approve this today, it could possibly be detrimental to the department, because you will have to release employees if we do not have a contract in place. Correct? Yes or no?
Yes, to a certain extent. I don't want to say detrimental if it's not. Again, what will be detrimental if the closer we get to the election, we don't have a resource available to staff. So I think that would.
Well, let me rephrase it, because your idea of detrimental may be vastly different than mine. SB 202 is in place, and they are not playing. And anything that we do that give a hint of incompetence or we don't know what we're doing can give us a state takeover. And so if I sound passionate about this, I am. So what I'm asking you today, if we do not approve this contract today, which means, based on what Ms. Whitaker just said to me, there will be no contract in place, which means there will be no employees in place. Would that cause a hardship, a problem, or some type of issue with your department?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Okay, this is your item, right?
My departmental item, yes, sir.
Okay. You know what a softball is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, she's throwing you softballs. I'm trying to throw you a softball. This is your item. Do you want it approved here today or not?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, you getting softballs, hit them.
Yes, sir.
Swing, you're not even swinging at them. At least swing at them. You got softballs coming at you. Okay, now, I'm particularly am not getting ready to vote for anybody getting fired at Christmas. I don't know how anybody else might do it. You know, Ebenezer Scrooge might be happy to do that, but I'm not gonna do it. Second of all, I don't know about anyone else up here, I got an election in May. That's right around the corner. So somebody that has an election in 2 years may not be worried about what's gonna happen in January, February, but I'm worried about it because that's the lead up to the election in May. Qualifying is in March. So I'm very concerned about what goes on right now and the buildup that we have. So do you need these people or not?
Yes, sir.
Do you need this contract to go through today or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you wait until January 4th for this to go through?
No, sir.
All right.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have to go back to what you said about an extension and that we extend contracts all the time. And Ms. Strong-Whitaker, you said that the employees would have to be released by the end of this contract, which would be, what, December 31st of this year?
Yes, ma'am. The contract ends December 31st, 2021.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry, what's your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Patrick Eskridge.
What's your last name?
Eskridge.
Esridge.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I pronounced it correctly. And Mr. Esridge, you're saying that the employees, losing these employees that came through this company would be detrimental to the operation of your department?
In preparation of the upcoming election, potentially, yes, ma'am. Again, to avoid a position where we do not have staff to adequately conduct or prepare the election, that will be very detrimental to our department.
Okay, so, but you would have these positions up until December 31st. And our meeting is January 5th. And there have been a lot of requests for information, and I know I want to see it. Plus, I want to see the audit. I think it is important for all of us to see the audit. And the employees will still be in place until December 31st. Is there any way that we could extend this so that we cover December 31st to January 5th? Or, because I do understand, even though it's a few days, you would not be guaranteed to get those same employees back, and you've already trained them to do the work, right?
Correct.
So how can we work that?
Well, let's see.
And what happens if it doesn't get approved on the 5th? I mean, I've seen things come up for a vote and not get approved before. So then what? I got election in 90 days. What y'all talking about?
Anyone can offer some help on that part, that piece?
What I was going to ask Ms. Whitaker, it is not unusual for us to extend the contract.
No, it is not unusual for you
All
all
right,
to
if we were, then with this one, if we were to extend this contract through January 31st, 2022, all of the folk who are working there, whether it's 50 or 500, would still be employed until the end of the contract. Is that not correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. We meet on January 5th. Between now and then, I'll commit to go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb because there are questions that need to be answered. Mr. Nix has committed to having this audit done by the end of this year. We'll all have had an opportunity to review this audit. I just cannot fathom how waiting until January 5th to review this is going to be detrimental to the department. If we extend this current contract through January 22nd, January 31st, 2022. So again, my motion, I haven't heard anything to make me change my mind. So my motion again is to hold this contract, strike that. I want to amend my motion. We're going to extend this contract. My motion then will be to extend this contract through January 31st, 2022. And that's my motion.
I'll second that.
I'm in the queue.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Arrington, I'm done.
No problem. This contract, according to Ms. Whitaker, was already approved and already funded for a year. And the only reason we are where we are today, where we have to consider this, is because it started in July. And so it was supposed to be from January to December. The money's already there. Everything's already there. All of this pause, I won't say all of the pause, the biggest reason for the pause is the big lie. And I don't believe in the big lie. I believe we have good quality people working in Fulton County. I believe they do their best. I believe there may be some mistakes, and and everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes errors. I'm not buying into it at all. So if y'all wanna extend it only for 30 days, whatever, but like this is, y'all don't, I got some land, I got a bridge to sell you if you believe in the big lie. This is all about the big lie. There's nothing wrong with our people or now, could we have some better processes? Yes. Could we have some better systems in place? Possibly. But this is not about fraud and corruption. This is not about anything. Move this forward. We got an election coming up. If anything, you extend it through the election. The election's in May. You don't extend it for 30 days. This is frustrating because it makes no sense. These people haven't done anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with this contractor. There's nothing wrong with the people that they hire. We've already been told before that they only provide 10% of the people that work on election day. They provide 10% or less of the people that work on election day. So how could they possibly do anything? Oh, this is frustrating, but if y'all only want to extend it through then, the money's already there, the budget's already there. If you voted for this in July, then you should vote to extend it right now. Nothing has changed between now and July, except that we found out that the big lie is an even bigger lie. There's no reason to pause on this. There's no reason to hold up on this. The audit's gonna show the same thing we already know. We have people in place and people make mistakes. They make errors. All people do. That's what the audit's gonna show. It's gonna show that maybe we can have some better systems in place. Maybe we can have some better processes in place. That's it. Let's move on with our business.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. You know, the signal of a true leader is to make the tough decisions when you need to make them. Not when it's easy, not when you're comfortable. SB 202 is at our back. Anything that we do that will look as though that we don't know what we're doing, and there's no guarantee that if we extend the contract just to the end of January, that those employees, we already know because of the pandemic, we already know because it has affected our departments that employees are scarce. If I'm an employee that's working
And I'm hearing this conversation for one, but then I'm hearing, oh, let's just extend it to the 30th. I'm putting my resume everywhere. And so now we've got a bigger issue, Commissioner Arrington. And like Commissioner Arrington is saying, and this will also be possibly detrimental to the chairman. This contract is in place for a reason. Is it perfect? Are there issues? But this lie, this big lie that this audit is gonna come back and, ooh, it's gonna show us a whole bunch of stuff that we already don't know. We know already without the audit that we've got some processes that we need to change. We already know that Mr. Barron is no longer here. That was one of our problems, okay? So we are working on a solution, but for us to put the elections department in peril or jeopardy because we want to play politics is horrendous. And I would say to my colleagues today, Ms. Whitaker has already told us what will happen. This gentleman has just said, we were trying to be proactive. We were trying to make sure that we had everything in place. I don't have a dog in this fight with Happy Faces. I get just as many emails for Happy Faces as I do against it. But this is tough terrain. This is dangerous waters with SB 202, and we're asking the taxpayer to fund the bill for SB 202? And we're making decisions like this? Oh, maybe it should go 5 days. Oh, 10, can I get 10? Can I get 20? Can I get, like, come on now, we're a body that has been entrusted to do what's right. But if we do not look at what Ms. Whitaker said, what this gentleman said, what Commissioner Arrington has said, then we're asking for a takeover. I am begging my colleagues to please pass this. Let's deal with whatever, when the report comes out, let's deal with it. But all this conjecture and all this, what may happen and all this, let's deal with the fact that making this decision the way that we're making it makes us look like we don't know what we're doing. We can't extend the contract out for the amount of time that we need to extend it to make sure our Department of Registration and Elections is fully funded and make sure we have those people that may decide to go somewhere else. I promise you, Chair, ain't no volunteers coming. They not. The volunteers are not coming. And so I'm asking this body to put craziness to the side, put politics to the side, and for once, do something that's right. If Mr. Nix come back with a blistering report, then I'm quite sure we have some provisions or some things that we can do. But we are putting ourselves, we are putting Fulton County in jeopardy with SB 202, but then we're gonna turn around and tell the Fulton taxpayer, hey, here go the bill. Here go the bill that we had to defend, SB 202, but our actions put us in jeopardy with what we're doing. Please pass this. Please not let's play politics with this, grandstand with this. Let's make sure that we do not give reason for a state takeover. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the mic. Let's be sure by asking the question, if we pass this today and Mr. Nix comes back January 5th or before January 5th with a bad and scathing audit, what repercussions may happen, or what can we do after if we've already passed this?
Commissioner, all of our contracts include a termination clause in all of our contracts. We can terminate for cause and we can terminate for convenience.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that our constituents who are listening and watching understand and know that, because there's a lot of grandstanding just because we are televised and we are virtual. And because this is not about politics, this is about ensuring that our elections are handled efficiently and effectively moving forward. We know the situation that we're currently in. We've been in the eye of the media for so long. So many things have happened to the point where that's the reason why we have SB 202, because there were so many things that went wrong with the elections that it gave the people who wanted ammunition to do what they did the opportunity to use those negative things to do what they wanted to do. And SB 202, unfortunately, came out of that. So we want to make sure moving forward that we do have in place exactly what we need. We have an audit stand that we're waiting for. In the past, we have always waited for the audit. I've never seen where we didn't. We always said we need to see what the audit says. So I don't know what makes this any different. And then in addition to that, Mr. Eskridge has said that holding this for just, 2 weeks is not detrimental to his organization. The people are going to be in place until December 31st. You have a few days, and Felicia Strong-Whitaker said we can extend it to the end of January. I know everybody is emotional about this situation. I know we're all emotional about the elections. We've been through a lot as it relates to the elections and this department, but we have good people in the department, and we need to do this in a proper manner, not emotionally. We need to do it based on, we have to see what the situation is. And Commissioner Arrington, I didn't know anything about a big lie. But I'm not feeding into a big lie. I'm feeding into, we need the information that we need to make the proper decision. And you never said that it was going to be detrimental to your entire organization to hold this. You said that it would not. So it is what it is.
All right, Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Arrington.
I was just going to move to call the question.
Is there a second? Second. All right, question's been called. Let's vote on the call and the question, please.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right,
That's not correct. I hit no. I don't know why it didn't take. I hit nay.
Nay as well?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, the question's been called. The motion before us is to extend the contract, this current contract, through January 31st, 2022. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion to extend the contract passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Page 10, 21-1030, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of the Fall 2021 Take-Home Vehicle Report.
And what's your pleasure? Motion to accept by Commissioner Morris. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1031, Human Resources Management, request approval to modify the classification and compensation plan by adding 4 new titles.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1032, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to purchase building materials and related items in support of Dream Building construction.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Natalie Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, 21-1033, request approval to amend an existing contract, to provide continued program management services for Phase 2 library projects.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1034, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to extend existing contracts to provide continued janitorial services.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Hall.
Is anyone here to answer questions?
Yes, Vice Chair, either me or Joe will be able to answer your
Okay,
questions.
great. Oh, Joe, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you around. I had to lean forward. So I was looking at this professional services contract performance report. And you know, when you're utilizing the screen to enter in the text, it literally chops it off and you can't see everything that's in there. And so I have the printed version of the screen and I can't see what was actually said beyond certain input. But I see a lot of bad scoring throughout here. And I know just personally myself, when I visited some of the libraries like the Northwest Library, I literally went in the bathroom and it was disgusting. And I talked to the staff about it and they said they were having janitorial problems in the past. And so I want to just make sure that before we move forward with another janitorial services contract, that we're not having those types of issues. There was also some of the justice partners who discussed the fact that there were some poor quality janitorial services in their court building. So when I saw some of these twos and you know, it concerned me. And unfortunately, I couldn't see all of the comments in their entirety because when it was printed, it didn't capture that part. So can you just speak on, you know, what is the overall service quality as it stands?
Madam Vice Chair, our goal is to provide somewhere between a APA Level 2 and APA Level 3 service at all county facilities. Unfortunately, over the course of the pandemic and the Great Resignation, we saw no greater impact as it relates to service provision than we have in the janitorial service provision. So as it relates to this particular item and the scores that you mentioned, I also noticed that the system did leave a little plus in the bottom right corner and cut off some of the comments. I do appreciate our staff's ability to continually to provide truthful responses as it relates to the vendor's performance. But do keep in mind, we are only extending because we need to finish the solicitation of a new bid.
Okay.
And so ultimately, we do realize that there are some performance issues with these particular vendors, but we are extending so that we can complete a new bid. And in this particular case, the bid closed on November the 8th, but we're waiting for purchasing's due diligence period to be completed as it relates to the responsiveness of the bid so that we can then in turn make a recommendation to the board.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Mr. Arrington?
So y'all do realize that despite the fact that we have an election coming up in 150 days, y'all about to extend this contract for 90 days, but only extended the election contract for 30 days.
All right, let's see. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Houston. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1035, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to extend existing contracts to provide continued landfill soil waste disposal.
All right, is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
Same comment. We're about to extend this one for 90 days. There's no deadline coming up. We don't have anything coming up in 150 days that we got to respond to and be ready for, like an election.
Madam Clerk?
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1036, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide continued bus and shuttle services for Fulton County employees and jurors.
Look, they started laughing before I did.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Let's vote,
Election in 150 days. And they want to renew these for 90 days, but only give us 30 days for the election contract.
Commissioner Ellis?
Amazing.
Other extensions for sanitation-related stuff, so I don't know what that says about our elections. But in all seriousness, we have had a number of extensions here, and I was just sort of curious why we've got, so many of those coming forth.
Commissioner, I can explain that.
Sure,
Felicia Strong Whitaker. I only have so much staff that can do so many procurements at a time. As the county manager has told you, we are severely understaffed, and we are churning things out best we can.
So going forward with this, I guess part of this too, is just sort of staggering the workload, I guess.
All of these solicitations have been issued. They
have
just
been
have
issued.
not, they're not completed the recommendation.
So now when you bring them, let's say when you complete them, bring them forward, do you anticipate bringing them forward as annual contracts or
Yes.
non-month contracts?
Yes,
So
we
we
will
may
bring-
have
I'm
sort
sorry.
of some rolling contracts now. We might not have as many as December to December or December to January. We may have some off-cycle stuff.
State law requires us, if it's a general funded
Right.
contract, it has to end December 31st.
So there will be shorter contracts?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yes.
Okay. So it's more of a staffing reason why we're, okay,
Absolutely.
thanks.
At this time, yes.
Gotcha.
Okay, Vice Chair Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to say we at least extended the last elections contract where it's not detrimental to the department. They still have the employees in place. They will have them beyond the January 5th meeting. So nothing was done that puts them in jeopardy of having any situations arise that would be detrimental to the work they're doing. So this is completely different. But you said something about these renewals being because there's some issues with all of them?
No, Commissioner, I said these are all extensions.
Extensions
These
because...
are, we are requesting extensions so that we can complete the procurement process. So
Okay,
that they
and-
can come before you for new awards.
Okay, and you said that's because you are severely understaffed?
Yes, Commissioner, in my professional purchasing positions, I am.
Okay, and so has that request for additional positions been approved so that you can hire the people you need? Or what's keeping you from having that staff? Is it funded?
No, Commissioner, the fact of the matter is that I've had a lot of people go to other places. They've left us because of our workload, because of salaries. We are working with HR and finance to get a lot of that addressed. But right now, I usually have about 10 APAs, which are called assistant purchasing agents. At one point, I had 4. I've hired 2 additional ones, but they are new. And we have to train them to get up to speed. So we are still trying to recruit for the additional positions.
Okay, so my questions are because I'm trying to figure out, do you need additional positions approved in the 2020 budget so that you can hire additional people? Or do you already have those positions in your budget and they're fully funded, so you just need to fill them?
So we already have positions in our current budget, but we are looking to expand our department, and that's something that we are discussing with HR and Finance.
Okay, so to HR and Finance, where are we at on on Ms. Strong Whitaker receiving those positions fully funded and being able to employ people to assist her department in the work that they need to do so that we can not have this type of thing happen moving forward?
Sorry, Commissioner.
I didn't know which person.
Yeah,
between you
well,
and Sharon.
as Ms. Whitaker indicated, actually, I think as recently as last week, Tuesday, I volunteered to start the hunt to try to find some more individuals to bring into our office. So we're currently recruiting, we're currently getting as much qualified individuals as we see fit. And we're hoping that as we ramp back up to the original 10, we can start to move the purchasing processes a lot faster along.
All right, and then to Madam CFO, where are we in the approval process of having that on our 2022 budget for Ms. Strong Whitaker to have the additional positions that she needs to support the work of her department?
Madam Vice Chair, that would be an item that we would bring back to the board in January based on the recommendation from HR on what positions are needed and Finance identifying what the full cost would be for the additional positions.
Okay, so are you saying that Mrs. Strong Whitaker did not identify that or provide that information in her budget presentation on her needs for her department as it relates to additional positions?
So, Commissioner, I can answer that question. At this time, we have not, because they are doing a salary survey. Salary has been our biggest issue. It is the salary. It's not really the number of people. It is the salary of the staff that we have.
Okay.
So if we could get back up to our staff and keep the people with the number of positions, however, we would look at, do we need additional positions? Because they have asked me that question. But at this time, if I could get up to the staffing levels that I need, we could move forward. And it's not just the APA positions, it's other positions within the department as well. So we are working really hard to try to get those positions filled.
Great, thank you. Just want to make sure that when we approve a budget for 2022, that everything is in that budget, because there's been a little bit of discrepancy about what is and isn't in there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Been having trouble hiring people, huh? Ms. Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
how long have those positions been open?
A lot of it has started with the pandemic, to be honest with you, because of our workloads, other jurisdictions.
So you've been trying to hire people since 2019?
Not since 2019, 2020 and 2021.
It's hard to fill a job, isn't it?
It is, sir.
Especially after you get rid of them, it's going to be even harder to fill some more jobs. We're going to get rid of people, and then we're going to try to fill jobs. We already got jobs that's been open for 2 years that we can't fill. Boy, y'all must have some magic somewhere, some of that frosty magic that turns the snowman into life. Bring them alive. Y'all gonna hire people in 2 weeks, and she ain't been able to hire them in 2 years. Y'all gonna fire the people that we got. She can't find people for 2 years, but y'all gonna fire the people that we got. Good Lord, have mercy.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it short. This shows you what's important
to the commissioners down here as opposed to what's important for us to keep from having a state takeover. We spent 0 seconds, on this stuff and just let it go through. As Ms. Whitaker just said, they've been having problems for 2021. That gentleman stood up before us and said it would cause a detriment to his department. It would cause a hardship. He said it. I don't know what somebody else heard. That's why I asked Strom Whitaker what I asked you, and I asked him. And so for us to go through this and say, hey, let's approve it. And I'm approving it myself because I become, I'm not immune to the lunacy that we have down here. So I will approve it, but I'm going to approve it and say, what are we doing when we give a 30-day contract for something that we may have a state takeover, but we give 90-day contract to something else? Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair.
Just because you say something repeatedly doesn't make it true.
Okay.
So, and why are you addressing what I'm saying? I'm not talking to you.
Commissioners.
You need to stop and have some decorum. So, now let's just address the registrations and elections issue, since that's what has been being addressed right now. Nobody's releasing any employees. The employees will still be there. They will be there actually until January 31st, but we will be addressing this on January 5th. So there are no employees who are going to be let go because of the extension. They are going to be there under the current contract until December 31st. And then because of the extension, they will continue to work until January 31st. But before that, we will have our audits and everything else that we've requested. Is that not correct? Anyone, county executives, Madam County Attorney, is that not correct? Madam Ms. Strong Whitaker?
Yes, Commissioner. I mean, that's what we just, the board just approved.
All right, thank you. The truth shall set you free.
All right, Commissioners. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman wants to be heard again, but.
I will make it quick, Chairman. If I have been showed that I'm going to have 30 days and I don't know that there will be a contract in place, I am going to start a job search. What I was speaking to with Ms. Whitmore is that she has not been able to put people in place for not 1, but 2 years. And so even though we may not fire someone, if I know there's only a 30-day contract, there is a chance that I will start looking for a job somewhere else, which will lead to us not having enough employees. That's what I was saying. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, let's vote, please. Motion is to approve. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 11, 21-1037, request approval of a statewide contract to provide auto and light truck parts for Fulton County fleet vehicles.
All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 12, 21-1038, and there is a typo on this item. The amount to exceed, not to exceed, should be $625,000. Request approval of a statewide contract to provide repairs and maintenance for specialized heavy equipment and other fleet vehicles.
All right, entertain a motion. Motion is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Cast your vote.
As amended, right?
As amended.
As amended.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1039, request approval of statewide contracts to provide natural gas
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1040. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide on-site portable air cool spot coolers and heat pump.
Our motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1041. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide all labor for breaking down and reconfigurations of existing workstations and office relocation.
Again, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 13, 21-1042, request approval of guaranteed maximum price to provide construction phase services for the new Fulton County Animal Shelter facility.
Motion is to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1043, Information Technology, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide provisioning, maintenance, and support services of network and physical security equipment countywide.
Motion is to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 21-1044, Public Works, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to provide sewer bypass pumps.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1045, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to provide safety boots.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1046, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide construction and rehabilitation services for the Alpharetta groundwater storage tanks.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 14, 21-1047, request approval of an IGA with the City of Roswell for water and sewer relocations.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1048, Senior Services, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide transportation service ride sharing through Uber Lyft for eligible Fulton County seniors age 60 and above.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes unanimously. 21-1049, Senior Services, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide professional burial for any deceased person declared indigent or unclaimed county resident.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-1050, Community Development, request approval to amend the Emergency Solutions Grant COVID-19 contracts.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 21-1051, Emergency Management, request approval to utilize a statewide contract to provide facility maintenance services for the Fulton County Animal Control Services Facility.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 15, 21-1052, Medical Examiner, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide toxicology testing services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1053, State Court, request approval to extend existing contracts to provide supervision and case management services for misdemeanor offenders sentenced by judicial order.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Commissioners' action items, 21-1054, request approval of a resolution amending the sunset date on the task force on elections within Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Is there a motion?
It took us forever to get a quorum opponent. We were waiting on commissioners to appoint representatives. Certainly, if you have any appointees that you'd like to appoint, please do so. But now they have a quorum, but they've only met once. And so we need to extend it for at least another year in order to allow them to be able to meet and come back.
We're going to extend it to January 31st, 2020.
Seems consistent. Oh, the resolution says 2 years, not one.
All right,
So
motion-
maybe we get 60 days instead of 30.
All right, motion to,
Yes.
all right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Ellis?
You asking for a 30-day extension? Is that what you're asking? No, in all seriousness, I question why we continue to have these task forces related to this. We really need to have elections around elections. We got a lot of people. We got a lot of noise continuing to surround us, and I'm not really sure the purpose of this task force anymore. So I think at a point in time it was put in place, it may have made some sense, but I sort of just question why now. So I'm not going to be supportive of extending it.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Vice Chair Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Commissioner Arrington, you said we have a quorum now, right?
Yes, and they just had their first meeting. It was actually very productive. And if anyone has anyone else they want to appoint, they certainly would be glad to receive more members so that future meetings may not fall short of a quorum.
Yes. Well, I know my constituents were really big on us having this, so thank you.
All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay. 21-1055, request approval of a resolution approving a ground lease agreement between Fulton County and Pro Player Holdings, LLC, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, motion, I'll move approval. Is there a second? Or a second by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
I'm going to ask if I see the mayor of College Park, if I can ask her to come forward, because I would like to ask you a question, and this actually affects you. Can you turn the,
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, I know we were supposed to have a meeting with pro players to address some concerns.
And I think out of fairness, because you are the mayor of College Park, and this does affect you, that I need you to read into record or let us know as a body what your concerns are before we move forward on this.
Yes, Madam Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity. I believe that my comments were read into the record earlier today, and the concern on behalf of my colleagues on City Council is that the City of College Park hasn't had the opportunity to evaluate this proposal. This is a proposed $20 million facility that would come off of Herschel Road. Herschel Road is a 2-lane road. We have a number of seniors in the area, and this would contribute to some real traffic concerns in the area. In addition, as my letter said, we are reeling from the COVID pandemic. We have real concerns about filling our own facilities. To have a competing facility down the road within our community is something that we really do need to question. The opportunity to look at the agenda packet and see that in one place, the proposal is for $27,000 and change per month. And then in the contract, it reads $27,000 per acre per month. That's a real issue this commission should be addressing. In addition, I believe that Commissioner Abdul Rahman's preliminary investigation of the parties involved raises more questions. I'm not saying that the City of College Park is saying no to this. We just need more time to evaluate. I would welcome Pro Player Holdings to come to one of our meetings, to one of our workshops, to discuss this with us. But we have not had that opportunity. And for such a facility to happen in our community without input from our residents, for them to ask questions, for our council members to ask questions, is just premature.
I know that I had invited you to a meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately, it didn't take place. I think as the mayor of College Park, we should hold this. We were just applauding Mayor Lockwood and Mayor Botker. And I would be remiss if I didn't say, if this were in one of their cities and no one would go around and not respect what the mayor's saying. But you have a mayor here in College Park that's asking for this to be held. And on additional information that I received, now mind you, I'm the commissioner, and there has been negotiations and conversations with Pro Player for a year. I know for facts, my investigation. And I have not been privy to that. I don't know if you've been privy to it or not, but I have not been privy to it.
No, ma'am.
And so when we have mayors that we respect on the north side, then we have mayors on the south side that we don't respect. That's a problem. That's a problem. And I'm going to ask for you to stay there for a moment, but I'm going to ask for Chief Yates to come forward. We need to hold this. And the reason we need to hold this, I'm trying to figure out why the chair and Councilman Gay are so hell-bent on this not coming in front of me. I already set up a meeting for Pro Player after I was told, and I appreciate the service of Ms. Roach, because I understand she was dealing with this for a year. But this was never brought to my attention until the ACCG when it was put on the agenda. No other commissioner has been disrespected in that manner. This would not have been done to Vice Chair Hall. This would not have been done to Commissioner Arrington. This would not have been done to either one of these commissioners that are sitting next to me. But it was done to me. I'm supposed to be quiet about it. I'm not. Because when you excluded me from the conversation, it made me go further to see what is really going on with this issue. Chief Yates, Mayor, can you stay there for a second? Chief Yates, I sent some information to you, and if you would just speak in generalities. I don't want you to get too specific out of respect that when a person is accused of a crime, they are innocent until proven guilty. And so, Chief Yates, the felony that I asked you what type of felony, how serious it was. Can you just give me information on that, of what I asked you, to what, as general as possible?
Yes, ma'am. The information you sent me was on a particular subject. It was a felony warrant out of Las Vegas, and there was a local pickup, meaning the person was arrested here on the out-of-state warrant, and it was a felony warrant for fraud.
And so this person, and I'm speaking in generalities, was picked up on a felony warrant. But if my understanding, and correct me if I'm crossing the line, but for the public, this is very important to me. This was also a fugitive warrant, which means this person didn't turn themselves in. They had to be picked up.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the information you gave me, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Yates. I have no other more questions for you, but if you would say close by.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Herman, I want to ask you a question, if you don't mind. The personnel policy here, if someone is under a felony charge, which means it's active, can they be employed with Fulton County?
You said an active felony charge?
Yes, an active felony charge. Can they be employed? Can they pass the background check?
So the county has no prohibition on someone having a felony charge or any kind of criminal record. We have the, we call it no acts, don't tell, for our employment policies. If that was to come to our attention, that's a conversation that we would have with legal and figure out the best way forward to address that particular concern.
But it would be a concern.
Yes, and just like,
and I'm asking you to speak in generalities.
Yes.
Because we're not hiring convicted felons at Fulton County every day. I know that to be a fact.
And again, a conviction does not bar you from being employed with.
No, it does not.
But it does allow HR and the hiring department to have a conversation about how that felony could impact your ability to perform your job. And if it's okay, then we allow that individual to be hired.
So it sounds like that you would vet.
Correct.
You would have a conversation.
Correct.
You would ask the person, why do you have a felony charge? And depending on what type work they're doing, you all would make a decision with the hiring person as to whether they would be able to be hired or not, correct?
That's our common practice, correct.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. County Attorney, can I ask you a question? Does this body have anything in place when it comes to us entering into contracts with people who have an active felony?
No, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, there is nothing currently in place to require the body to seek that information or to disqualify entering into a lease with someone.
And so it would be left up to this body.
That leaves it to the discretion of
To the discretion as
the
to
governing
whether
authority.
we should enter into a contract if the contract was before us.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, on that note, what I will say to this body, or more importantly, the listening audience, in my investigation of pro players, the owner has an active felony against him at this point. He has a criminal history. All of us make mistakes. So I'm not throwing him under the bus. What I'm saying, this requires vetting because the information I received was a felony charge against someone obstructing or interfering with a judge, an elected official, or law enforcement. That is a serious, serious charge. And so you are innocent until you're innocent until you are proven guilty. But in my investigation, this person also has a $1 million suit filed actively against them for fraud. The company is being sued for fraud. Now I'm gonna ask, and because I don't wanna make the assumption, and since you let me know that we do not have information that we would actually, that we could do anything, it would be up to the board. And Ken Herman just said that if someone has a felony charge and it's brought to you all attention, you would vet it or whatever. Chairman, excuse me, not chairman, but county manager and COO, were either one of you all aware that this company, that the owner of this company had a felony charge and also was presently being sued for over $1 million?
Commissioner Abdulrahman, the county attorney's office made us aware of a civil suit that was initiated in Cobb County. There's no disposition on that suit. We did not, as a part of working with the law department to prepare the lease, conduct any criminal background check on any party associated with the suit.
And that's not required, correct?
That's
You wouldn't have been required to do that.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have been aware that there's a felony charge on the individual that owned this company?
Correct.
Because you wouldn't be required for you to do it?
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm saying to us, I'm not saying that Pro Player does not have a right to do business with Fulton County. What I'm saying, this requires more vetting. We have a College Park mayor that has stated that she has concerns, that the city council has concerns. We have a person who has wanted to enter in this contract, but has not talked or had a conversation outside of what was initiated with someone else. I have sent all of my colleagues emails showing that I'm trying to get a meeting because these are very serious charges. And we need Pro Player to come before this body, or at least the commissioner and the mayor of College Park, to let us know what's going on. What I found out is the charges have a consequence of 31 years imprisonment. And so we're getting ready to do a contract that hasn't been vetted as to why the person has this type of charge for a contract that could be 50 years. And county manager, let me take this time to openly thank you, because you did apologize to me that I wasn't a part of the conversations. It is not fair to be doing this and don't have me in the conversation, or more importantly, exclude me from it. No commissioner here would stand for that. But more importantly, if we are stewards of the taxpayers' money with these serious charges and an active lawsuit, we need additional vetting. What is the hurry? Can we not hold this? Can we not hold this and let Pro Player come before this body Since I have openly said this here, and I stand by what I say because it is public information. For us to enter into a contract that says 30 years with an additional 10-year renewal 2 times, and you have a history, a criminal history here that is active. At one point, this person was a fugitive. And here again, innocent until proven guilty, but we have a duty as elected officials to vet this contract, to allow this person to answer about these serious charges and also this over $1 million active suit. So we have the mayor here. Mayor, like you just said, you don't have a problem. You do have some questions and concerns with the discrepancies. And I am doing what I have been elected to do, to invite a conversation with the mayor who will be impacted as well as the city council people. I don't have a dog in this fight. The problem I have is I have been excluded, and in my exclusion, it led me to find out all this information that the COO wouldn't have known, she wouldn't have known, the county attorney wouldn't have known, and nobody else. But now it's here and it's being presented. What is the hurry? Why can't we stop, hold this, have a conversation, and allow the person to come and speak to this body and let this body know what's going on? I'm asking for this to be held.
Anything else? Commissioner Arrington?
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to hold. I hope that we will not hold, so let's vote.
I was, well, I wanted to continue to have discussion. I was ready to support this today until I heard the letter this morning that you wrote, Mayor. And so, you know, I guess I'm generally supportive of this, but to hear that you had no knowledge of it, that this has not come before your council is somewhat concerning to me. And so for that reason, I would like to hold, you know, to me, if we're gonna do something like this, it should be a partnership with the city and,
Yes.
and in conjunction with the city. And so hopefully we can get to that point. I'm not going to speak on any of the other allegations. I have no idea whether they're true or not. People make allegations all the time, but if this is going to make sense, we're gonna need a partnership between the city and the county. And the fact that this has not been brought before your council, that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't compute.
I agree.
And so, you know, I was hoping I was gonna be able to support this today, but again, hearing your letter and then seeing you come down here as well, I think echoes the fact that there's reason to hold it today.
Commissioner, if I may, it's that important. It's that important to our community that we have a robust dialogue about this. As I said before, we are not saying we don't want this project. We're saying we need to have a conversation about it. We need to learn more because there are a number of impacts that will happen to the community. So I appreciate your sentiments.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am not going to comment about somebody's situation because the language sounds very defaming and we don't have any facts about anything to do with whatever is going on with this particular individual. I think Marilyn Wynn would probably be on her way down here if she heard this conversation because she was a significant advocate from Ban the Box, and that's the reason why we banned the box. Yes, when you said that, I was like, it's called Ban the Box. And she explained so much of her own personal history and why she was here to advocate for banning the box and how it discriminates against people who have made a mistake in their life, and it didn't allow them an opportunity to rectify that mistake and be successful beyond their mistake. And so I will not speak to all of the comments that were made earlier. However, I do want to speak to what has taken place here before us. There was a gentleman who came to speak to us. I don't remember his name. Can anybody tell me what his name was? The gentleman who came to speak to us about the...
Vice Chair Dale Davis, is that who you're referring to?
He spoke during public comment about this particular development being in College Park. And what he said was he had spoken to members of the College Park City Council. He also said that he had tried to reach out to Commissioner Abdul Rahman's office. And so I don't know if that was true or not, but this is what was said. Also, I know in Atlanta, there's an official and formal process that was created and instituted by the late Mayor Maynard Jackson. Everyone knows that process, even the people who come before the city council and the mayor for their vote on their contracts or whatever else. The official process is that they have to go through the neighborhood planning unit system, the NPU system, and be heard by the community to be able to move forward on any development. Does College Park have that same formal and official process in place?
We do not, Vice Chair Hall.
You do not. Okay, so that being said, what is the process for something like this to come before you if there is no process in place? I'm sorry, I'm not getting it.
Well, certainly, a party is available to come to our council meeting. We have our workshop sessions, and there's an opportunity to have an open dialogue in regard to potential projects such as this.
There's an opportunity, but I was literally part of the executive team for Neighborhood Planning Unit M for some years. And one thing that I learned is that everybody didn't know the process, but the city of Atlanta consistently tries to ensure that everyone knows the process, that they need to come to the community. Unfortunately, in your case, you don't have a process. So how is everyone supposed to know that they should come and talk to the city council? Even though the gentleman who came here before us and spoke during public comment about this very development said that he's spoken to council members from College Park about this. And I thought when he said that, I was like, well, that's pretty good, because that's exactly what's needed. And he's a part of the community, and from what I've been told, he's been around talking about this for some years and years. And I didn't know him before he came to speak, but I had heard about this project before he came to speak. So I don't know. I do believe that we absolutely need to do everything in partnership with our cities, because, we need to work together. But I do not believe in just assuming that someone should just know that they're supposed to do something when you don't even know if anybody told them. And especially when they said they already talked to people. So I'm a little bit conflicted about that.
Vice Chair, if I may?
Yes, ma'am.
Pro Player Holdings has been working with one of our council members. That individual has chosen not to bring it to the full body. That's why we don't know about this.
And I think she said they don't have the MPU process. I don't think she said they don't have a process at all. They just don't have the MPU process the city of Atlanta
No, I
has.
specifically asked her, do you have a formal and official process that allows, that people know that they need to come before the community to speak? And she said, no.
All right, I mean, I guess we could pull it back. What you originally asked her was, do they have the MPU process?
Is the court reporter doing her job right now? Can she
should be.
rewind that back and
The
I mean, it
mayor
doesn't
is
really
standing
matter.
right there, the mayor.
Is there a process? I mean, is there a process for what? Bringing something to the city council and the mayor? I mean,
No.
what type of process are you looking for? Because it really doesn't matter what was said. Either they have a process or they don't.
She said they don't have a process.
They have to have a process.
She said they
Just like we
don't.
have a process.
Okay, come on, guys.
She said they don't have an official and formal process, but we'll
Process
let
for
you
what?
answer that again.
A process for what?
Let me let you answer
Commissioner
that
Harrington,
again so we can be
Vice
very
Chancellor should
clear.
let
I understand that, but we have to know what we're talking about.
And that's why.
Point of order, we have to know what we're talking about. A process for what?
Okay.
I
Vice
will-
Chair has the floor, Commissioner Harrington.
Let me reiterate did you not understand my question when I asked it?
Madam Vice Chair, we do not have a process like the NPUs, where people would go directly to the community to seek support. So typically, that happens at the council level. This project has not been brought to our council. So considering that one of our council members is involved in this process and has been involved in this project, the absence of that step is telling. As a community, this would have a huge impact. I can't tell you what that impact would be because we've not had the opportunity to evaluate it. I am here today. I wrote that letter to ask for the time to do so.
So then my other question would be, this council member who's been involved, is this project in that council member's district?
It is.
Okay, wait a minute. Because when anything is happening in my district, I'm going to be completely involved in wanting to know what's going on. So I don't see anything wrong with that. And I would hope that nobody would think that something's wrong with that, because I would want to know that the project is going to absolutely help the constituents and the residents that live in that area. So I'm confused about why you would say there's something wrong with that, because literally developers come to me and say, help me talk to the community because I don't know what to do. But I know that people said, you need to talk to Commissioner Hall because you're doing this in her district. And she's very much involved in making sure that things are done properly in the district for the residents. So I'm trying to understand why you have a problem with that person being involved.
I don't have a problem with the person being involved. And I think that the chairman can talk a little bit about how the process happened, because I understand that he has been intimately involved with it. But the issue is we have not had any community meetings about it. This is the first, when I saw the story on the news, that's how I found out. That's how half of our council found out, at least half, maybe 3/4, that this was going on in our community.
Okay, but I could see how that could not happen because you don't have a process. I'm a process-oriented person. I'm a rule-based. Yeah, I'm a rule-based oriented person, and I don't believe the county attorney's office they probably joke about me because I send so much to them and say, vet this. Can this person give this to me? Does this cost too much? I'm like to the T, because I'm not going to hell or jail for nobody. So I need a process, I need rules, I need laws. And let me just go to this email because something stood out to me, because at first I thought, okay, these people have not responded at all. But when I looked at the email, it shows on December 2nd at 7:18 p.m. This, I guess this is the attorney for this company, maybe, Louis Bridges of L. Bridges Law. Can somebody confirm who this person is? Is that the attorney of this company? Representing them, okay. So I looked at this and I was surprised to see this email from him because from what I'm hearing, I was thinking, oh, they're not responding. But it says right here, Dear Commissioner Abdul Rahman and Mr. Kelly, I'm following up again to my prior emails last week and Tuesday and Wednesday requesting a date and time when we can meet at the Camp Truett property as you previously requested. Unfortunately, my mother, who lives in Athens, fell today and broke her hip. So I am going to Athens tomorrow, but I can meet you on Saturday or Sunday after church or anytime next week you desire. Please let us know the date and time you want to meet to discuss this matter, and I will reach out to you, to Dale, to try to arrange for him to be there as well. Have a great day. Best regards, Lewis. And so that doesn't sound
Since
like...
that's the email that I submitted to you, can I tell you, because if you read the rest of it, I can tell you, he was sent several emails. He was called repeatedly. And so I took it upon myself, Vice Chair, to call him as a sitting elected official to say, are you not getting my emails? I set up a date and time for you to come and meet me. He said to me, I have not gotten any of your emails. I said, but I'm getting yours, and it's the exact same email address. And so when I had the conversation with him, I asked him to send me an email right then and there. He sent the email to me, and I sent it right back to him. So the email, the day that I called him, he got, but some kind of miraculous way. Now, I've talked to IT. They said the emails went to him because they did not come back as undeliverable. But what I was trying to find out from him when I had the conversation, is this not your email address? And this was a conversation that me and Mr. Bridges had a week ago because I was trying to get him in. He said, I have not received one email. He also said he did not receive a message or a call from my chief of staff, Robert Kelly, who called him 5 times. But he received mine because the day in question, I sat there, called him and emailed him, and he said, oh, the email just came through, the one that you just sent. And so that's why you have that, because I want to show you that I sent several times to him.
That's not what I have. And anyone can ask my
I sent that to you, so I don't know what you have other than the email
let me
from me.
continue. That's not what I have before me, and my team will tell you I have a standard operating procedure because I am a process person and a rule-based person in my office that if you don't give me the entire email stream so I can see what the conversation, where did it start, what happened all the way through the conversation to where it ended, then I don't have all the information I need to make a decision. And they will tell you that, and I have actual standard operating procedures written up. And what I have before me doesn't show any email before Mr. Lewis' email, and the person who's responding is Mr. Robert Kelly, who I know to be the Chief of Staff to Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman. So I'm reading from exactly what I have, no deviation or variation of what I have. If there was something more, I don't have that. It just, to me, the bottom line is Mr. Bridges did respond. He did say he was trying again to his prior emails last week and Tuesday and Wednesday requesting a date and time to meet about this.
With all due respect, Vice Chair, that is not correct.
Vice Chair has the floor.
That is not correct.
I'm just reading what's in front of me. How could it not be correct when I'm reading what is typed right here on this paper?
Read everything, not
I'm
what you
reading
choose to read.
everything. Would you like to come read it?
Okay, Commissioners.
Would you like to read it?
You said you have what I submitted to you.
All right.
This is what I have. You see what I have in my hand.
Come on, stop it, stop it. You have the floor.
She is so out of order all the time.
I'm not out of order. I'm not out of order. What I'm trying to say is, I have been blocked from this. And so if you're gonna speak to an email that I sent to you, then you need to speak to the one that I sent to you.
Out of order. Did we not just pass a decorum policy not too long ago? You're out of order.
You have the floor, Vice Chair.
The bottom line is, I'm reading what I have before me. Would you like to read it out loud, please, so that Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman knows that I am reading exactly what's before me, because she seems to believe that I'm not.
No, Madam Vice Chair, I would not choose to be involved in that.
Okay. I'm going to give you a copy of what I have. Anita, will you come make a copy of this, please, to give to the mayor? Thank you. So the bottom line is, what I have before me is exactly what I read to you, and it shows that Mr. Bridges said that he had been trying to set up a meeting. Now, as it relates to emails in Fulton County, I can personally tell you that we have had many email problems where our emails were not reaching other people and their emails were not reaching us. So I cannot say whether or not that was the situation in this case, but it has happened. And also, let's just take into consideration spam. Many times things go into the spam. So any of those things could have happened in this situation. But the bottom line for me are the facts. Has nothing to do with anything else but that. And so before me is a man who's trying to set up a meeting. He had no, the man's mom fell and broke her hip. I mean, come on, how heartless can anybody be? He had things that he had to address, but he was trying. That's the bottom line. So I don't want the narrative to be anything other than what it absolutely is. And that is why I'm shocked to see this, because what I was hearing was like they aren't even trying. Now, this other thing about this gentleman and whatever his personal issues are, I'd like to ask the county attorney to weigh in on, does that have any significant bearing on this particular agenda item that this man has issues? Can you please give us an opinion on that?
While those issues may be something that you wish to consider in exercising your discretion, they don't pose any legal impediments to considering this item under the current policies.
All right, thank you very much. So the only thing that's left for me is that I do believe we need to do things in collaboration with our partners who are our city governments. And this is impactful to city government. And so that being said, I don't know, I know you don't have a process, but I would recommend you might need to put in place a process for people coming before you, because if something like this comes before us again, I'm going to move forward, because all of everything points to people try to do the best they could on this. I don't know your council member. I don't know who that is. I know nothing about him, his situation, his relationships. That is not a consideration of mine, because I know, as you said, he was involved. I would be involved too if something was happening in my district. And I would hope that no one would try to make it out to be a negative thing, because it would definitely not be. So,
Madam Vice Chair, if I may.
well, I'm just that kind of person. Everybody's not like me, and I don't expect everybody to be like me. You could see that from the transactions that are happening up here. So I'm just, I would share it with everybody, but you can't expect that from everyone. And especially if it's not something that you normally do, so.
Madam Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
We do have a process if someone is interested in developing a project within our city. My understanding of your question was the NPU where citizens are directly involved. And so we have an economic development department. Our projects come through there, and we have the opportunity to vet projects in that manner. So there is a process. It is not akin to the NPU process, but to say that we are completely absent a process would be incorrect. My understanding of your question was in regard to something along the lines of the NPU.
Yes, the community, because you mentioned when you were speaking that this could be, have a negative impact on the community. So I wanted to know, was there a process?
I said it could have an impact. I don't know what the impact would be. We don't know what the impact would be because we haven't had the opportunity to study it.
Okay, and so one thing that I know about the economic development arm, because we have one called Development Authority of Fulton County, is that every development doesn't have to go through that process. They can just move through the process of doing development as they need, unless they want to ask for some assistance from that economic development arm. So is your process required? Is it a requirement?
Well, if someone's interested in developing a project that is on city-owned land, and this is not, and I concede that in the letter, that this is county-owned land, but we are asking to collaborate here, to be part of the conversation in a formal way. But economic development gets involved if people want to do business within the city of College Park, typically. That's if someone calls the city of College Park and says, I want to land my business in College Park, economic development gets involved. So there is very much a process, but as I said, the NPU process is a more formalized way for citizens to be involved within the city of Atlanta.
Thank you, Mayor Broom. And the other thing, I don't like to talk about people who are not present to respond. And is anyone here on behalf of this Pro Player Holdings tenant? Is anyone here on behalf of them? No. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mayor.
You're welcome, thank you.
Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, good afternoon or evening, Mayor. Nice to see you, and thank you for staying all day. I, too, was supportive of the project initially. When I got your letter, I will say that it was troublesome that you were unaware, and then you're sitting here all day listening to our shenanigans. It shows me that it's very important to you. I have a couple of questions, though. We've talked a lot about process and, the fact that you didn't know about this. How long ago did you find out about it?
I found out it was on the commission's agenda when it hit the news.
So
on
2 weeks
WSC.
ago, the last time it was on the agenda?
It was my understanding that Commissioner Abdul Rahman removed it from the agenda, and so I did not realize that it was back on the agenda until this week.
I think it was maybe a month ago, because it skipped a meeting, if I recall. It was not on the agenda, so it was about a month ago. Have you known for a month?
It was my understanding that until the commissioner had the opportunity to meet with Pro Player, and the commissioner was trying to involve me in the meeting as well.
Okay, so I guess I'm just saying that I've known about it for a month. It's not anywhere near my district, so I'm just trying to understand exactly what's happened here is the reason I'm asking that question. I'm looking at the resolution, and I'm not sure how this is currently zoned, and I'm not sure if making these changes requires a zoning change. Do you know the answer to that question?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I believe it would, though.
Well, that would be the reason to me that it would go to the city, is if it required some sort of zoning change, which would also be why it would go through the NPU process, because when you have something that's rezoned, it goes through that community engagement process. So that would be a big question for me, is there any zoning changes required here? Do you know that, Ms. Roach?
I don't, but I suspect that there may be permits that need to be issued for construction and the like, so they would have to go to the city to do that. Fulton County does not issue those.
No, and the county doesn't do the zoning either. So to me, those are the two issues that I have questions about that would require it to go to the city. The fact that it hasn't gone to the city indicates to me that perhaps they've gotten advice that that's not necessary, but I don't know the answers to those questions either. But again, a lot of this conversation to me has kind of been unnecessary. The issue to me is why the city hasn't been notified. Have you reached out to them? Has there been any communication at all between you and the parties?
They made a proposal on a different parcel within the city. We haven't heard anything since.
This same proposal on a different parcel?
Commissioner Hausman, I want to, I can't, we're in a public meeting, so they made a proposal on a different parcel.
How long ago was that?
That was earlier this year.
So in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that proposal?
We needed more information.
Did you reject it, or did you it just never went anywhere?
It never went anywhere.
Okay, all right, so that's also a lot of questions with regard to that. I mean, I want to support something like this. It looks like it'd be a great amenity to any community if it's in the right place. And I mean, we certainly don't have enough indoor basketball courts and volleyball courts and soccer fields. All those kind of things are pretty highly sought after in most communities.
Indeed.
Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing. Indeed, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, so it looks like it's got a lot of positives to it. I would think that it would be in everybody's best interest if everybody was on the same page with it. That concerns me. So, you know, I don't really know, Mr. Chairman, if I had to make a decision right now, what I would even do, because it seems like there's a lot of unanswered questions. But there's been a lot of other things thrown around in here that to me are irrelevant, and that's troublesome as well. I wish that you had the opportunity, you know, maybe a little bit of a delay to, you know, get your meeting with this person. I don't know what is really going on here. Your evasive answer on the previous project raises a lot of red flags with me. But obviously, there's a lot more going on here than you're willing to talk about at this particular moment with the cameras rolling. So, you know, to me, I you know, came here prepared to support it. Now I'm really unsure, Mr. Chairman. I think it might need to be held for a minute.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Let me be crystal clear. I'm not against this project. I'm against being excluded from it. I'm against being excluded from the conversation. I'm against the mayor being excluded. I reached out to the mayor and asked her to become part of the conversation because I wanted to support it. But I did not want to go in without the mayor knowing. I wanted to know her feelings. I thought that was only fair. But here again, Vice Chair Hall said, her district. If somebody has an interest in her district, they come to her. No one came to Khadijah. No one came to Commissioner Khadijah. I was sent to training at ACCG when I found out about this project, and the training that the taxpaying citizens sent me to was what led me to pull it off of there, because I could not answer questions in the classes that the instructor asked me about this because I had not been put in the process. That's why it was pulled off. Not that I owe you that explanation, but that's why it was pulled off. I pulled it off in order for the mayor to have an opportunity to meet with me and pro players. Now, as far as the allegations, I said they are allegations. However, if some information comes to me that is verified by our DA, that is verified by our police chief, that is verified by our sheriff, it is incumbent on me to share that information with my colleagues and the citizens. I am not closed-doored to this. What I am closed-doored is to exclude a sitting commissioner from something that she should have a conversation with. Mr. Kelly, could I get you to come forward just for a second? Because I want to clear up something that's very important to me. Excuse me, Mayor, I want to ask him something. Mr. Kelly, you reached out to pro players first. When did you first reach out to them?
At the last meeting, the first meeting that they came to present, I actually went to the back and I gave them my card and I said, hey, we would love to meet with you. Let's set up a meeting and that we can find out some more information about the project at hand.
Mr. Kelly, how many times did you email Pro Player on my behalf?
No less than, I would say, 7 times. I also called his office. I spoke to his secretary and asked her to have him give me a call because we were interested in meeting. The information that Commissioner Hall is referring to, the email, because it was actually the email that Commissioner Hall read was the part of the chain where I showed that he had a conversation, but there was conversations that we've had on the phone before this conversation. And I also show how I responded directly to when he asked us for a meeting. He said that he was willing to meet because, his mother had an issue. He was willing to meet that next week, Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. So that next day, within 24 hours of him saying that, we sent a response of when we could meet with him. There was no response to that. That following day, I sent another email, no response to that. I also called twice. After that, there was no response. That Monday, we sent another email and called, no response. The day that we were supposed to meet, we also called again, and there was no response. And that's actually what the full narrative of this email that everyone has shows.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So my point that I'm trying to make here is whether this is good for College Park or bad for College Park, I don't know because I have not had a meeting. In addition to not having a meeting, other issues, very serious issues, they're not allegations, they are charges, they are public record. I tried to go in as general as I possibly could, but it is an incumbent. They're not something that we should take lightly. So in addition to that, I'm asking my colleagues, because this may get passed. I don't know if it will or won't because I have not been included. The mayor has not been included. But clearly, in light of that information, verifiable information, it is incumbent on us as stewards of Fulton County taxpayer that we table this, have a conversation, include the mayor, include the sitting commissioner, and bring it back for a vote. That's all I am asking.
Commissioner Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, he skipped.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Arrington. You were actually before Commissioner Abdul
Somehow
Rahman.
you went back to the top after Commissioner Harrington, you have the floor.
There's so much I want to say, but I want to call a question.
Well, that's out of order.
How?
Because you cannot, when you're going to call the question, you call the question and that's it. You don't preface it.
I didn't make any substantive points, sir. I didn't argue one way or the other.
What'd you say?
I said there's so much I want to say, but I'm just gonna call the question.
And I could have just spoke and got it passed, and you could have called the question after I spoke, but I actually gave you the floor, even though I was next to speak, and they had already skipped you because you were before Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Commissioner Vice Chair, you speak and go back to Commissioner Arrington. He can call the question. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have a problem with this email because my own father fell and broke his hip.
Good evening.
And had you all sent me an email the day after I told you that my father fell and broke his hip, I wouldn't have responded to you either. You were in the queue before Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Marvin.
Commissioner Hall, I love you and respect you so much. I refuse to
Thank you. I appreciate that too. So I would not respond if you email me the next day after I told you my father broke his hip. I wouldn't respond either. I know from that incident happening in my life with my own father that there is a lot that takes place behind your parent who is elderly falling and breaking their hip. Historically, they die when they break their hip. So I wouldn't, this email that this gentleman sent was on December 2nd at 7:18 p.m. And your email, Robert, was on December 3rd at 2:30 p.m. He had just said that unfortunately my mother, who lives in Athens, fell today and broke her hip. So I'm going to Athens tomorrow, but I can meet on Saturday or Sunday after church or anytime next week you desire. That was very, he was being very positive in his response to meeting, because I know from my father breaking his hip that this could possibly not happen. Once you see the condition that they're in when they break their hip, it's no joke. So, you know, and then all these other emails, I would like to see the ones that happened before this, because I don't have them.
Ma'am?
I only have what you gave us, which starts with Mr. Lewis Bridges' email.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
And just so that you know that, so December 2nd was a Thursday, and so he was offering to meet 3 days after that, which would have been, so we have Friday, Saturday, so the first day that he offered in his email was to meet 3 days after that, which would have been Sunday. So me responding that next day, I was letting him know, hey, you know, there is, you know, being responsive as is, that we try to do in our office. I was trying to let him know as soon as possible, because of the issue that he was having, that there was a time that we were able to meet within the scope and the range that he had offered us. He had offered us to meet Sunday or any time that week. So as soon as I saw that, then I responded within the time frame that with our availability within the time frame that he had offered, which was that Sunday, Monday, or any time that week. And so we offered, if you look up to the very next email, I said, hey, well, there's an opening that Monday, which was within his scope of time frame that he offered, that we had an availability.
Well, like I said, he was being very positive in trying to meet after his mother fell and broke her hip. And, you know, I say this to my team often in very hard situations and dealing with people in situations that could be hard. I always tell them, extend grace, extend mercy, and extend forgiveness. And no matter how negative the situation or the person is, don't go off of that. Still try to serve. So, I mean, I don't see any grace, mercy, or forgiveness in any of what we've been hearing today. And it's all about people and their egos and who met with who. When I said earlier that the developers seek me out to meet with me, it's because people that they are talking to are telling them to meet with me, because it is a known fact that I am very interested and very much involved in my community. So it wasn't the fact that I'm not going to hold up a good project because of an egotistical thing about, oh, you didn't meet with me. That's not me. I'm not going to do that. So don't take my words in the wrong way. When I said they meet with me and I'm involved, I meant that people are telling them to call me. But if they don't, and it's a good project, you better believe I'm going to vote for it, because my residents deserve it. So
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Well, where to start? I didn't have popcorn back there, so I had to come back. But in all seriousness, just a couple of things on this. I hope from one, I'm just want to speak to protocol. I've been, from the 7 years I've been up here, I've not had any one of us call our staff member up here and ask a bunch of questions about how the sausage was made.
I was going to address that.
And there were a lot of valid points raised in this discussion, but from a protocol and decorum standpoint, some of this stuff is really out of bounds. It's not really relevant or germane to it. I understand and I respect kind of some of the comments that were made. Those were made, they were clear. I think they could have been made one time and that was it. Let's continue on with this. So I'll just say that, and that part of it's done. I want to get to sort of the substantive piece of this. And I am, like Commissioner Hausman indicated, I'm generally in support of this project in terms of the concept and the construct and what's sort of laid out. I'm a little bit torn about, whether or not we should sit here and cast a vote on it right here today or whether we should, carry it forward. But I'm going to ask a couple of questions really substantive to the way that this lease is structured. So I'm going to get away from a lot of this other discussion we've been having while I continue to wrestle with some of those questions. But on page 16 of 46 in this lease, there's some provisions in it that I think they really deal with. It's an assignee clause. It's got some, provisions in it that sort of describe what an assignee, what criteria they would have to have. And it deals with some certain things like operating experience, financial wherewithal, I forget the term it used. It's sort of, whatever. It was almost like a good character clause. Do you see what I'm talking about on that? And really my question is, do the provisions of the assignee clause also apply to the party that we'd be entering into the ground lease with? Must they meet those same criteria?
Commissioner, in the current draft, it does not apply, but that is something that we have been trying to have Mr. Lewis agree to in order to finalize the draft.
Okay, in our typical agreement, would we have those provisions? This is not a typical agreement because we're not necessarily, it's not that often that we're taking a portion of our property, and having some sort of third party, doing a structure on it.
There's nothing typical about this agreement.
There's nothing typical about this agreement. But in an agreement, if we were into agreement, those types of clauses, we're going to have that assignee clause. Would we not have the same criteria applied to the?
I can't speak to what has been done, but certainly if we're negotiating on behalf of the county, we would want reciprocity and for that to apply to all of the parties.
Okay. My biggest concern, I think the project's good, but my biggest concern would be, can the project be completed? And would be the person that we operate it, or are they going to continue to operate? Or would we, what's the risk that we run into something where we're left holding the bag with something, i.e. a project that's sitting out there that wasn't completed, i.e. the operator, goes away, whatever kind of thing, right? And I know there's some provisions in there about when we could take over and all that sort of stuff, but if you're telling me that those other things have not been agreed to in the lease by the party we'd be entering into this lease with, then I'm not prepared to support ratifying it right now. Now, we go back, I'm support kind of going forward with it, but I wouldn't approve that lease as it's written at the moment. So I don't know, today, what are we asking to, if we're asking to approve the particular lease agreement that is here before us, I don't think it's necessarily has enough criteria in it right now, given any sort of circumstances, but certainly given some of the points that have been raised relative to, some of the company's background. So, I'm looking for some answers along those lines. We could ratify, I guess we could put those provisions in and ratify it upon those conditions and see if they would accept it or continue negotiations. That's,
So,
all this other stuff aside, that's my biggest concern.
so I think that's a two-part answer. In its current form, there are some terms that are currently being negotiated and are not in their final form as we would like to see it in this lease. That being said, there is some leeway for post-approval negotiation of terms that would protect the county's interests. that the language of the resolution provides for the county attorney to continue negotiating.
Okay. Could we structure it, this is going to come up for a vote, and this is, I guess, kind of the makers of the motion, and second or whatever, to kind of maybe opine upon this or what they would want to do it, to put those particular conditions, those things within those clauses I talked about, that those would also be required of the party that we'd be entering into this contract with.
For that to be a condition of the approval,
Yeah.
if it were included in the motion, yes.
Okay, I'll offer that up for consideration, Mr. Chair, and whoever else was involved in the,
All right.
in the motion.
You want to be, still want to be heard, Mr. Morris?
I'm just going to call the question, Mr. Chairman, on the motion to hold.
Question's been called on the, I'll second, on the motion to call the question. Let's vote, please. No, please call the question.
Okay, and the vote is open to call the question. Motion to call the question passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, the motion on the floor at the time, which I object to, is to hold.
And the vote is open to hold.
There was a motion to hold by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington.
The motion to hold fails, 1 yea, 2 nays.
All right, I'd like,
2 yeas, 1 nay.
all right, motion fails.
2 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, I would like to move approval. We'll get back to the main motion, which was to approve. Originally, I made that motion to approve. Commissioner Morris seconded that motion. And I just want to, nobody's talked about the benefits of this project, even what the project is. And just give me a couple of minutes, and I'm going what this is, what I refer to as a non-performing asset that Fulton County, Georgia owns, approximately 30 acres. Approximately 20 of those 30 acres have been vacant since day one. Nothing on them. This is a project that, in my judgment, not only would be good for the citizens of College Park, but would be good for all citizens of Fulton County. And I don't want to get into who called who emailed a commissioner, a council member, the mayor, no disrespect intended for our mayor, but there's documentation of the number of emails that were made to various individuals. But I don't want to get into any of that. That's not my issue. I'm speaking, I have the floor. I'm speaking to the project itself. So I do know that there is a clause in the agreement that if the company, and this would be an agreement between Fulton County and this company, whatever the name of the company is. And there's 120 days by which this company must perform certain things, meet certain milestones or benchmarks, and if they are not met, then everything reverts back to Fulton County. So I think that's a safeguard that's in there for us. During this period of time, we're due that money. I believe it's $1 million. I'm not sure how it's paid. You may want to address that, Madam Chief Operating Officer. But if at any point, any of the milestones, and we'll be adding what Commissioner Ellis wants to add as well, there's a friendly amendment to be included in this, that I think the safeguards are there. And so I think it's a good project. It will bring, as some of the citizens have said, more recreation to the area. But keep in mind, it's an asset that Fulton County owns. It's our property. It happens to be located within College Park. And we'll be doing a good thing, I think, for the people that I've talked with, and I've spoken with 3 of the 4 council members who are aware of this project and support the project. So I think it's a good project, and it's one that we need to support with the provisions in there that if these benchmarks aren't met, then it reverts back to the county. So that's my motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Ellis, you wanted to make some provisions, conditions?
Certainly those conditions that I had noted on those 4 requirements that an assignee would have to meet. You see those, you can read them on that page, or I can read them if you can't find it. Let me pull it up and read it. You got it?
Commissioner, are you referring to page 16, section 2.1.1? Point one.
Find it again.
The second paragraph. Where it says ground lessor shall provide any such required consent if the proposed assignee presented has the following qualifications: demonstrated experience in the development and construction and management of comparable commercial real estate properties.
Yep.
that one?
Those provisions, if you could read
Okay.
those.
Okay, I'll continue. As evidenced by at least 10 years of such experience or contractual relationship with a manager or operator with such minimum experience. 2, financial resources sufficient to be financially secure to perform ground lessee's obligations hereunder, as evidenced by a net worth of at least $20 million in constant dollars. And 3, being a reputable business concern.
Keep going.
For purposes of this section, 2.1.1.1 or section 2.1.1.2 below, a proposed assignee will be deemed a reputable business concern so long as neither it nor any of the principals shall have been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving an act of dishonesty, moral turpitude, deceit, or fraud. Ground lessor shall provide ground lessor, I think that's a typo, with reasonably satisfactory evidence of the proposed assignee's net worth in the form of audited financial statements certified by an officer or partner or owner of the proposed assignee as being accurate. Ground lessee and any of its successors, whether by merger, consolidation, or otherwise, shall, despite any permitted assignment or sublease, remain directly and primarily liable for the performance of all of the covenants, duties, and obligations of ground lessee hereunder, including without limitation, all rent, and ground lessor shall be permitted to enforce the provisions of this agreement against ground lessee or any assignee or sublessee without demand upon or proceeding in any way against any other person.
Please do not come up here and lobby us while we are voting. That's just another request. So while we're up here discussing stuff, we do not need staff members coming up and lobbying us. But yes, those conditions are the things that, conditions I would like to have added. Is that acceptable to you? Thanks.
All right, now, so anything else? All right, motion to approve on the motion as amended. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Bottom of page 15, 21-1056, Justice Policy Board of the Center for Diversion and Services. Commissioner Ellis is appointing Judge Robert McBurney, co-chair, Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman, Solicitor Keith Gamage, Chief Public Defender Maurice Kennedy, and County Manager Dick Anderson.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. I'll second. Let's vote, please. Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Full board appointments on page 16. 21-0157, Board of Trustees of Fulton County Employees Retirement System. Commissioner Morris has nominated Commissioner Ellis for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
The motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1058, Board of Trustees, Employees Retirement System. Chairman Pitts has nominated Commissioner Morris for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2022.
Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1059, Administrative Committee of the Fulton County Defined Contribution Plan. Chairman Pitts has nominated Commissioner Morris for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-1060, discussion, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, November 18th, 2021, meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Again, no action necessary on this. This is a summary of the actions taken at the Invest Atlanta Board meeting of November 18th. If you review that and want any background fact sheets or anything else on those items, be happy to get those for you.
Next item.
21-1061, discussion, Atlanta Beltline, December 8th, 2021, CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
And again, this is the CEO's regular report to the Beltline Board at its last meeting. And again, if there's anything you see that you'd like more information on, be happy to get that for you.
No
All right,
further
any
action.
other matters to come before us?
No
All right, in
further
the
action.
absence of any other matters to come before us, we are adjourned. Thank you so much for your patience today.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.